stars fall together, interstellar.
What is up, everybody? It is me, the artisanmc, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined, and I'll get this fuzzy weenus out of my face. Here we go. All right, how y'all doing today? Some different stuff. I'm trying hypnotism on you guys today. Small screen, concentric circles. Come to Artisan. So what we got for you guys today? Let me go ahead and drop this in there because I know Mr. Meebane over there told me about somebody who passed this week, and I forgot it. I forgot who it was. So he can come up when he gets a chance. All right, I think I'm going to try to keep this one short and to the point. That's why I cut out the music. I did my little pre-game warm-up before the stream actually went live. I don't know if you guys can see that or not if you join the chat before 11. I don't know if you can see it or not. But I did my musical intro for the last hour or so before then, looking for stuff. And I found something I thought was interesting to share with you guys, given that we're in this political season, which I loathe so much. And I thought I would share something with you that I thought was fun to see how it aged. And I'll tell you right now, this came from 2021, February 14th, 2021, like 3 years ago. And I'm going to bring this up and we're all going to have a nice laugh about this shit. Or at least I might have a laugh about it. You might not laugh. You might think, oh, it was gross. But I myself will find it entertaining. So here we go. Who's that fucker? Let's listen to some of this shit real quick.
All right, everybody. All is well. My phone was connecting to my. What the fuck are my earbuds anyway? Was it connecting to my earbuds? That's why I could not hear.
I don't know if I've told you guys lately, but I do miss the shop. I miss the shop so much. You guys just don't know. Don't know. This is nostalgic and painful all at the same time. And the one thing I was thinking about when I was looking at this clip is like, I fucking left that picture of Cosmic Ghost Rider in the background up here in the top left. I left that picture of Cosmic Ghost Rider there. I was like, motherfucker. And that Joker statue. I was like, shit. Fucker's got my shit.
Hear my child, and baby girl called and she laying down and looking miserable. Got to spring into action. I'm not that kind of father where it'd be like, oh, fuck it don't matter. Oh, no. No.
Here's the other thing that you'll notice that looks really funny. Look how much facial hair I got. Good Lord. That boy testosterone was his eye. Where are my lumberjack clothes? Appreciate you, Malika. What do you say, Ron Elay, aka Doc Savage? Yeah. Yeah, I think he was 86, you said? Yeah, I remember that. I didn't pull the clip for Doc Savage. I was a bit too busy this week to do that. And I will be more busy in the next 3 weeks. Fuck out of here. Fucking fly. So I'll tell you guys about that in a bit. But let's listen to this. This has something to do, like I said, with the political season. Let's see how it aged.
Let me gas up the toaster and start driving north at a high rate of speed. That would be a fucking problem.
And that's Ford in the background.
Shit.
Right.
Okay, so I lost my train of thought on that. Where were we at? Horoscopes.
No, you were on
Impeachment. Okay, I had a couple people leave because of commercial. I guess those weren't fans. Anyway, impeachment. I told you guys, just let him walk away in shame. And I shouldn't say I told you guys. My opinion was let him walk away in shame. I didn't think the impeachment was actually necessary. Yeah, what happened was screwed up. It looked really bad. It was a bad look on him and the country and all the rest of that shit. But let him walk away in shame. Because, like I said before, I hold individuals responsible for their actions. He said some dumb shit. Yes, he did. But he did not ride the crowd like a fucking the Pony Express and make them do what the hell they did. Each one of those individuals did what the hell they did. And since you got all their faces on camera, it should be real easy to round these motherfuckers up. Plain and simple. Don't have a problem with that part. Now, him getting smeared for it because he whipped up the crowd. Okay, but walk away. His term is over. It's a waste of time. You're wasting taxpayers, me and people like yourself. You're wasting our money with this shit. We are not in the position right now in this country that we have time, that we have the money in this country during COVID with the economy the way it is, to be wasting time on impeachment. All these congressmen that we actually pay for as voting and taxpayers, all these salaries we're paying, do I want the money that I'm paying for them and tax money to go to them sitting up there bitching about taking out their personal grievances against somebody they didn't like? No.
Is that not what we saw? Is that not what we saw? I would say, given the little, court cases and stuff like that, that's exactly what we saw. Was I prophetic? No, just reading people. That's what they were going to do. And since they did that shit and it was unsuccessful, what are they all scared about now? Come another week, less than a week. What are they all afraid of? He gonna get back in office and take revenge on them. What the fuck are you upset for? Look, man, you kind of brought this shit on yourself. Don't be scared now. You wasn't scared when you was all emboldened. You running this goofy ass candidate out there right now who couldn't get it on her own. You didn't want her when she wasn't the only one in the race for you. You didn't want her then. Now she the best thing since sliced bread. You people. You're such a special children. Such special summer children. Let's see the rest of this shit so I can get it off the screen.
You don't have time for that shit. You need
Trust
to take care of this impending home situation that I'm personally dealing with as well, and deal with this goddamn economy. Fuck him. It's over. He's done. He out of here. Who cares? Let him limp off and do whatever the hell else he gonna do. And if you're worried about him running in another 4 years, don't worry about it. It'll be the biggest joke in the world if he even tries. It'll be funny. Because you think this ain't gonna follow him? No way in hell he'll get elected again. Stop worrying about that shit. Y'all worry about the wrong shit at the wrong time. Come on, man.
What up, Zajac?
What's good, Double C? Thanks for showing up in the building.
Shout out to Dub C. I don't know where he at. Anyway, I thought that was entertaining. I was watching, obviously, an old video. This is from Valentine's Day of 2021. And that was what was leading off the show, was talking about this politics stuff and worried about where Trump was going to be in 4 years or whatever, and really trying to go after him for some shit for that January 6th shit. And how much I thought it would be fucking ridiculous that if he ran again, but it was his right to. He got the right to run again. Now, I may have thought it was funny. I may have thought it was hilarious. But truth is stranger than fiction. So he did run again. He is running again. He got a chance to win this shit again, too. And everybody is all freaked out because if he wins, they worry he's going to come for their ass. You should have been fucking with him. Should have been fucking with him. Wouldn't be the first politician to try to go after his political enemies. Y'all do it too. Shut the hell up. Take your medicine. You could have left that orange man alone with his fake hair and him being the laughing stock of politics and just let it be and did what you were supposed to be doing in office. You haven't. All you've done is pranced around, started some other damn wars to get into. And try to besmirch and go after him every chance you got. Well, that was wasting time that you didn't have to waste. And now 4 years is up, and what y'all looking at? You're looking at possibly losing this motherfucker. It's on you. Running a candidate that has no reason to be up there unless somebody's standing in line with their pants down, waiting to get topped off. Yeah, Joe Brown said it. Yeah, exactly, Aquatech. Look, playing a big payback. Yeah. That's their fault. Fucking with that man. Look, you already know how he got into office the first time. Why? Because Obama made fun of him. You don't take that shit kindly. He a New Yorker. You don't take that shit kindly. What did he do? Got all the way in office. The big chair. Your seat that you was sitting in last. He in your office. Talk shit now. Look, man, I don't have a problem with people doing that. I did that in my union. When I was not working union for a while and I came to the union office to, pull up some records and stuff like that, and the person that was in there was giving me shit like I hadn't been a card-carrying member in this union for a decade or more. And she giving me shit. I got myself in good standing to get her ass out of that office. That's exactly what I did. Because I didn't appreciate that disrespect. Wasn't doing shit to you. You've been giving out wrong information forever. But you know what? You're not going to disrespect me in this bitch when I've been out here in the field working and your ass been sitting here cush. Oh, hell no. You can get the fuck out this office and get back to putting your bags on and swinging your hammer out here. No, I got myself in good standing just for that. Just for that. Show up to the meeting like, yeah, we will vote on new staff. Yep. She out. That's exactly why. What up, Andre? I have not seen Venom yet. I had a bunch of other geek stuff to do yesterday, and then by the time I got home, got fed, and I was gonna go back out to the movie theater, but my fucking head was killing me. I'm serious. My head was pounding, and I got a big ass head, dude. So you know that was like a pile driver going off. I did not know what the hell was going on. I put the ice pack on my head, put the hoodie on, and laid down on the couch. And I didn't get up off that damn thing till like midnight. I slept, I woke up, I went back to sleep. Could not function correctly. I don't know what the hell was going on. So luckily my head is not hurting today. But no, I have not seen Venom 3 yet. Even though, look, I was ready for it too. Got my Carnage shirt on. That's why I'm rocking the red and black today. That's why I'm rocking the red and black today, man. MHA or Venom, I chose Venom. Well, unfortunately, you can't spoil it unless you do a review. Just saying, I haven't seen it yet, so don't spoil it for me. I've seen some other people had their reviews up and what they had to think, so I have not watched them. I'm not talking about any of the presses getting. All I read was titles. And like I told you guys I do, I made a special file for myself for Venom reviews, Venom 3 reviews, and I dropped them all in there so I can watch them after I see the movie and after I do my review. I do not watch anybody's review before I watch something because I don't want to be influenced by their opinion and I don't want to see what they saw. I'm looking for myself. I'm not looking for them. And I'm not looking to repeat anything they said unless it's a natural thing. Yeah, Aquatechy, it was a ice pack with the Sith hoodie kind of headache. It was. I'm serious, man. I had the motherfucker on like on the couch, swaddled up, like I was a vampire getting ready to emerge from his cocoon or something. My head was killing me, dude. And I cut it. The first day I cut it, got it all cleaned up, and all of this shit right here was just banging. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? My nose clear, ain't no sinuses, ain't no pollen in the air. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Only thing I noticed that I did differently was I hadn't ate any real food until about 1, 2 o'clock, and I'd been up since about 6 or 7, running errands and shit. And then when I came home, I made breakfast, pancakes, eggs, and turkey bacon. And then I had one of these. I had 2 of those before I had my breakfast. Now, I don't know if it had any effect, but thankfully my headache was gone this morning. I didn't call, the advice nurse last night to see why I was having a fucking headache. I did take Tylenol. That shit didn't do a goddamn thing. That's why I ended up passing out. Tylenol didn't do shit. Make me fucking groggy. And I keep Advil and Tylenol and stuff. I'm sketchy on taking medications and shit. I really am. And it wasn't expired, so I got that on. I got that on lock. It wasn't expired Tylenol. I don't know what the fuck it was. My head was just hurting though. It was hurting like it was being crushed. Maybe it's some voodoo doll or something like that. I don't fucking know. Might try to take me out and not doing a severe enough job of it. He says, salute, no swine. Don't take it like that. Turkey has less fat on it. Turkey has less fat on it. I like turkey bacon. But I'll fuck up a pig too. I ain't Muslim. Look, you cook anything over a flame long enough, it'll all taste the same. A little tougher, a little more tender, but it'll all taste the same. It's a decent seasoning, make it all taste delicious. So don't give me no false props. I just buy turkey bacon because I like turkey bacon. But if I go out somewhere and have bacon, it's usually pork. But that's the only time I'm having it. So, ain't all that. So, what else do we got in the news this week? Yeah, Jamaicans don't typically eat pork. No, but that's because you make a good goat. That's because Jamaicans make some good ass goat, man. I'd eat some goat fucking jerky if some Jamaicans made it. I'm serious. Fuck. I'd eat the hell out of that. Turkey, bacon, and eggs, and a cheese burrito slurp. Yep. And that's basically what I had. I just had pancakes. I didn't have a burrito. I had the tortillas, but I didn't make a burrito. Didn't make that burrito. Yeah, curry goat is fire. Hot like fire. Put the little heat here. Yes, curry goat is the shit. So if they made some goat bacon, some curry goat bacon, I'd buy packs of that shit. And I have some in the freezer waiting. Make some thick slices. Just what it is, man. Pork chops, bacon, ham, sandwich, wonderful, magical animal. Yeah, you get a lot out of pork, like a peanut, nigga. You can get a lot out of it. It just is what it is, man. Just take care of your food and take care of your health. Gotta leave the swine alone. Well, you do what you will. Look, like I was telling y'all about my 4-hour conversation to do with my little Pokemon group. Look, my understanding is God put all these animals down here for us to eat. So, you know, I'm an omnivore. I am an omnivore. I am not partial either way. All this shit can get eaten. Can, if I feel like it. We will thrive and survive. But I usually don't have that much pork. I just don't. Only if I have bacon out, I'll have pork. Otherwise, I don't have it. That's it. Yep, Aquatechy was listening. Thank you for somebody being a listener. He said, PETA, people for eating tasty animals. Yes. Shout out to Jeff. Shout out to Jeff, my homeboy who gave me that joke from the comic shop. Since we reminiscing on the shit. Shout out to Jeff. People for eating tasty animals. Yes. The tastier the better. Keep talking, Trush. You can make the list. Out there playing in the fucking leaves. All right. So what y'all got today? So I was sitting here watching that old video and thinking how much my content has not actually changed. My delivery has not really changed. I'm not really sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, it's something to me for being consistent and something being familiar to you. I kind of like that, me personally. I don't know if it works with my OCD or whatever. But in a creative sense, when I look back and see something still done the same way, I wonder if it was working or if it wasn't. That's the question for me. Was it that way and it's working and that's good that you didn't change it? Or was it not working and you should have changed it anyway? Not really sure. Not really sure one way or the other. I like to believe I'm a very creative person. I'm going to lose some of y'all in about 20 minutes. About 10 minutes. But I don't know. I do miss seeing those videos in the shop. I do miss that. And I do see that a lot of these old videos, you can't see them. Like this one is. Like this one is from 2019, right? Shop Talk Live 1.51. So year one, the 51st episode, which is going over to a new year, right? It's a number of views. But Forgot the point I was going to make. Damn, old age sucks ass. It's interesting to see, put it that way. Some of it is not even monetized, but it's all locked up. All of this shit is private. I privated all of it because I had some jackass going backwards and trying to claim stuff on my videos. So I locked them all up. We had double C wheats. Good.
Fuck not. Our political scene.
I think it's interesting to watch these sometimes. Like some content creators I know don't like watching themselves. I don't mind watching myself because I'm critiquing myself. One thing I already know is I don't like my voice. I don't. Never have. I want to be a rapper and everything. I never liked my voice. I wanted one of them cool, deep voices like Dead Set or BGS or something like that. Or, you know, brother from the Code Breakers, the voice. I wanted one of those good, deep voices. I didn't have that shit. So it is what the hell it is. You got what you got. So I usually look for flaws, which I can pick out anyway. so watching myself and critiquing myself is how you get better, right? That's the nature of critique. First person you critique is yourself. How do you make shit better? Look at what you're doing. Like saying, but you're not supposed to say that, especially if you do public speaking and stuff like that. Those are things that you try to cut out of your language so you fix it, so it doesn't keep happening. The only way you notice it is by critiquing your performances. It's like if you having sex and you keep busting early, bruh, you might want to fix that. It's probably why you're not getting no callbacks. Don't mean you was knocking it out the park. No, you didn't make it into the park. Herb said, can you flag them if they're taking your stuff? Not really, but here's the fun part about this, Herb. Because all of this stuff is recorded and it's not necessarily up on YouTube that way. When I hear people talking about things that I've mentioned, that, oh, we were talking about this years ago. If I organized it correctly, I can go back and pull it out of my streams. I can pull it out of my streams because all those streams are dated. Like this stream itself is Valentine's Day and it's talking about Star Wars. Who do you think I was talking about in 2021 about Star Wars? Probably KK. Probably making some predictions just like I'm making political predictions in this one. Probably talking about what I think is going to happen with Star Wars. Now, the only problem is that I still, to this day, do not know how to do segmented streams, how to put chapter marks on your streams after you put them up. I don't know how to do that shit. I don't. And I haven't spent much time trying to figure out how to do it because I usually do my streams and I'm off doing the next thing that I need to do. Right. So I don't have time to sit back and watch another 5-hour stream that I did years ago and put in the chapter breaks in it so you can find the information easily that you're looking for, which is, okay, I just want to hear this segment about Star Wars in this stream from 2021. Takes a lot of time to do that kind of shit. I don't have a staff. I am my staff, which means my staff is usually busy doing other shit. What up, King? King is in here with his fancy artwork, and Rainfire's in here. What's good with you? So it'll be fun to go back and look at those stuff and pull those clips out and throw them up and just say, here, I'll just leave this here. So when you think you heard something original from one of your favorites, you know it ain't original to them. It's not. Oh, look at Andre jumping in here trying to support the stream. You doing your 2 drink minimum, huh? You're covering your 2 drinks. Support my interest in artists and getting old now. Yeah, it is what the hell it is, bro. You're going to be here too sooner or later if you don't piss anybody off. So shout out to Andre. I will give you, which means I need some new booty shaking stuff. You're right in the middle, man. You know this shit is tiered, right? 5s, 10s, and 20s. So I got to give you the power of many since you dropped in between there. Appreciate you, Andre. I give you the power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
A lot of people don't like their own voice, including myself. Yes, it's just like most people say my voice is really soft. In one-on-one conversation, my voice is really low and really soft. It's not soft. It's just really loud in my damn ears. I mean, when I talk like I think people want to hear me talk, that they can hear every word, it sounds like I'm freaking yelling in my ears, which is annoying as hell. But just the sound of it is nasal. It's sinuses. It's just what it is, man. It's no shit you can change. I hate the sound of my voice recorded. Yeah, make it tough if you're trying to have a rap career. People usually pay for the chapters. No, it's not that. You can put, as far as I know, you can just put chapter breaks in your videos. I just don't know how to do it. I think I asked Dr. T before how to do it, and he told me, and I didn't do it right then, so I forgot how to do it. What did he say? He don't mind the power of many? Nobody minds the power of many. That's how you want to have chicks. My voice sounds better in person. I don't have the dead set of BGS voice. No, but I always wanted a voice like that. A good, distinct, deep, rich voice, like some Dennis Hazelbrook type of shit. I always wanted one of those. Didn't happen. Just what it is. But I know I can get the sexy voice on people sometimes, so it works. Works, but I ain't trying to get sexy with y'all. So fuck you. You don't get to see that part. You don't get to see that. No, I ain't hating on them. I don't have to hate on people. It just is what it is. I learned this shit a long time ago when I was young. You have what you have, so there's no point in lying about it. I learned that when one of the first chicks that I was really interested in elementary school that was a lot older than me. And I was trying to mac to her. She's like, "Oh, you young." I didn't lie about my age when she asked me how old I was. I didn't lie about that shit. I didn't see the point in it. I am in the age that I am. But I'm still interested in just the fuck I'm interested in. God damn, everybody want to go live at 11:30. All on top of each other. In the same space, splitting audiences. Right? It just is what it is. I never lied about that shit. I never saw the point. There was no point in it. You was either going to get caught lying or your age was going to show. It's just what the hell it is. Yeah, you're older than me. I don't give a fuck. I like older women. They tend to like me sometimes too. They just be, "Oh, well, yeah, fuck you. Your ass get old, you're going to be looking for a younger dude. Might as well start now." What up, Andre?
What's good?
Don't you get up here and start talking about Venom. I'm going to tell your ass right now. Don't make me yell at you.
I ain't about to talk about Venom, but we got to talk about Penguin, man.
Yeah, because you didn't get to get your Penguin Jones off last week. So, yeah, we can do that. I was going to talk about this Hollywood Enema, but I'm sure it'll weave its way into the conversation about Penguin, because the natural point would be why the Penguin is so good and what does it mean for Hollywood and these other shows. But go ahead. What you got? What you got on the Penguin? Look at Truss out here thirsty. You ain't thirsting for no deep voice action.
Well, I actually got to go back and look at your review that you did on Penguin. Like
I don't think I put it up yet. It's not up yet.
I think you put up episode 4, but like I didn't watch it because I didn't see it, so I didn't want to ruin it for myself.
Yeah, don't do that. Always watch the stuff first before you watch a review. That's just my method. Watch it for yourself first, then watch a review. You watch a review first and then watch it, you'll fuck it up for yourself. You won't have any investment in anything that's happening because it will already be predicted for you, especially depending on the reviewer. Some
I actually
reviewers tell you everything.
I actually popped up during I actually popped up during your premiere when you were like reviewing the Penguin, but I was just like, I'll come back and watch it after I've seen the episode. So I don't want to root for myself because like I told you, like I listened to like the fucking people like reviewing Joker and it just completely ruined it for me.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't. 1 second. King. Cash App is working fine. Aquatechie is in here. Joe Herb been in here. Shout out to Aquatechie for supporting the stream. I will give you the power of many. Fuck it. Appreciate you, Aquatechie.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Do-do-do. Appreciate you, Aquatechie. And y'all remember, Cash App goes to the content creator. The super chat goes to YouTube first because YouTube takes us 30%. And if you don't see your favorite content creator growing in the algorithm and shit like that, even though you watch and like and maybe share and donate, then YouTube is taking your money for nothing. They're taking 30% for shit. Just saying. Just saying. They're taking 30% to repress that shit or suppress.
I've seen certain like channels they use Ko-fi. I'm not sure what the split is like on that. But, like I've seen other people use PayPal as well, but PayPal is like basically if I'm to donate like fucking say $10, I'm paying like $6-7 in fees. And that doesn't go.
No, PayPal. The way you personally, the person donating, is not paying anything on fees to donate through PayPal. PayPal is just different because PayPal runs through a bank. Like PayPal's main bank, I think, is Wells Fargo, Bank of America, or some shit like that. I don't know how it is outside the country or whatever, but if you pay somebody on PayPal, that's what it is. If they try to take that money off of PayPal, they pay on it.
Well, outside of the country, that's how it works. Is like I can either choose to like say like again the 10, like I can choose to just like donate the $10 and like it will be like converted into into your currency.
Right. So you're losing a bit on it. Yeah.
So basically, like my $10 I donated ends up only being like $6 for you or some shit, right?
Yeah. That's why the super chat and stuff like that works on YouTube. Because it crosses the countries. It'll do the conversion. They still get 30. YouTube still takes 30% of that shit. It don't fucking matter. But that's why they use their super chat and then outside of using a Cash App or a PayPal. But you use whatever works for you. Because there was 2 people that used PayPal. They would drop it in PayPal, and I'd have to remember to look at PayPal because it wouldn't necessarily send me a direct alert that the shit happened or not. Aquatechie. Keith David, James Earl Jones, Avery Brooks, Michael Dorn, Dennis Hazel, Brothers with Voices. Yeah, no shit. Even Lawrence Fishburne. Good voice. I like good, strong, masculine voices. Don't sound like like Prince, little deep voice. Yeah. Purify just the waters of Lake Minnetonka. Like his little deep voice was funny. It was fun for me.
And I got a little bit of smoke for Rainfire because Rainfire's talking about he doesn't like his voice. Like, bro, you got a deep voice, bro. You're good. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, listen to Andre. He's sitting up here getting jonesed off of your shit.
Yeah, like I knew like a pause had to be thrown in there. I just wasn't sure where to throw it in, but definitely a pause.
You don't know where to throw the pause at. Stop it when you're drooling. Continue it after that. That's what happened to me the last month with super chats. Wouldn't let me. Yeah, King. I don't know what it is with your side, man, but it's use what works for you, man. But Cash App is working fine for me. You might need an update on yours. King Parish had to we verified my Cash App a few weeks ago. In order to send funds. Yeah, it is what it is. And Trust is sitting up there laughing. Okay, we're making the girls in New Jersey kick her heels up. So what you got on the Penguin, Andre? Because it comes on again tonight, so we're gonna have to,
Yeah,
into this shit tonight as well. What you got?
you did the review on episode 4, and I think
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you did it like on one of your prior streams or whether it was during that like your review that you mentioned. You mentioned that she wasn't crazy. 'Cause I wasn't sure at the time.
Wasn't sure who was crazy.
Sophia.
No, she wasn't. She's not really crazy. She's not. She's made a little unstable, but she wasn't crazy.
Well, she wasn't crazy prior to like them putting her in there, but like putting her in Arkham. But yeah, once she went in Arkham,
She
like
came out different, but she was
yeah,
she came out different, but she still wasn't crazy. She knows exactly what the hell it is she's doing,
well,
and she knows how uncomfortable people are around her. It
I,
bothers
I
her a
mean,
little bit, but she
well,
holds it in.
so let's talk about like the situation with Magpie. That was pretty crazy.
No, it wasn't actually. What it was a reaction to the situation. Yeah, she killed some chick, but anybody pushed to a point where their sanity is being questioned, they're being tortured in some ways, or punished in some ways when they know this, egregious wrong has been done to them, and you keep doing shit, will fucking snap. People will snap. So I don't find that crazy at all. It was an outburst. They didn't show you her killing a bunch of other people, did they? No. That was her outburst. She was pissed. And what did
And
she say
Artisan,
when she did it? I am not crazy. I'm innocent.
well,
Yeah.
and Artisan, like you were completely right. That motherfucker from fucking Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, Theo Rossi.
Yeah,
Theo
he's a fucking
Rossi.
he's a fucking piece of shit, man.
Juice, Shades, Dr. Rush. It don't matter which role he playing. You always know this motherfucker ain't about nothing. He got that face. He got that snivelly rat face. He's like, he ain't about shit. He is not about shit. You can't trust him. What you talking about, man? That's Juice. He gonna rat y'all out. He hiding a black
When I
daddy
was
somewhere.
when I was watching the episode, I was like, "Fucking Juice, man."
Fuck is Juice doing here? Oh my god. Oh, he ain't gonna be no good. Okay, let's fix that. And then where is my other window? There we go. Okay.
I
Let me fix
I
that.
did like that. I did like that. Like they were explaining like her backstory. That was it
Sophia
was
is, yeah.
definitely needed.
Yeah, what's up, Malika? Yeah, Sophia is angry and vengeful, not crazy. No, she's not crazy. But she's also opportunistic and smart. She's opportunistic because she is smart. Because a lot of the moves that she made have been calculating freaking moves. She's been saying from the beginning, since episode 3, if you saw it, you saw her history. She's been saying that character has changed a lot over the course of 10 years. And what she has learned how to do is control her emotions and plan this shit out and look for opportunities. That's what she's done. So when you see in episode 3 the girl that she was, and then 10 years later you see the woman that she became, it's because of that bullshit she went through. You wouldn't have got that otherwise. That's still the same person, just with all this extra layer of torment and torture and punishment and learning how to survive in a situation where everybody around her is freaking crazy. Knowing that she was put there by her father, who was the one deleting these women. Knowing that it's all blamed on her, what that actually means. To be in a situation where she has no control and the people that are there either doing it on their own or by the directive of her father, punishing her and torturing her regularly with electric shock treatments.
Well, also like that chick that fucking beat her up while she was in there.
Yeah, that chick too, the crazy one. But the crazy one killed herself, so you don't have to worry about her.
Well, I'm just saying it's like that chick beat her up, and then they blamed her like she was the fucking aggressor there when she wasn't. She was getting attacked.
Yeah. So 10 years of that, yeah, you kind of lean into, yeah, I'm fucking crazy. Yeah, whatever. You would develop some thick skin, and that's when you see when she's come out, she does have a little bit of thick skin. She shows very little emotion on the surface. That's why her performance is all in her eyes. That's what makes her performance so good. There's little twitches and stuff that you can see that goes to the actress giving that character that life. But other than that, she has very little emotions. Her shit is bundled and buried. You can't even see it. And that's why she looks so goddamn crazy, because she just always just. But think about it this way. If you was in an insane asylum and you ain't crazy, what would you learn how to do if you had to be around that every day for 10 years? You learn how to give that 1,000-yard stare and show no goddamn emotion. Afraid, anything. You're not showing nothing. You develop a poker face, especially playing with crazy people. So she ain't crazy. She's not crazy at all. She's actually very sane and very pissed off. So pissed off, in fact, she gassed a whole mansion full of her close relatives, uncle included. Leave her ass alone.
Yeah.
Better leave her ass alone, boy. She became the only one in the family overnight.
But at least she took the kid out.
She took the little girl out, but the little girl hadn't did anything to her. She was the only innocent in that room, like she said at the dinner table. None of y'all are innocent. I'm the only innocent. So I'm starting a new life. Because they all, conspire together on that bullshit. Like I said, in for a penny, you in for a pound. You signed that bullshit ass letter because he told you to. You couldn't stand up. You didn't have that backbone. Well, you get the same thing he got. Dirt naps. At least she did it peacefully by giving you gas.
Yeah.
Could have hired a couple of people and went in there and just start shotgunning everybody while they was asleep.
Well, she could have set the house on fire.
Eric and Lyle.
Which would have been worse.
Yeah, but the house on fire would have looked like it was directly her. The gas leak. Yeah, it happens. Furnace and stuff. Yeah. Oof, that was a touch of, I wouldn't say class, but it was interesting. It was an interesting way to go.
Call it a conspiracy theory if you want, but I noticed that nobody has covered the Penguin since you haven't covered it in the last 2 weeks.
Maybe they ain't got nothing to say yet.
I don't know.
It's been a little bit bigger news, I think, but different things that they're seizing on other than just the Penguin. It's other stuff that they've talked about. They've followed the trail. That's why I always think of it as funny is that the reason why this show comes on the day it does at the time it does, because traditionally nobody streamed on Sundays. It was the dead zone. But now, especially around 11 o'clock, everybody starts streaming now. Even people that ain't even on the West Coast, they'll stream around 11 o'clock religiously.
And I actually thought it was funny because I think it was last week.
Funny to me.
I thought it was funny because I think it was last week where like you didn't show up at like your normal time, and I was seeing like premieres suddenly going live. Well, not live, but like premiere suddenly playing in your time slot.
Yeah, because YouTube, you don't have a traditional time slot, but at least in the Black Manosphere, we know when each other go live. We all know because we watch each other content.
I'm not even talking about Black Manosphere. I'm saying like
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking, micro and then macro, right? In the micro, we always know. Like I know Wednesday at 7, Dr. T is probably gonna go live with a new show, right? BGS will do his shows after 3 o'clock every day, right? AB will do the Coliseum. The Coliseum has always traditionally happened on Saturday at 7, right? So you all already know all of this other shit. AM will go live 2-3 times a day regardless. It don't fucking matter, right? those are those prime hours. If you look at your analytics, you know that, right? Well, for me, my analytics, my time frame that works best would be 3 in the afternoon. But I'm working at 3 in the afternoon, so I don't drop shit at 3 in the afternoon. You won't see me there every day of the week at 3 in the afternoon or 5. But Sunday was a good spot, but it was a dead zone. Nobody else was talking about geek shit on that day because most people did it on Saturday, early Saturday morning, like Blurred Without Fear and stuff like that. That's when they dropped their new content in their lives. Wasn't until later on you got the new age ones that came along. Everybody started trying to filter around Sunday. Some of them just drop after my show, even though they on the East Coast, which means they're doing it later in the evening. But then after we start hearing a lot more echoes too.
Artisan, like, I got like, I mean, it's funny to me, but
Yeah, Aquateki,
so basically,
unofficial TV guy, unofficial TV guide to this section of the manosphere. Yeah, we all know it. We all know. I know by what 6 o'clock a.m. I'm gonna be live. He might still be live now. Oh, he didn't do one this morning. Okay, so yeah,
so
it's just what it is.
like, because basically, I had a conversation with my ex yesterday, right? And like,
How'd that go?
well, I was like, I wanted to take her out today, so I'm still waiting for a response. By the way, I called at least like 5
Taking
times.
your ex out, or you taking your daughter out?
My daughter out.
Okay, well, I'm just
I-
double
I-
checking, man.
I
You already stuck your Peter in the bear trap before. You ain't doing it again, are you? Like what?
No, fuck no. I'm good on
Okay,
that.
okay,
Like,
just making sure.
So I was like, basically, like I plan to take my kid out today. I'm still planning to do it. It's just I'm waiting for a response. But I already called like 5+ times. But like, the point that I was trying to get to was that basically, I was like, I'm gonna take her to go get her Halloween costume, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then my ex was like, she's gonna wear the same costume that she had last year, and she was like, I spent like fucking 150 for it or some shit, right? And I was like, why the fuck would you spend that much money? And then she was like, you paid the majority of it. And I was like, oh,
That's
I didn't
why.
remember I did that. I didn't remember I did that.
Why'd you spend $150 on a Halloween costume?
Well,
I haven't bought a Halloween costume for kids for a while, so I don't know what that price range is nowadays.
Yeah, like,
that sounds like a lot.
Apparently, it was one of those like you know, those scream masks where like the fucking like the blood is like flowing and shit. It was one of those ones, you know.
Mm-hmm. What up, Black Bay? Y'all, Black Bay did his first movie review this week on Instagram. I was proud of his big ass. I was proud of him. I was like, oh, he did his first review. That's probably what made me go back and look at mine. So, Bay, you can come up here, man. See if you can figure out the StreamYards this time.
Old men just don't know how to use StreamYards.
He ain't that damn old. I mean, he in his 40s now. Which is funny as fuck because I've known him since he was in his, like, before he hit his 30s. He's in his 20s or some shit. It's just crazy. Crazy. Oh, God. I know kids that are, like, teenagers and got girlfriends and having sex and stuff like that now. That shit is wild. That's the wildest shit in the world to me. Wow. But to Malika's point, Sophia and Oswald are the same person, one born into privilege and corruption. The other had to play the background, but both are Machiavellian products of their own environment. Yes. Nature or nurture. All right. You could say Oswald or Oz, his behavior is because of his nature, given his background. You could say Sophia is because of nurture from where she was put because of that corruption. She adapted that nature.
Well, that's why I like that.
Bro, we ain't going to see you naked. What the fuck? We ain't going to see you. You can turn off the camera. He is suited and booted. Yo, buff ass, don't put on them little shirts to have your muscles all swole up and shit. We know you big. I know it. You look like the fucking kingpin, okay? You and fucking Charles big asses. I got it. I'm fat. I get it. I Get it already, all right? Yeah. Just feeling my arms yesterday. Like, they used to be such big, strong arms. Feel like the Rock Crusher from the Never Ending Story. They look like big, strong hands, don't they? They used to. Now they just look like, sticks, pickup sticks. They smell. Go ahead, Andre. What else you got on the penguin? Penguin.
I got a lot of the Penguin, man. Like I'm really enjoying this series. But like to what Malika was talking about, like yeah, they're pretty much the same person, like somewhat at least, you know.
Yeah, I think that's where Sophia's anger at Oz comes in. Initially, that's where her anger came in. After she actually found out the truth that he did kill her brother, now it's just like, well, you got to go. There ain't no more sweetness in the background. No more like fuck all that.
Okay, so like this is why like I really enjoyed episode 4 because like it actually went into her backstory and explained like why she acts the way that she acts. Because like initially I just thought she was a crazy bitch, and I said this to you. I was like she did those, like she was the hangman. Because like
No.
everything was pointing to that.
Yeah, I didn't
Without
think
the
she
backstory,
was.
everything was pointing to that.
I didn't think she was because she never reacted to it like it made sense. Right? She never reacted to it. She never said yes or anything like that. But she did deny it finally in the episode with Bliss, where she's talking to Oz, and she says it. It's said in dialogue. It's not played up as anything else. She just says it in dialogue. I'm not the hangman. And that finally confirmed it for me. Like, yeah, she didn't do this shit. Because as soon as they described the crimes, first thing I thought of was the Batman movie. I said, that's what Carmine did. That was the whole thing with Catwoman going after him for killing these women. It's like, that was Carmine's deal. Choking chicks out. Like, holy shit. Did she get framed? So go ahead.
Watching the episode, it was like it was great that they explained it because like you've seen how like she was actually trying to like she was talking to that reporter, right? That's what caused the whole thing with her being locked up in Arkham. And
well, that's what got her locked up, but it was more benign than I thought it was. She just talked to the reporter and got the information that the reporter had. She's just trying to figure this stuff out for herself. What was going on with this? What could they possibly be trying to use against her father? She was down for her father. She didn't want to believe that shit. She didn't want to believe that shit. Let me finish, because I didn't cut you off when you talked and then you stopped. So now you can't cut me off as soon as I say something. Cross traffic. But she thought she was, learning this information to, in some ways, protect her father because she didn't like her family being talked about. How it got spun was the fact that Oz told her father that she met with that reporter. She didn't meet with that reporter to give her any information. She met with that reporter to see what the fuck she had. But Carmine didn't take it that way. He took it as she was talking. And she knew stuff she didn't need to know. Like, shit.
And she literally told the reporter, like, I ain't telling you shit. Like,
yeah.
F you.
More than once. The only difference is Oz didn't hear that shit. Because his ass is sitting in the car watching. So he's telling half a fucking story that he knows. He only tells what he knows. Yeah, she met with a reporter. Well, that ain't saying shit. You ain't saying what she said. Because you don't know. You ain't no lip reader in the rain. Come on, man.
Well, I think regardless of whether Oz like heard the conversation or not, like I think he didn't care and he was just like making a play for power.
Yeah, he wanted to come up is the thing with Oz, right? He thought he was doing something to protect her, is what he said. He thought he was doing something to protect her, which could be true because Oz kind of sweet on Sophia, right? She's the only one that treated him with any measure of respect in that sense. Didn't like people talking bad about him, don't call him a penguin and shit like that. She is the only one that treated him with some kind of respect. But he also wanted to move up. That's why he doesn't regret what he did. He thought he was doing the right thing in given the situation. No, I told your father because I work for your dad. He couldn't have not told Carmine that shit and let Carmine find out from somebody else. His ass would have gotten hurt, nigga. That'd have been it for him. So he did what he was supposed to do, technically. He just didn't know how that shit was going to come back. I don't think Oz knew Carmine was the one killing these chicks. He didn't know that shit until after he threw Sophia away. Then he wasn't going to say shit. Couldn't after that. Couldn't say a goddamn thing after that.
That's
He had to shut up. Yeah, he had to shut up. Well, that's just reading the situation. That's just the dialogue in the show. I don't think he knew. If he knew, he wouldn't have told. If he knew Carmine was the one killing them chicks, he wouldn't have told Carmine that Sophia met with this reporter about that shit. He wouldn't have told him. He wouldn't have. Then he would have known it could blow back on Sophia real bad. Like, no.
My interpretation was I thought Oz knew, but he just didn't care. He was just more concerned about gaining power.
We got a special guest in the building.
Morning.
I am Gotham's Reckoning. Motherfucker having cigar time. This is the one and only Black Bane. What's up, Bane?
What's going on?
Yeah, I gave you a nickname, so you can use it or you can not use it. It's your business. But
oh yeah, I like that.
You can use your real name. I don't care about somebody running up on your ass because they'll find out. It's recorded so I can laugh later. So what's good with you?
Black Bane's in Charles territory. Jesus.
Oh yeah, I tried to link them two up, two big motherfuckers, because Charles is putting his weightlifting videos up, and Bane always throwing up his damn weightlifting videos like 500 pounds. Like this nigga big already. I keep teasing him too. It's like, when do you need to lift an elephant off of you, nigga? Like, you don't even fuck with chicks that big. Come on. Be pushing that shit. I'm proud of him. Like, I'd never. I just.
Yeah, they need to cast Black Bane as Luke Cage.
Oh, gotcha.
It would be more. Like after he gets shot up and everything, it's like, I'm Luke Cage.
Yeah, but he'll be. Damn, you only like 5'11", right? Did you hit 6 feet yet? You gotta be like 6'2" or something like that. Be Luke Cage.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know me since I was 23 going on 24.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm about to age you.
Yeah. Okay, I tell him all the time, I'm old, nigga. I'm 50. Like, yeah, so I've known him since he was 23. Imagine that shit. Crazy, right? So what you got? What's good with you, man? Congrats on
nothing much. I'm trying to figure out why I got a delay.
It's delayed on my side. It'll be delayed on my side. So that's probably why Andre always talking over people. So,
right.
You don't have a wrench either. Let me
nothing much.
Modify that wrench situation for you.
Black
so
Bane,
did you go see Venom 3 yet?
No, I'm actually gonna do it today.
Okay, good. So you ain't got to worry about you spoiling no shit. You only got to worry about Andre keeping his mouth shut.
No, I didn't spoil nothing, man. I hate it.
Okay. That's good. That's good. So tell me what you got on. You watching the Penguin, right?
No, I started watching it and no, I'm not gonna. I don't yet. I wanted to binge watch it, so I backed off for a little bit.
Watching the Penguin. You not watching the Penguin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you got to catch up, man. Every Sunday at 6 o'clock. Just catch up. You don't have Mac? I'll let you watch it on my shit. I don't care. You got to catch up on it. Don't miss the good stuff and only watch the bad shit. I'm serious.
Yeah.
You gotta. This is the ginger for the bullshit sushi you getting. What you got on there?
Like, even BGS like lately.
I can't. I will give you your props for your Sunday show. I actually get out here in the morning and have my cigar and look forward to seeing your show.
No, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
See what you guys are talking about.
Well, I was saying like even BGS said that he started watching the Penguin, and I'm assuming you put him onto it, Artisan.
I don't know. I've said it was a good show, but I don't know if he's. I hadn't talked to him about it, so if he started watching it, he started watching it.
Well, he
Usually
shared
check
your
out the
stream. He shared your stream a couple weeks ago,
Did
so
he?
I'm assuming he's checking it out. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate you, BGS. I didn't see that. I must not have been online. I wasn't live when that happened. Yeah.
No, you were live at the time. It was like a couple weeks ago.
I didn't get an alert for that. I usually get them. You usually get alerts when people share your shit. That's why I know when it's not being shared. not psychic. I don't know everything, but I do get the little alert where it's shared your video. It's like, oh, well, thank you.
Well, prior to that, we like there was dudes like up on a panel, up on a few panels that were talking about like comic books and stuff, and like I was like, if y'all want to like really find this shit out, like watch Artisan shit.
Yeah,
that's what
I mean. I don't talk about as much comics as I used to because I'm not sitting in the heart of geekdom like I used to, which is a comic book shop. So I'm not buying a bunch of comics and stuff like that. But geekdom in general, in a general sense, I mean geekdom period. I say in a general sense, not meaning I'm just giving you topographical shit. Just as a whole, all of geekdom shit. That is me, nigga. I am a geek. And like I said, I was doing my errands and my geek stuff yesterday. Motherfucker, y'all don't play Pokemon Go. You don't know nothing about no Gigamax Pokemon right now, nigga. We was getting our ass beat. We got our ass beat for an hour. 22 members of this group got our ass beat by a fucking Charizard. That shit was embarrassing. Motherfuckers were demoralized. I never seen so many in my life too. Like, I'm gonna just go home now. Thanks, y'all. See you tomorrow. It was like they was hurt. Right? Feelings was crushed. Egos was crushed. Just thought we had it. We got down to the last sliver, man. It was one of us left. So basically, how this thing works, just to explain it to you guys so you understand how funny this shit is to me. It was at least 20 people, 3 Pokemon each, right? For this major event, major raid. We all gathered at the Kohl's parking lot and we all fighting this one Pokemon. When it started, it's 22 people, 3 Pokemon each. So what the total said on there was like 65 Pokemon going against this one. Keep doing it in teams of 4, right? It got all the way down to the 20s and then it just froze. The number didn't keep dropping. And the number drops every time this thing knocks out some other Pokemon, right? It stayed at like 29 for about 5 or 10 minutes. So we thought we had a chance. It got to 28, got to 27, like, oh shit. But the meter's still going down, still taking them out. That motherfucker got to a sliver. Like you can't see the white line in the red, right? And it was one person left. And then it just got hit. And we was all out. We all sitting in cars, right? So we all ain't out there face to face with each other, right? You didn't know who was playing before then. But at that moment, you heard everybody who was playing the damn game. Oh! It looked like what? It sounded like you was in an apartment complex watching the Super Bowl, man. You just hear yelling all of a sudden. Everybody was yelling. Everybody was pissed off. We tried the next one. Couldn't get it. People started falling off after that. They was crushed. Their egos was crushed. They out there doing that shit right now because the next one was at 11 today. I wasn't making that one. It was funny as hell. And upsetting, but funny. Because motherfuckers was, you just saw them like, yeah, I'm going home. Fuck this shit today. It's all right, man. It's all right, man. It happens. You can't win all the time. We should have got it. Yeah, we should have, but that's what happened. You got to build it up. You got to train harder, then come back. Like, so Niantic just stuck it to
you know, it's playing the all here at the same time.
Yep. So that's all that happened. Niantic just stuck it to us for this event. Got everybody around the world playing this damn event, and this thing is hard as hell to beat. So even with 22 of you, you couldn't take it down. Like, shit. All right, do that shit again. See what happens. Motherfuckers gonna be dropping. But this time,
I got a question.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, like if I take my Bluetooth off because the voices are doubled. I can see you talking, I can hear you, then it comes over again.
So what it is that you still have YouTube playing in the background. If you pull up your little Windows menu, like I think you're on an Android, if you swipe up, you can see the different windows. One of them is probably YouTube. Swipe that one up to close it and just be in the StreamYard. Then you won't hear a double up or a delay.
Got it. Just did
So
it.
now you got Andre up here smoking. See, I don't usually like that shit because Andre's sitting up here smoking weed.
No, we just grown man.
I'm smoking a cigarette. I smoke a weed.
You smoking a cigarette? Yeah. YouTube be funny about that shit. I mean, I already catch
Yeah.
it. Cigars might not matter because enough people do streams with cigars, but if it look like weed, it's like, don't put that shit on the screen. You want somebody else
Definitely a cigarette.
Definitely a cigarette. Okay, he got to smoke.
Well,
his
you
stick.
definitely cannot confuse that stick.
So what it looks
Asylum.
like, Andre, is like when you grow up, you'll get a bigger one.
That's how y'all try to do me right now.
I ain't trying to, look, you can't want here showing a cigarette. You don't see me smoking shit. Sam up here with the big stogie. That's why I said he was the fucking kingpin over there. He got
Well, I
shit. He bald. Motherfucker
Over
looking like Clark Duncan on this bitch.
I get that when I go to the nightclub and smoke. These people look at me all the time. Like last night with the mask on, I was scaring people. They looked at me like, yeah, I was something out of anime.
Oh, yeah. Nah, all you need is that good suit to come in there. How y'all doing today? Like, oh shit, dude, the kingpin.
Oh, I had the dress shirt on with the vest on. I look like that dude, that bodyguard behind the boss. It's a problem. Yeah, that was me.
All right, so the only thing that I'm gonna share about Venom, not about the movie, is just like the trailers, because normally I like to show up like fucking.
Don't talk about that damn movie.
Yeah, I ain't seen it yet.
I'm not talking about the movie.
You don't got to talk about the trailer. We all seen the trailer. You gonna spoil some. You gonna inevitably spoil something. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not talking about the movies. Like the Craven trailer. Like, you think Craven is gonna be good? Because I came. Late,
Yeah,
and
I think it might be
enjoy it.
good.
I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah, because nobody knows what to expect, and the trailer is brutal. So if all these fools only want, Spectrum Kid Theater, people getting fucked up and stuff like that, then you should get that in Craven. Should be some ridiculous kills. I'm not worried about that.
Here's my take why it's gonna be a double-edged sword. For people that know Craven, grew up on the comics, watching Spider-Man and all that stuff, they can mess up because we know him. It could either be good if they stick to that, it's gonna be bad if they don't. People that don't know him, it's just gonna be an action fest. They're gonna make money on that side.
But that's the majority of the movie from going fan base.
Exactly.
Like
that's what they're going for.
The normies. That's the movie going fan base. They don't know this character from reading the damn comic book. They know Aaron Taylor Johnson from Kick-Ass and Tenet and all the movies that he's been in, Bullet Train. They like him. And then it's supposed to be another comic book character. They'll go for that reason. And people getting beat the hell up in it. Fine.
Right.
Fine. They'll go watch it for that reason. Trust me. If you ever out at the theater and you in there to see something really geek related, look at the audience that you standing in line with. Listen to their conversations that they're having. They don't know shit about this. Most of them don't. They just going because it's a movie that's out.
Like,
so those people who watch the movie giving you, oh, it was good, it was bad. They don't fucking know.
Well, me personally, I don't know anything about Craven, so like I had to look it up. Well, I did read that apparently like he's a villain and he really doesn't like Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's a hunter. He was brought in to actually hunt Spider-Man. Right? Basically, think of Craven as the old school great white hunter. That's what he did. He went out there and captured and killed the biggest game around. He's a big game hunter. Spider-Man was on that list. He has some skills. Think of him as Black Panther without the root. Okay. He's just a regular dude for the most part. The way they're doing it in that show, they're making him like, fucking Alan Quartermain or some shit like that. He got some spiritual shit happening from fucking around with Lion. Okay. Different universe. Fine. Fuck it. Okay. Whatever.
It looks like they took what's her name that does that. Like it's almost on some Brave Star shit. Power of the Puma. The Power of the Lion. That's what they look like. They look like they see. They can't get. That's why I keep telling people. I had this conversations at the gym with my boys all the time. They can't slide this stuff past people like me and you. Like I know where you got that. It's either you got that from that cartoon or you got that from that character who summons something from a totem because he doesn't have abilities like that. But now he does.
Well, I'm gonna have to call out Rainfire for that. Like, if you were really treating it like an ugly chick, you wouldn't have brought it up.
What did he say? I saw Venom. I'm going to treat it like an ugly chick today. I'm telling nobody nothing. Okay, don't say anything to anybody. Well, I mean, I can't talk about it today. I wanted to see it yesterday, but like I said, man, I had a fucking headache. I couldn't even watch. I sent Bane a picture yesterday. I was trying to watch Airplane. I fell asleep before they ended.
They're down to smack him, yak him.
God, yeah. Oh my God. I was trying to watch Airplane and had me a good laugh. My eyes was hurting. My head was hurting. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Did I just no. That shit turned off and went on to what did I wake up? It was playing some other spoof shit. I'm like, why is this on? No. So I didn't go anywhere to watch Venom. I have to go watch Venom today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out today.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna check
my little review. I've been on my horror movie from the classics to whatever comes up now, and I'd rather go back to classics. This shit out here is horrible.
Yeah, I told you. See, this is the benefit of having somebody that knows you in real life. When you say these things like, I've talked about this for years, they can validate that. Yes, Nick, I've heard you say this years ago. I never liked horror movies all year round. I never did. This is the only time I would want to see horror movies, but because they saturated the market with horror movies that they just dropped them motherfuckers any time of the year, like, Christmas, Valentine's Day, Bastille Day, Labor Day, they'll drop horror movies. It's oversaturated. People are numb to this shit. It doesn't even matter now. Like, what are you watching for? You told me about that last movie, Bane. What did you tell me about? The kills.
Yeah.
Nothing to talk about but the kills. I was like, well, that's all the shit people watching it for. Spectrum Kid Theater, dude. Let me see somebody get killed.
So if we're talking about horror movies, because there's a movie out right now that I was considering watching it, but
don't you fucking say Terrorizer 3.
Yeah, that's the one I was gonna say. But it's like I never heard there was a 1 and I never heard there was a 1 and 2.
That's actually number 4.
Yeah, there is a 1 and 2. You have to go
back.
Terrorizer
comes from All Hallows Eve. It was an anthology movie, and that's where Arc the Clown comes from. So if you watch that, you'll understand when I was telling Artisan about when I went and saw it. It's not a horror movie. It's like he just said. It's Spectrum Kid Theater. It's just a gore fest. There's nothing scary about it. It's just violence. To the point where it's not even really like this one. It's not really even entertaining because they're trying to force feed you now. Okay, this IP is getting popular. Oh crap, we need a backstory. So how do we piece it together to even explain what this dude is? And it makes no sense.
So the only thing that I seen from that was that it kind of looked like the dude that was in the It movie.
It's a play on you Artisan. You probably know that Fear Clowns.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Something like that. Basically, with the way he comes from, it was if you ever see the horror movie, the anthology VHS, which has like 1 million of them, that's pretty much what All Hallows Eve is. So that's where he comes from. It's not really anything to do with it. It was just a clown that just another clown. Yeah, just another clown, and then that character took off, and then they did his story, his first one. It's just violence. There's really no story to this dude doing anything other than just mutilating people.
And Bane was the one, I think you were the one who brought the Saw to me at first. Bane watched horror movies and B movies and old Japanese movies, right? Old kung fu movies and shit like that. And I think you brought me Saw. And what did I tell you? I got off of Saw on after a couple of episodes because it just got into the gore. It wasn't about the story anymore, not giving people a reason to try to fucking live or make you appreciate your life anymore. Now it's just, let's just see what the kills look like. Bro,
and that's all I tell
America,
people.
I don't need entertainment on that part. Okay, I'm living it. Like, I'm good.
And that's exactly what I tell people. It's the same thing pretty much after what was it? Friday 13th 4 doesn't count because that was even Jason. So actually that's the one with when all of a sudden they have a girl with psychic abilities bringing Jason back to life. At this point, let me see the kills because the storyline is dead. We already know it, so you can't really come up with anything more inventive other than the kills. The best kill is still the sleeping bag against a tree. I don't care. Fight me. But everything after that. Saw 2 was good. After that, it's like Final Destination. It's the same story. You're repeating yourself. So this entertained me at this point. Let me see how inventive. Let me see this imagination in the kills. Because your imagination ran out in the story.
Yeah. And that's what happens with this stuff. So when I've thought about horror movies to watch this year, like I was going to put out a watch list of what horror movies I would watch this year, or scary movies for Halloween, right? No One Lives came to the top of the list, not just because of the kills. It wasn't because of the kills, because I like Luke Evans. And that movie was like a B WWE movie, but it was actually really good because they fucked around with some dude that they thought was weak sauce, and turned out this motherfucker is a Craven the Hunter. He hunt people. That's what he do. That's all he does, is just hunt and kill people. And they ain't fucked around and messed with him and got into some shit they shouldn't have seen. And he found out this dude is crazy. He gonna come for you. No, leave me alone. No, he had a girl locked in his trunk. Put her back in the trunk. Put me back in the trunk. He gonna come get all of y'all. I was like, what the fuck? That movie was good. It was a good movie. It's that one.
I like movies like that.
Yeah, it was that one. It's another one called Shutter with the spirit photography and stuff like that. That was creepy as hell. That was another good one. The other one I thought of, I want to watch Dracula Untold again because it's Luke Evans. And I like the Dracula movie, right? Like the armor and stuff like that in that one. And then Nightbreed. I got to watch Nightbreed down there every year, dude. It's like watching
meat.
Like Christmas time.
It's meat.
Yeah, it's meat.
It's meat. That movie goes up there with one of my list of only movies to ever creep me out other than Silver Bullet.
Yes.
Nightbreed creeped me out as a kid. Dude with I want to go to the under the slice. That movie.
Yes.
That goes on the list.
Nightbreed has to be watched every Halloween, just like I'm watching It's a Wonderful Life for Christmas. I got to watch Nightbreed for Halloween, like, dude. It's just one of them good movies, man.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So I know y'all are from a different generation, but like,
obviously,
the scariest movie for me was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original one.
I've never actually seen that. I've seen pieces.
The original one?
Yeah, the original one.
Well, maybe not like because I believe there was one that came out before, like the one that I seen, which was like
that's the original one.
Well, I wasn't sure because like with these movies, there's always ones that come out like early '80s, '90s, shit like that. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I believe, like early 2000s, like that shit scared the hell out of me, man.
I know you need to see the original one, the one like from the 70s.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Go back.
Earlier.
Yeah. Go back where there was no filters, where they weren't afraid of offending people. Our generation, movies like that.
Yeah, like Airplane.
Yeah. Airplane.
That's why I watched it.
You know what I found on YouTube that I have not seen in years? Zorro the Gay Blade. Yes, I had to watch it.
What?
Zorro, one of them characters, man. I love him. Zorro, Lone Ranger characters like that.
Oh man,
watch
that. I remember that one. What's called from Doc Brown? That Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
Just the soundtrack of that is epic to me. Like I remember growing up, I had the toys. See, that's what stuff like that I'm talking about. Like Airplane, even Zorro the Gay Blade. We grew up on movies that had a really good writing, and they weren't worried about offending anybody. Come on, you got Zorro running around in a lime green suit with a whip with a with a twin brother that's gay as hell. We didn't trip off that. It was entertaining. The villain was the best part of the story. We're running and jumping and running in place. Running and jumping and running in place. We found the people. Like that dude was hilarious. It was about entertaining.
Yeah, dude. Wait a minute. Let me go ahead and get my fucking 1981. Yeah, you know it was offensive theater.
Mhm.
No offense was spared.
None.
Wait a minute. Let me help y'all out. For all y'all youngins that's in the building, this is what old people are good for. That's why you talk to old people, or older people, I should say that. So you learn you something.
Zany, sensational.
You recognize that famous sign, huh?
Oh, yes, senor. It is a number 2.
No, it's the sign of
Oh, sorrow!
That is a little more like it.
20th Century Fox and Melvin Simon Productions present George Hamilton. And George Hamilton as one destiny,
To help the helpless,
2 brothers,
to befriend the friendless,
1 legend,
to defeat the defeatless.
2 color schemes,
Keep them guessing.
thrill to the magnificent return of the 2 and only Zorro.
What are you waiting for? Here he is, arrested
Swing with Zorro, ball with Zorro, and catch a few Z's with Zorro.
You're the bravest man I ever met.
I'm very impressed myself, too.
Out of the night, out of the past, out
They don't know about this.
from George Hamilton, Lauren Hutton, Brenda Vaccaro, Ron Liebman, and a cast of peasants. A gay blade.
To this day, that song still just makes me smile. Just hearing that song come on makes me smile.
Oh, what the fuck? Double Toasted did a bad movie roasted and shit. Oh my god. Hey, how long ago? A year ago they did this. Oh man, I gotta watch this. This is going on to watch later. I know they was flaming this shit. Oh my god.
These kids today would not survive our childhood.
No, they'd be too offended. Oldness. Oh my god, I gotta clutch my pearls.
Well, I'm gonna just say this.
Shout out to
Watching that
Oldness.
just
What up, JT? Talking about check out the Black Phone. Yeah, Black Phone was on my list. I didn't go see it in the theater though. With
Black Phone.
Ethan Hawke playing a scary character. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
That got overshadowed a bit by him being in Moon Knight that year. But the Black Phone, yeah, that was on the list. What did he say? There was no political correctness in the 80s and it was glorious. Exactly. That was just the 80s. That wasn't hella long ago. That was just the 80s, motherfucker. They did all kind of offensive shit in the 80s.
Nothing was spared. Nobody
was spared. Everybody took it as a joke. Nobody was all upset and shit. It was gay dudes in an airplane. What can you make of this? Oh, I can make a brooch. I can make a hat. He was funny as shit. He was one of the funniest dudes in the whole movie.
The lights went out. Just playing.
Yeah. Pull the plug on that shit just to be funny. Yeah, so
even the higher Hare Krishna is, would you like to give? No, I gave it to office.
Yep. Gave it to the office. Zoro gave where his brother was Bunny Wigglesworth.
Bunny Wigglesworth.
Well, I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna stand up for the millennials and
Silver
that
Streak.
movie
Richard,
looked like ass. I'm probably gonna watch it, but That was probably
Dude, if you want to have a laugh, and you're not too damn sensitive, you watch you some old 80s comedies.
Mm-hmm.
Some old 80s comedies.
I'm talking Porky's. What we got? We got Porky's. We got Ski School, Ski Patrol. All those just can't be.
Hamburger.
Hamburger movie.
Meatballs.
It's good, by God.
Caddyshack, dude. Watch comedies, dude. You will laugh your ass off. Like Herb is saying
dude, Meatball. What was that? Meatballs 2? Meatballs 2 before Pee Wee Herman was Pee Wee Herman. What's that for you and the horse you rode in?
Yeah. Bruh. Paul Rubin. R.I.P.
Artisan, we cannot leave out Cheech and Chong's movie.
No, I was going to say Cheech and Chong. As soon as you said Pee Wee Herman, I was like, Cheech and Chong?
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. He was high. He was high as hell in the back of that cop squad.
I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Hamburger Man made an impact on me when I was young. Dude, I remember that. He said he's not sorry. You want to see what happens when somebody go to an insane asylum? Hamburger Man was at the insane asylum.
And see, for me, it was a treat because my dad, Pops, he's a movie guy. Mm-hmm. And so it was a treat for me to be able to sneak in and either sneak and watch what he's watching, or he'll look at me like Silver Bullet is why that movie, I wouldn't say traumatized, it was the first one I got scared off. Because I was sitting on the corner of the hallway. He saw me. He's like, all right, you can come watch this, but keep your ass out of my bed. You sleeping in your room tonight. And okay, cool. That funeral scene got me. When the whole church turned and come out of the coffins, I was under my bed looking. Oh, and Fright Night. He got me on Fright Night too. Fright Night.
Yeah, Fright Night was another one.
Mm-hmm.
For real. George Hamilton, what did Rainfire say? George Hamilton did that, and Love at First Bite was a good one. At the same time,
First Bite.
It's about offending people. So, Hamburger, Hard Bodies. Yep, I've seen both of those.
Yep.
Revenge of the Nerds, obvious classic. One of the things you need to think about if you watch any of these old comedy movies, look at the people who are in it. Just read the cast list. These are all known stars that you know of now who have gone on to do serious roles and be big names in Hollywood. Started out doing these ridiculous ass comedies. Why do I like Tom Hanks? Why do I like Tom Hanks? Watching Bosom Buddies. He was cross-dressing. It was to get cheaper housing to stay in the room in a building full of women. Like, come on, man.
Hey, with a bomb-ass intro song by Billy Joel.
Yeah. Like, come on.
That went number 1 on the charts. Like, come on now.
Yeah, The Jerk, Private Benjamin, Splash these are all good movies. Stripes, all-time favorite for me. Stripes.
That's a fact, Jack. See, y'all gonna have me just lay lines all day long because they're in the Rolodex.
So I got one for y'all, and y'all are this is obviously gonna age me, but
you know how old you are.
Yeah, I only recently just found out that Blade was an R movie. I didn't know that.
You didn't know? Yeah, no. That's why when they talk this shit about the first R-rated comic book movie, you're like, excuse me, did you forget Blade? But they don't. It's funny how these motherfuckers like to count shit nowadays. It's only new when they did it. That's whatever. It already happened, but whatever.
Or the fact that Blade even saved Marvel, got him out of bankruptcy. Because they didn't expect it to blow up the way it did. But yet they'll talk about Iron Man being the one that saved it. Like, nah, if it wasn't for Blade, you wouldn't have none of this.
Well, that's the thing. And I got corrected on something I forgot about. So shout out to the Critical Drinker. He was doing his thing about the whole Blade thing. And he reminded me of something that I had left out when I did my stream last week. And I was talking about the progression of these movies. I forgot about The Crow. The Crow came before Spawn and Blade. The Crow was out there. Now, The Crow was an under movie, but it was a comic book character, and it was a comic book movie that had cult following, cult success. So everything does build off of one thing: Crow, Spawn, Blade. Blade was financially successful, where Spawn wasn't as financially successful, and then went on to spawn Spider-Man, X-Men, and then eventually Iron Man. So it was movies in there. I just forgot about The Crow being in that list in the beginning, coming right before then. So shout out to the Drinker for that shit. Thanks for correcting. So I don't have a problem saying, yep, I totally missed that, even though that's one of my favorite movies. I totally forgot about the year it came out. Came out before Blade. So peace. Appreciate that. But yeah, everything else was spot on. I just forgot one part in the beginning. Everything else is spot on. It's funny when you live through shit.
Well, Spawn also came out before Blaze.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
Look, you trying to age me? Like Spawn also came out before Blaze. I know that, nigga. I said that. I still got my movie ticket from going to see Spawn.
Yeah, I remember when Spawn was. I remember when Image even got created, and we first time ever seeing Spawn on print.
Exactly.
So for us, it was different. Our generation is different because we got to see the first of all this stuff.
Exactly.
The inception, the creation of it, and then from paper to one media to another. It was just a glorious time because you never seen this, and now it's one of those things. It's kind of like the Friends situation. You wouldn't have Friends if you didn't have a living single. They took it, blew it up, and all of a sudden, now we're gonna just copy and paste and just change everything. Yeah. And that's all they're doing now. We don't see anything. You didn't expect Alien to have You didn't even expect Alien to have a part 2. They didn't even go. A lot of people don't know when they did Alien. They didn't even have a premiere. They didn't think that shit was going to work.
No, it just hit this theater.
Yeah, it would hit the theater, and they got a phone call. Hey, go downtown. He was like, "Why? Just go downtown to the theater." And the line was around the corner. They didn't expect it to work.
Because that's how they made. Back when they made movies like that, they just made movies. They had an idea. Maybe they sold it to the studio. The studio gave them money to do it. They went out there and made the movie and put it out there. It wasn't the social media focus group situation happening. They just put things out there. So they didn't know what was going to resonate with the audience necessarily. They knew they wanted to do this creative venture, this creative idea, and they wanted to put it out there and see who gravitated to it. It just so happens nowadays that those people who initially went to see something weird like that, liked it, grew up, had children, got them into it, and that became this larger fan base. Once that movie went around the world and stuff like that, that became the larger fan base. That wasn't the mainstream audience. That was the cult followings of these things. So they've become franchises. Well, when they make shit like this nowadays, they want to have a focus group. They know they want to make it a franchise and all the rest of that shit, but they don't have the secret sauce, which is called fucking creativity. They
so
don't have
Artisan, I have a question for you and Black Bane. This is going to be a difficult question.
If it's about what I was just saying, to certainly choose listening to that, then yeah. Nope. Yeah, I don't think so. Go ahead.
What do you think is better, Spawn or Blaze?
Two separate characters.
Yeah, two separate worlds, two separate situations.
But Spawn could kill Blade any day of the week.
But I'm thinking about it.
You're not going to get me to beefing with two black men about who's better than the other one. Because I like both.
That wasn't what I was trying to do. But
I got Spawn statues in my living room and Blade statues in my living room. I like both of them. But Spawn could kill Blade all day.
Yeah. Now, you go story-wise, we're not talking about the movie. You get in the comment.
Spawn.
Man, Spawn had a cold story. Chapel? That boy was a problem.
Chapel, Billy Kincaid, fucking overt kill.
Oh yeah.
Just clown running amok. Dude, if they actually did Spawn movies like they did the HBO series, like McDrama Bear was mentioning in here, the animated Spawn series was on HBO was awesome because it was actually closer to the comic books. If they did that in live action, that would be your horror movies. You can get a Spawn movie every Halloween. Every Halloween, you can get another Spawn movie, but they don't want to give Todd the money to do his own goddamn movies for his own fucking character. Like, oh, he don't know what he's doing. Well, you know what? There's another dude that didn't know what he was doing, was not a Hollywood person. He just wrote a script for some characters he created, and it became a big hit. And they're going to work on the third movie now, and it's called Boondock Saints and Troy Duffy. And it worked. They about to have their 25-year anniversary. Yeah, and putting it back in theaters. Yeah, I'll go see it in the theaters.
Oh yeah,
I love Boondock Saints. It was made by somebody who was not in Hollywood. He's a fucking bartender and a bouncer.
Man, Boondock Saints had so much
more merchandise. He like a George Lucas.
Boondock Saints had so much pull when it came out in my neighborhood. Everybody's wearing pea coats after that damn movie in Richmond.
Getting tattoos and saying prayers and shit. Catholic church right down the street. You ain't never been in that motherfucker.
Yeah, if you saw cats wearing pea coats in the hood, they saw Boondock Saints. That's what it was. Everybody like, I was wearing pea coats.
Shout out to I have to say this because that's where I found out about the shit from. Shout out to Film Threat because they did an interview with Troy Duffy, and he was talking about how the movie is getting a theatrical release again for the 25-year, 30-year anniversary. They never had that before. They was in limited amount of theaters before. They barely did theaters. So this was the way it was, like direct to video or some shit like that at that time when the movie came out. This is the first time it'll be in theaters. I was like, oh shit, I gotta go see that like I saw Ninja Scroll. Hell yeah, I'll give you some money for this shit. Yeah. But when he did the calculation for how much it would have made if it was in the theaters, it was something like 30 million or something like that. It's like, nigga, that would have gave you a second movie quicker.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason I even know who Norman Reedus is. This was way before Walking Dead. This is way before Blade 2. I'm like, bro, that's one of the McManus brothers. What are you talking about? I know who that dude is. Yeah, I'll watch him. He's funny. No, you just don't know. It was a bunch of stuff in that movie that was really cool. The second one kind of went off the rails, but I still liked it. Man, hell yeah. I
didn't like the little sidekick in part 2, but yeah, that's good parts.
Romeo was fun though. I liked his little thing. I got his reaction up here. I know.
Yeah, that was the best part. The ding dong. He's trying to say his catchphrase.
Hold on. Here it is. Hold on.
Sure.
Y'all hear it? If you can hear that, you can hear it. But if you couldn't, up on it. Yeah, that was funny. The ding dong, his catchphrase was funny. But yeah, that's original idea getting put out there, not knowing up front, didn't have no focus groups or anything like that to figure out, no, this will be a hit and this is a franchise we can come into and steal and make some money off of it. That wasn't what it was. Somebody had an idea, wrote a script, made a movie, first time director. He hadn't directed shit. He hadn't written shit before. Put it out there and it fucking worked. Cultural cultural love for it. That doesn't happen like that anymore. That's why they get all in their feelings by telling you stuff that you're supposed to like now. Like you're supposed to like the Acolyte.
Yeah, I refuse to watch that.
The what?
Yeah, exactly, Andre. Exactly. The what? Yeah, exactly. It's exactly where that shit should be. Memory hold. Like you should never remember that you had this. Act like you got some of that Sophia electric shock treatment and you just don't remember that shit. You just don't.
I've been saying for a while, like I've never heard of any Blade movie other than the first one. So
number 2. You missed number 2. You missed number 2.
Okay. It was okay.
Shit. Number 1 was good. If you like number 1, you had to have seen number 2. Number 2 was a lot better.
Well, somebody told me about the other Blade movies, but I never personally watched them.
I'll just say this for the progression. If you've only seen Blade 1 and not seen Blade 2, the progression of the character is better in Blade 2 because from Blade 1 to Blade 2, Blade number 1, he's more reserved. When you hit to number 2, he's actually comfortable with what he's doing. He'll smile, a little bit more humor and stuff like that. But his fight scenes are a lot better too.
A lot better.
Lot better, boy. You can see like Bane is somebody who studies martial arts, right? He knows styles. You can see all the styles he mixing up in this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
If you listen to the commentary on it, you can hear Wesley telling you about all the different styles he's putting into these fight scenes and stuff. And you got Donnie motherfucking Yen in it.
Well, I was actually being.
That's the only thing I didn't like. They did not use Donnie Yen enough. Donnie, I got excited just for seeing Donnie Yen. I thought it was about to go down.
But yes and no, because Donnie Yen was one of the people helping them do the fight choreography.
Right.
So he was in it.
Yeah.
Well, I was actually being sarcastic. I watched all the Blade movies, but I only remember Blade 1 for some reason.
You only watched 2 of them? What do you mean all of them?
I watched like all 3. I watched Trilogy as well.
Oh, you seen both of them? You seen them both, right?
Yeah, I seen both. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I always see both.
Okay, you seen both.
A masterclass of sarcasm, just saying.
Yeah. Pulling that Jedi mind trick on his ass. Giving him that Sith speak. Yeah, you only saw 2 of them. There were only 2 movies.
Yeah, the third one is a figment of your imagination.
What is this third shit you keep talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. There's only 2 Blade movies. And there've only ever been 2 Blade movies.
There will only ever be 2 Blade.
There will only ever be 2 Blade. These people weren't willing to take a chance. Well, yes and no. They were willing to be creative because that's what Hollywood used to do. But Hollywood fell off right before the 2000s, like mid-90s. They start falling off when they start farming everything else for ideas. Comic books, television, and stuff like that. They start farming those for ideas, which means that Hollywood was actually bankrupt of people who actually made ideas. So you think about it, from the 80s on, if you were getting some of the most creative stuff, like Ghostbusters came out in the 80s, right? Most of these franchises that you like from the 80s, and then by the mid-90s, these people don't make movies anymore. That means that whole generation of people who are really creative left. And now you got these new cats in here who are not fucking creative. That's where you get the rise of so many goddamn remakes.
And artists, I don't mean to butt in, but I'm gonna say something's gonna be kind of controversial because the whole anti-drug thing.
Oh, God forbid.
Most of this, the reason why, because in the 80s, these fuckers were high when they were coming up with a lot of this shit. Stephen King, if you go back and watch Maximum Overdrive, he was coked out of his mind the entire movie. And he admitted it. He don't even remember directing the movie. He was high. We had a classic. Big Trouble in Little China. When he made, made that, Hollywood was like, John Carpenter, Hollywood was like, hell no. Not but a bunch of Asian people. But just because Kurt Russell and him are friends and they work together on the thing, he saw his creativity. Is like, you know what? You're my boy. You're my boy. I'm gonna jump in, and then that's why I got greenlit. A lot of people don't know. If you watch the first part, I think I told you about it. If you watch Big Trouble in Little China, the first scene with Egg talking to the lawyer was filmed months after because the movie's not about Jack Burton. They didn't like that.
So Black Bane, I'm glad you brought that up because that when I was looking up like the whole Thanos stuff, I was learning that apparently like the creator was like he was high out of his mind when he created him.
Thanos were.
Yeah, like the creator of Thanos. So like I heard that he was like high out of his mind when he
was Starlin. I think it was. I wouldn't doubt it. There's a look. There was an age where even now a lot of people use fucking drugs. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't use drugs. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I know a lot of people have created stuff who have used drugs, right? You find out the behind the scenes story. That's what the fuck it was, right? Okay, it happens. I might not approve of it, but it does happen. It doesn't take away from the fact that the creative idea had to be in them anyway.
Right.
The creative spark had to be there. What's the difference between one person being high and grabbing a guitar and playing the fuck out of it, and another person being high, can't remember the goddamn notes and just sitting there vomiting all over the place? They didn't have the creativity to begin with. didn't have it anyway. So that creative energy and that spark and those ideas have to come out of somebody who actually has those to begin with. Drugs is a way, or they have used it in a way to open up that pathway. A lot of people don't have that pathway. That's why everybody ain't producing a lot of creative work. It's just not. And that don't make no excuse for fucking Hollywood being as bankrupt with creativity as they are, that they can only remake or give you a sequel. And it's never as good as the original, and doesn't improve on anything that the original did, because they don't understand the shit either.
No.
It's like giving somebody a paragraph to read and say, what does this paragraph mean? It meant such and such. Man, that wasn't even in the goddamn paragraph. What are you talking about? They can't comprehend. They don't comprehend. Well, he was a misogynist. He took his daughter to school. Yeah, she could walk on her own. Like, oh my fucking God.
By the problem with everything.
Oh, yeah. Like, oh my God.
Again, don't take a chance. This work, do that. Just paint it a different color. Like, no, you need something different. It's not gonna work.
What's up, McDrama Bear? I'm telling you, you need a logo that like a bear with a butcher knife or something like that. Just something to play on that drama bear. Like
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I got
like a teddy bear that wants to smoke.
Okay, I got you. I'm gonna do that today.
Artisan, you got to clip that because McDrama Bear is gonna come out with some fire.
That's what he was trying to say, but you cut him off. What you got, Bear?
It's all good. No, man, I'm with you. What you guys talking about? I mean, I think I mentioned in the chat. I think they were able to make more creative movies in the past because the budgets were just way smaller. Even for the biggest budget movies, they were nowhere near as expensive as movies are now, and they were able to recoup on video and DVD sales. Like I think Matt Damon talked about this, where the video release and the DVD release was like a whole new movie release, right? And it was a whole separate opportunity to make
a whole another
as much money, right?
Whole another revenue stream, basically. Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. They have it nowadays too, but they do it so fucking wrong. I keep hearing, look, I'm giving props today to people. I keep hearing Valiant Renegade talk about this shit because he talks more financial shit, right? He talks the back end. I don't talk the back end because I don't look at all that shit all the time. I don't think it's that damn interesting for everybody, right? But he talks about it all the time because that's what he does professionally, right? And he talks about these ancillary markets and where they fuck up with the streaming and stuff. They always put these movies out that suck, and then they put the streaming movie on their platform instead of licensing it to somebody like Netflix or something like that, so somebody pays them for it. Instead of now it's just sitting on your fucking streaming service. Well, you can buy a subscription for $20 and maybe you can see it again. Well, maybe I don't want to. Now you just lost money. Now it's just sitting there not being used. It makes more sense to me if you want that DVD, video sale, direct-to-video recoup, give that shit to Amazon. Give it to Netflix and do it. You don't need your own fucking streaming service. For what? It's like cable all over again. I'm not watching your channel. I'm not watching your channel. And if I pay 30 days for your channel, I can watch everything I want to in 30 days. You only got $20 for a whole year, motherfucker.
I think they're going to get to that point because
they better.
What's going to happen is I think there may or may not be certain exclusive things that they have on their service for like a little bit. But I think what they're going to start doing is just having free tiers to Netflix, free tiers to whatever streaming service, because they end up making more money on the ads anyways, and then just licensing their content to cable, to NBC, to Amazon Prime, to whatever, and then they'll be able to make more money that way.
Yeah, I look at it like this. George Lucas with Star Wars made money mostly on what? It wasn't the movies. It was all the licensing.
Mm-hmm.
It was all the licensing for those characters. Let somebody else eat off this shit. Yeah, the toys and stuff. Let somebody else eat off this shit. Kenner made hella money off of selling Star Wars toys. Fucking the video games company made hella money making Lucasfilms or LucasArts licensed games and shit like that. Do that shit. The fuck you trying to be all selfish for? We gonna make all the money and sell it. No, you about to take a loss because we don't like you, Disney.
And that's let me cut you off.
Go ahead, Andre, and then Bang.
I was just gonna add on to what you said. It's just like I've never been a Star Wars fan, but I have played the games. Well, some of the games at least. Like back to like PlayStation 1, I think was like the first Star Wars game I played.
Okay. Well, that's just because you're in a different generation. You was in that generation that came up to Star Wars where it wasn't. I wouldn't say it wasn't influential for you guys because Black Bang gave me the term Clone Wars babies. Clone Wars babies.
You're Clone Wars baby.
Clone Wars babies, but we the OG Star Wars babies. Like, oh my God, did you see? You know, being at the theater, seeing the first one, like this is amazing. You know, so it's more like it's like something we could have just passed over. Like,
hey, Artisan, we're the ones about to start the Wars towards before the fuckers are even produced. Remember, we got the coupon like you'll be in the mail. We bought a big black box for nothing. There was nothing in it. Remember when they did that when it came out?
I bought the toys. I had the Luke Skywalker with the slot in his arm where the lightsaber was there, and you pushed the little thing and it slid out of his hand. And I burnt that shit on the iron because the lightsaber was supposed to be hot. So,
right.
Yeah. So
Star Wars was such a big thing back in the day. People bought the toys off of a fucking IOU. A lot of them weren't even out yet. We just bought the coupon and it was coming. It didn't matter. I remember it had the big Darth Vader case. I was just waiting for that guy to come in. That's what it was. And like to go iterate what you're saying about George Lucas and his licensing, that's why when Mel Brooks came to him with the idea of Spaceballs, George don't do it. That's awesome. Yeah. You just can't make the toys. That's why that was in the movie. He's like, it's all about marketing. Because that's where he made his money from.
Merchandising.
Merchandising. And that came straight from a conversation we had.
You know what? Thanks for reminding me. That's the movie that came on after Airplane last night. When I fell asleep on Airplane, when I woke up at midnight, the movie that was playing was fucking Spaceballs.
I love that movie.
Because I saw John Candy. I'm like, what the fuck? Being in a little diner and the chick, the waitress bent over and his tail is like,
oh,
can't do anything with it. It has a mind of its own. Like,
did we stop? Yeah, okay. We'll take a break. Smoke if you got them. Stuff like that was great. But today, they don't do that.
No. Shout out to Rainfire. He says, speaking of Spawn, I saw John Leguizamo's first two stand-ups, Mambo Mouth and Spice-O-Rama. He would get canceled for that stuff today. Yes, he would. I liked John Leguizamo before and knew of him as a stand-up comedian because I like stand-up comedy before he got the Spawn movie. When he was in the Spawn movie, I thought it was cool. He did a good clown for me. I was fine with that. I know what he went through to be playing that damn role, sitting there squatting the whole damn time. It's like, damn, that was a stretch.
Oh, you thought he was bad? Look up Sam Kinison.
Oh, hell yeah. Sam and Andrew Dice Clay, they was the masters of fucking canceled for stepping on the show. Like you put them on the headline marquee, nah, they'd be canceled, bro.
Yeah,
you can't do no stand-up here.
And we don't know about Sam Kinison. This man was a preacher or a pastor, fell out of faith and became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, he had something to say. Boy, it was raw with it. And want to come on stage with both his girlfriends.
Go ahead, want to talk about someone who was more creative on drugs? I mean, let's talk. Let's be honest.
Crow was a flop, but gained success in video. Cult following and left for Brandon Lee. Yep. Most of these movies were cult followings. They were not huge box office successes. Blade, The Crow, Spawn, they weren't huge box office successes. I think Spawn saw more success from the HBO side of it with the animated, the anime than the movie because the movie changed some shit, which was fine. Like you got Cagliostro from the comics in the Blade movie. Well, if you don't recognize who that actor is, you probably never seen Excalibur and knew who Merlin was. That's the same actor. You don't know that. It's like, oh, dude, this is awesome. Like
another classic.
Another classic actor. But the Spawn movie, I liked it for what it was, and there's somebody out there who got a box of those original Spawn toys from that movie from my storage space that my ex-wife had that got sold off. Fuck you, you're welcome. Fuck you, and you're welcome. Because that was a box.
For somebody that was there, I feel your pain, my guy. I feel your pain. I'm a witness to that. Yeah,
make money. If you still got it in the box, if you tore it open and let your kids play with it, then you fucked up. Good for you. But otherwise, all them Spawn toys from that movie, I still had in boxes, packed away.
All right, so like the Spawn movie, like what I liked most about that movie was that it was black
You
dude
saw
that
it?
like he got yeah, I've seen it multiple times actually. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm like like I had to say I'm ashamed that I forgot about it when like people are bringing the Blade conversations as like the first like Marvel movie. Like I actually forgot about Spawn, so I'm ashamed to say that I forgot about it. But I watched it multiple times, like when I was younger and stuff. And yeah, when I watched the movie, like what I liked about it was that he got effed over, and he came back and like he went hard.
That's what she said.
Right.
Alphategi said. Now,
But again, if you really think about Spawn, it goes into the same. Oh, sorry.
Now almost everything follows a copy and paste formula, and execs, excuse me, get bent out of shape if they don't clear $1 billion, because Marvel set that standard of making $1 billion. So everybody think they're supposed to be making $1 billion now because y'all just supposed to be mindless fucking lemmings that run in there and give them money like that. If that's their expectation, they fucked up. And you can see that they fuck it up because everything is not supposed to be making $1 billion. That was like unheard of at the time that it happened. And it ain't happened that much afterwards. And that's the way it should be. I'm not upset about that. You shouldn't keep spending more money and thinking you about to make $1 billion or some shit. And you don't put no love, no effort, no creativity into the project that you fucking making.
Well, I think buying habits got really disrupted by the pandemic, right? That was a huge disruption to people's movie going sort of habit. I think for a long time, people just was like, let's Friday, let's go to the movies. And then for a good stretch, a couple years, people couldn't go to the movies. That instantly broke the spell of, wow, we don't really have to go to a movie to get the same experience. We can just do it at home, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The pandemic showed you that, you know what? I spent a lot of money on this surround sound system and this big TV in my house, and it's streaming, and they gonna drop it on a streaming service that I can pay for to watch. Man, fuck the theater. I was in the theater during the pandemic, like being one of 4 people in there with a mask on watching a movie. Like, no, people decided, really got in the habit of, you know what? I can stay home and watch that. I got a good system at home.
Well, the argument that McJohn Bear just brought up, like that is a true thing. But like real like fans, they're gonna watch this stuff regardless, because basically like I could bootleg the shit that I want to watch, like, but I choose to pay for like the movies that I like.
Where's my boy Ray Hama, the pirate of the streaming sea? That's the only way he watched that shit.
Well, like the whole thing I'm trying to say is that like I could bootleg this shit, but it's like I'm gonna pay to support the stuff that I actually like.
Well, that's usually what I do. I go to the theaters because I have enough friends now, or known enough people who worked in actual theaters and how they work and how they get their money and stuff like that. They ain't making it off that movie in there. They're not. That's so much of that money is getting kicked back to the damn studio, especially Disney, little gouging asses.
Yeah.
That I understand that me going to a theater, me buying my popcorn, my candy, my drink, if it's at, a theater that does the speakeasy style, getting me some alcoholic drink or whatever, all of that shit goes into the people who actually work at that theater and that theater staying open. So since the pandemic, I really understood and learned how all of this shit works and gets funded. That's why I will go to certain theaters to spend my money in there to watch this movie. Yeah, I could wait and watch it later, but I'm doing it to support the people who actually have to eat off of this shit. So when I think about how much a movie make, I don't give a fuck about how much the movie made. I care about, did the theaters get taken care of? Because I like going to the theater. I like going to the theater and seeing that people actually have a goddamn job, because teenagers need it to do. So that's how
I think we're gonna see more. I mean, we'll see. But if movie theaters are going to survive, I think we're going to see the movie companies, like you're going to see MGM, you're going to see Disney own AMC. right? And then
I hope
all of a
they
sudden
don't.
I think that's the only way they're going to survive. And then that whole licensing cost gets cut down because they can just release it directly to the theater. And I think someone like Disney, for instance, I think if you're going to ask me to spend $75 to $100 or more to have a good night at the theater, they make it a little bit more of an event, right? So
75 at a theater? Like, where are you going,
Fuck
bro?
you.
You must live in Cali or some shit. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I do.
Hell no. Okay, I mean, drama beer in the same place I am. I'm not paying $75 at no fucking movie.
Right.
That's
But
I mean, I
I'm
can see if it was me and a bunch of other people all going to the theaters together to watch something. Yeah, I can understand $75 being spent. Right, like say the Cerrito, one of my favorite theaters in El Cerrito. Right, my favorite theater in El Cerrito. Speakeasy style, which means you can get beer and food brought out to your table. Okay, I paid for a movie ticket. I paid for some popcorn. We got pizza coming. We got some beers and stuff like that. Yeah, we could spend $75 then. But I ain't just walking into the theater to spend some popcorn and a soda to sit down in the movies and spend $75. Fuck you. No.
Yeah, but you're paying for the experience too.
If you got a family,
The experience of what? Nigga people talking over my fucking movie.
No, I'm just saying that whole like Cerrito, that's an experience, and that's what I say. The way I look at it, when I sit back and look at it, I see how everything from our generation is getting watered down to nothing. Back in the day, in order for you to get on an airplane, you had to be dressed up. It was an experience. You had to be nice. Now you see people in damn house shoes and Crocs on a plane.
But that's just because of security, man. that's security.
Right. And same thing, movie theaters back in the day was a treat. It was an experience. You got dressed up, you took a girl, to the theater. And now it's really become The Wire. It's this gel catch. Which streaming service has this movies? Hey, we got this over here. Hey, we got this over here. We got the blue tops over here on Prime. Apple Plus got the red tops. Like, whose dope is pure? And it's really just breaking it down. It's really the dope game if you really look at it. Which block has the hottest dope?
Warner Brothers, Max got the hottest dope. But Amazon is good on the cheap, man. They got the good bags.
They got the fluffy sacks.
They got them fluffies. I was on an airplane last night. That was a good. Prime got it, man. Talk to Prime. Got it for you.
Like, for example, like it's obviously like a generational difference, but like this one movie, I think I've seen it like at least like 5 to 7 times in the theaters with like different crowds and stuff. I've mentioned this before. It was Return of the King.
You saw it how many times?
At least like 5 to 7 times in the theaters, man.
That was a good one, right?
Like 3 or 4 hours. I watched the whole shit.
But see, that's where the theaters fuck up. And they learned this during the pandemic of not putting the shit out on streaming too soon. But then, the theater owners had to have that negotiation with them to, man, give us 30 to 45 days with the shit in the theater. Because stuff used to sit in the theater forever. It sit for a while. But nowadays, since the pandemic and stuff like that, the way Disney operates is you will have to have like 2 of their movies in the theaters for a little bit of time, which will keep other stuff out. But you only got 30 days and then it's going to go to streaming, which is a loss of money. Like the longer something is in the theater, especially if it's good, the more times people will see it. You don't get no money off of me watching it 5 times on streaming. You don't get shit off of that. I paid $20. I can watch this shit 80 times. I can stream it 50 times. I'll make more money off of your fucking shit than you will. Especially because I'm making no commercials.
Yeah, trust me. I remember working at Dollar Theater. I got tired of the goddamn Titanic being there. Like, that bitch is still here. Like, can we get something else in Theater 5? Like, goddamn.
Didn't this damn thing sink? Get out of here.
Them things would be in the movie so goddamn long. Every time somebody came out, I can tell you exactly the scene they're at. They used to stay there forever.
Still in the theater forever. But that's where they made a bunch of money because it was still clocking money on this shit. Now it leaves so quick, you might not even found your audience yet. You might not have had the people that you want to see it yet.
The new Crow was on stream within like a week of it dropping.
Well,
I
I
saw
heard it was
Amazon
so
Prime
bad
for
it
rent.
shouldn't be streaming.
It was bad as hell, but at least they'll make some money because they just drive it right. They put it right, the dope right on the street.
Somebody
So
got it.
That's how
for
it works now.
example, like for example, like the movie Deadpool and Wolverine. I've seen that multiple times. Like first time I seen it dolo, like the other time I seen it with friends, right? Because it was like I was trying to put them onto the shit. Well, the ones that said they were actually fans of it, I was trying to put them onto it. So I seen it a couple times just to put them onto it. 'Cause it's just like
Well,
because people like to complain about like like movies and shows are bad and stuff, but it's like, are you actually watching the good stuff?
you got to watch the good stuff. Like I say this, I saw Black Panther 5 times in the theaters. I paid for 3 of those, but I did see it 5 times. I did pay for it 3 times over. Right. So when I look at something saying they made $1 billion, well, yeah, I paid for it 3 times. If they had pulled that shit in 30 days and put it right on streaming, I probably still would have saw it 5 times, but I wouldn't have paid for none of them.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have got that money. You have to leave it in the theaters, but that's more Disney trying to fuck up and trying to force people to watch in their fucking streaming service, which is not that damn good. It's not that much shit on there. It's not. I only watch it once a week. And not for a good show. Not for a good show.
Have I even watched the Disney Channel lately? I don't even think I watched it lately. Oh yeah, I did watch Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
You ain't missing shit either.
I went back to watch Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I wanted to see an old classic. Yeah, that's what I watched. Bedknobs and Broomsticks. That was it.
Like my whole thing is, if it's actually good, you'll take your ass to the fucking theater and pay for overpriced popcorn and drinks and all this kind of shit. Like if it's actually good, you'll do it.
Yeah, because now they try to pimp a popcorn bucket on you. That make you want to go buy some popcorn.
Yeah.
That's coming for the popcorn anyway, nigga.
Artisan, like the movie that I said that I was considering to watch instead of Venom was like My Hero Academia, My Hero Academia, and the cup is $10, but the drink by itself is $5. So it's like I'm paying double the price for the cup, but I'm gonna buy it because I fuck with it.
Because you're a fan.
Yeah, the popcorn bucket is $20.
Yeah.
And the popcorn by itself is like not even $10.
Well, that's why I thought it was so funny. It was so funny to me, the whole popcorn bucket craze, that they found a way to charge you movie ticket prices for popcorn. Because popcorn is cheap. You can buy a bag of popcorn for like less than $5. You can pop shit all month, but they found a way to charge you $20.
They found a new dope. They found a new dope.
A cup's worth of popcorn.
Yeah, it is a cup.
Yeah.
Clever. Very clever.
They did that with the Demon Slayer movie too.
No, I got 3 buckets. I got 3 buckets, 1 Batman, that Ghostbusters Ghost Trap, because I just had to get that shit. I don't even put popcorn in because it's not functional for that shit. And Maverick, Top Gun Maverick. It works for certain things. They got me. They got me. Good sales pitch.
Yeah, as I said, they found new dope. They know what people collect certain things and are praying nostalgia. It's like, now you know I'm about to buy. I'm about to buy that. Like, god damn it! Like they know somebody's gonna do it, and that's why they do it.
I paid $25 for that fucking Ghost Trap popcorn dispenser.
Oh, because it's a ghost trap. I mean, that has.
Yeah, because it's a ghost trap for a movie I didn't even like that damn much.
Yeah, the ghost trap is like the best part of that movie, right? Like,
I paid as much for that ghost trap as I did for the fucking movie ticket.
Right. I ain't here for that with the ghost trap.
Yeah.
Again, for us, it's like because we're tied to that since it came out. So who would
exactly?
Yeah, I gotta have a ghost trap.
Well, me drama bear, like, because you were talking about like the Demon Slayer movie. Like the Demon Slayer movie was basically just repeating the whole fucking 5th season, basically. But there was a little bit at the end that was more than what like the anime actually showed. So I paid to watch that.
They have a tendency of doing that. Like that's what they did with Dragon Ball Super, right? It was like the first 2 seasons was basically the movies that they created, and it wasn't until Goku Black that it was actually something original, something new.
Right.
All right, so like,
shout out to sorry to cut in real quick. Shout out to Rainfire because he donated to the stream. I saw it came through on the PayPal side. They took their 30 cents off of your ass. So appreciate you, Rainfire. I will give you. I got a thing up here. There we go. I'll give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Let me run it up. Never let a hard time what it was.
And yes to his comment, yeah, because the theaters don't make their money until like the 3rd or 4th week. Because that 70-30 split, yeah, that's what it is. And it's different studios have a different split. Disney has the worst one. Disney has the worst split. They get the most of the money. Theaters get very little on their shit. And then they want to pull it out the theater early too, or gave you a shitty product. Fuck you. Bruh. Like, you make it real hard for these people to stay in business. So I wouldn't go to a Disney only theater. It'd be like having Disney Plus. Why am I going for shit that I don't like? That's not that damn good. No, fuck you.
I mean, considering thinking about what you were saying about like Crow, I think all ties together. Like TikTok, Instagram, all these short clips, people's attention fans, they don't go and read like how we used to read everything, because that was like one of the main things, we read a book. So like I was one of the only people that I knew what the Crow was when it came out.
Yeah, they ain't even reading the damn comics, because the comics suck.
Yeah. Like so now they're just rehashing all this stuff because they're not taking the chances of somebody. Every now and then you'll get some artsy fartsy shit, some Oscar or something that was on Broadway. I ain't never been to Broadway play. I'm not gonna go see that shit. I know Excalibur. From old movies and reading stuff as a kid, and all of a sudden we got an Excalibur movie, which is awesome.
Arthurian Legend.
Right. So now all this other stuff is just rehashes because they're not going to take a chance because people aren't going anywhere. The pandemic helped that, breaking the whole experience of going to movies, loving it. Now, like you said, now I got a big screen. I got a 75-inch TV surround sound in my room. My room is literally a theater. I don't have to go anywhere. But I still want that experience of going to a movie, buying my ticket, buying my popcorn, even though they're going to charge me an arm and leg. I got a free pass. That shit ain't free. I'm paying $20 a month. I'm still dropping 40 at the counter. Like, y'all niggas still making y'all money. Like, y'all ain't slick. Y'all out here hustling, but I'm there for the experience.
Right. I get you. Go ahead, Andre.
Just real quickly, I was trying to say that I can't wait for you to watch the Venom movie so we can talk about it, because I'm actually like, I made one comment and I'm still getting smoked with to this day. Like I've actually got like multiple comments today about like a comment I made like days ago.
You said something that caught you some smoke. This is my utter surprise face.
I was about to say, don't repeat it.
I'm not going to.
Andre always gets some smoke for something he said, dude. I thought that's what he brought to every stream. Like, he gonna say something that's gonna be
it's and I'm just like, did you guys even watch the movie? That's what's bothering me about like the comments that I'm getting. It's like, you guys didn't even watch the movie.
No. Well, that's, to me, that's a qualifier to have I heard somebody echo this as well, that's my qualifier for me to even listen to you review this shit. Did you watch it? If you ain't watched it, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Something you didn't watch? Motherfucker, I don't want somebody telling me something that they haven't experienced about. You have no experience with it, then why am I listening to you? No.
I think what was,
and then again, the way you watch a movie, the way I watch a movie might be two different ways, because some people don't even go that deep into the story or pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, go ahead, Drop Bear.
No, I was going to say, what the benefit of the Venom movies is that they weren't trying to tie it in very, very like tightly to a larger universe, right? I think that's where a lot of the Marvel movies sort of went off the rails, is that they kept trying to set up the next movie and tie it into all the other movies instead of just focus on this movie, tell a good movie, and if you want to maybe tie it in at the end, go ahead. And I think Venom is just like, we're just going to do our Venom thing. We're not necessarily worried about Spider-Man or what's going on with that. And they're able to tell a better story, I think.
Well, I think that works. And just to, remember, you guys, some of you guys have delays. So just pause for a beat to see who speaks up first, if you hear it. But I'll say, at least for Sony and the Venom movies, that works because Sony has done, I'm ashamed to say this, they've done better doing their own one-off movies in that sense. So when the Venom movies started, they didn't have Spider-Man and all that shit to pull on, right? So they just started Venom doing their Venom stuff. Their Venomverse movies, everything spawning out of Spider-Man foes and villains and stuff, could work in that fashion. I don't need them to have Spider-Man tied all in that shit because they've traditionally not done that good with Spider-Man. Marvel, that's what they banked their universe. That's what they built their universe on, was interconnected stories. So they got to keep that shit going. Unfortunate as it may be for people who don't want to write or don't know the material or whatever, that's just what the fuck it is. That's how they built their universe. And that's what I come to that universe for, that continuity, that everything does tie together. It takes a little bit more creative writing and a little bit more time to think and plan out, but it is the way it is. It's just what the fuck it is. So Sony can have a success with Venom doing 3 movies not connected to anything else because it never was. It was off doing its own thing. So I'm fine with it. Go ahead,
without giving any spoilers, all I said was it was obvious.
I didn't see.
No, you can't resist. You cannot resist, man.
I knew it was coming.
All I said was it was obvious, and like I got so much smoke for that. But I'm just like, did you watch the same movie? Like,
I would never. And Bane knows this shit. I don't believe in arguing with people on the internet about geek shit. Geekdom is not an argument for me. It's not an argument. So motherfuckers always got some smoke for somebody who has a different opinion than them. And to me, in some ways, those ain't even really fucking geeks because you have an argument over shit. That's not, geeks don't argue about shit. We don't have to argue about this shit. We can laugh about it more than anything because, man, you like that shitty ass book? Oh my God. Every crappy book.
You know me, I'm an asshole. I'll go kick the beehive and call you, but hey.
Yeah. He is good for doing that shit, man. Back to Hornet's Nest. Look at this shit. You gotta come on here. I'm not coming in there, Bane. I ain't going in there with the motherfuckers.
Well, the thing is, like, the majority of people agree with me. Is like it was obvious, but like the people that like, I don't know if they're casual viewers or they never sat through. Like, I don't know what happened, but
most people are casual viewers.
It's mostly casual.
I'm like, why are you mad at me? Like, I watched the whole thing and like I sat through both of the fucking post credits, so I'm not sure why they're mad at me.
Well, I don't know why they're mad at you either, but it could be something you said, obviously. They're probably mad at you for the same reason I get mad at your ass. Sometimes you're annoying. Andre, you have no patience and discipline, good brother. Look, Malika is telling you what people do. And he said that shit respectfully as fuck. You know Malika. He ain't trying to go at you.
I know Malika.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, millennials get smoked for reasons that y'all seem mystified about, and everybody else is like, you see this shit? It's just what it is, man. That's why we have a hard time shaking y'all out between who's the good ones and who's the bad ones, because y'all all mixed in together, man. It's hard to figure y'all out. Some of you is like intolerable. And some of y'all cool as fuck. Like, man, you can be my little brother. You can be my cousin. The rest of y'all is like, man, we need to throw y'all away. Your parents ruined you. Where are your parents at so I can go smack the shit out of them for making you this way? They owe somebody an apology, the universe an apology.
But that what he said goes in. Oh, sorry, didn't cut you off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. My bad.
Go ahead, Dan.
That goes into what my statement that not everybody watches the movie the same. Like you said, most people probably get mad at you because they're casual watchers. They don't. Most people are casual. Most people don't watch a movie. Well, watch a movie and don't do this. Don't come sit in a forum and actually talk about it and get deep into it. Like when I watch you guys break down the Penguin, which I love doing. Like I said, I come out here and have a cigar and I'm watching you guys. But like how you said, you like Spawn, and why? Why did you say you like the Spawn movie?
He didn't say. Yeah, he didn't say.
I did actually explain why I like the Spawn movies. I like that
you?
like it was yeah, I did actually. I was saying I like that it was kind of a comeback story, but also well, that was the main thing actually. It was a comeback story for me.
Okay, so for sorry, go ahead, Tony.
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead, man. Go ahead,
that
man.
goes into a conversation that me and Artisan had. It's not a comeback story. It's like The Crow. It's a love story.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story about pain because nothing hurts more than love. You've been in love, you get your heart broken, divorced, that will destroy you. Now, imagine you loving somebody so much that you're willing to go to hell, strike a deal, and come back. And what makes the story even more messed up on Spawn's part is the devil's an asshole. He can't even see his wife in his original form. He's fucking with it. It's a tragedy.
Mel Bozier is a bitch.
That's why I sit and I look and like you got to get into the story. Like that's fucked up. I'm feeling the story. That's fucked up. That's tragic.
Yeah, I told you,
cold blooded.
I told you, I used Spawn as one of the characters I used when I was in college, and I did a report. I did a whole stand up in front of class presentation on comic books and stories in comic books being more than just, the colorful pictures and shit like that. And Spawn was one of the characters I used. And I was in a room with mostly females and males, but I broke down this character in a way to intellectualize the character with them about what the story was. And the story was about love. A man tortured for his love of country. He killed people, killed a lot of damn people. He was a good ass soldier. For the love of his wife, when he died for killing all the people that he did kill, because it was still wrong, he went to damn hell. And what happened when he went to hell? For the love of his wife, he made a deal with the damn devil to come back. Okay, he came back, and now he's getting tortured for that love, that punishment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5 years later, she with your homeboy. She had the baby you always wanted to have with her. She had it with your homeboy, and oh yeah, you fucking disfigured and shit like that. She can't.
I think one of
and when you go to see your blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah.
I think one of the coolest parts of Spawn was the clown where it's basically like yeah, I understand why you want to take me out, but if you take me out, I'm gonna take the whole world out. I'm gonna take the whole world out.
Well, that was the movie part. That was Jason Wynn, because Al Simmons had worked for Jason Wynn in his organization, and at least in the movie version, Jason Wynn was convinced by the clown to actually get the C16 virus activation thing hooked up to his heart. So if he died, it set it off and made this plague all over the world, because demons don't give a shit about human beings. They like killing y'all. It's just what it is, right? So that's what the clown wanted. In the comic book, that wasn't the case with Jason Wynn. Jason Wynn was just dirty as fuck. And Jason Wynn had Al Simmons killed because he wouldn't go getting down with what was going on. So he had his homeboy Chapel kill his ass. He did. Because Priest didn't exist before the movie. Priest was not a character that existed. It was Chapel. Right? So Chapel actually killed Al Simmons, set his ass on fire and all that shit. So that's what I'm saying. He was a soldier for a while, and then he got into this little black ops organization. He was doing a lot of dirty shit for love of country. He was a soldier. So it wasn't like he was just doing shit because he was a mad dog killer type. That was Chapel. Chapel enjoyed that shit. Mm-hmm. Chapel was not good. I think Chapel was in Youngblood or something like that too. Yeah,
he was part of Youngblood. But by the time he got to Youngblood, he had that face off with Spawn, because Chapel was also a narcissist. He liked the ladies. He was a pretty boy. And Spawn burnt the skin off his face, and his skull was there.
Gave him that for real. He used to be face paint ass put on. He made his ass look like that for real. So Mark, carry this shit forward.
That story is deep, boy. That story is deep. That's back.
Only Spawn gets darker than Batman comics with the people he go after.
Yeah, that's the whole. That was the whole point of it. I mean, going back to what you were saying, having to go, talk in front of your class about the stories behind comic books. I mean, most people aren't really into literature like that. I mean, and you sort of mentioned a narcissistic character. I mean, most people have very strong narcissistic traits when they're watching media. So if they don't literally see something in themselves in the thing, like how the person looks, or that's why most people gravitate to rom-coms or very, very normal stuff, because if they don't really see themselves in the media, they're not going to get the larger story behind it. That most of these comic books or anime or whatever, they have roots in Greek mythology and a lot of literature, right? And if you can strip away that it's colorful pictures or this guy's wearing a suit and you're looking at what's actually happening, you're like, oh wow, this guy, even just taking Superman, which is the most pedestrian thing that you can do, is like, this guy was sent from a whole other planet that exploded. His parents, what I'm saying, like did the best they could to give him a second life. And when you really strip it down, you're like, there's a lot of themes in there that you can gravitate to if you can get past the medium itself.
Right. And that's what it is. Most people they discount comics because, those are for kids because it's colorful pictures and stuff like that. But I was showing y'all, if you're looking on my community section, I got the Planetary book. Why? Because it's a good ass story. The story in there is a lot deeper than colored pictures. People don't love Kingdom Come just because the pictures are awesome. Yeah, Alex Ross's work is awesome, but they love Kingdom Come for the fucking story.
Oh yeah,
story is awesome.
I tell everybody to read that book. Kingdom Come is that story.
So what McDrama?
Go ahead, Andre.
So what McDrama Bear just said. I'm not gonna stand by and listen to Superman slander, and Charles is gonna be on your ass for that.
Shut up. You will sit by and listen to any Superman slander.
Well, I got to chime in on that one. Superman is one of my favorite characters, but I look at it from a different standpoint, from a different reason. The struggle and control that he has to go through every day, just to touch you and not crush you, just to try to be one of us. And that's why I like the progression of the story. You see him go from the Boy Scout to where I think before they had the Crisis in Infinite Earth. I think, a matter of fact, when I was married, remember I had the book when he had that one being and bring him to her world and break him down to her. He was in a cave with his hands, his eyes bandaged. Superman has gone through some shit. I like that. I do like the fact that they kind of modernized it. That's why I like Man of Steel when people complained about it. Because again, you artists, and like you said, it's like, oh, Superman wouldn't do that. Good, because it's not Superman. It says Man of Steel. It don't say Superman nowhere on here.
It don't say Superman nowhere in that shit. It's called Man of Steel for a reason, because that's all they know. He has not become the Superman yet, and that's what I think people get tripped up on. Not to cut you off, I'll make it really quick. The point that people get tripped off on a lot of times, you'll see it in this last Joker movie, and you see it in Man of Steel. They want it to be what it is in the comics right now. That's not where the story is. You're not following the fucking story. The story is this is somebody just discovering their powers. Just use day one on the job. It's not Superman yet. So you know what that means? He can break some fucking eggs.
Yeah.
He's not Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's not Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen yet. This is first day.
What was Clark's biggest mistake in that movie? Most people just totally don't even see it. His biggest mistake is when they came and went after his mom. One, he lost his temper like a human, went off on Zod.
Yep.
Two, he kept the fight in Smallville and told everybody, get inside. What is that going to stop? When you got old boy toss a locomotive for Hail Mary from across town, you should have left. He didn't understand that yet.
Don't understand that because he didn't know what it meant to fight a Kryptonian.
Exactly.
It's the first day. That's what I said. The worst first day on the job ever. The whole world is in peril on day one.
Well, that's
hold on.
And why you don't wear capes?
Why you don't wear capes?
That Superman character is a lot of different in a lot of different mediums. I mean, it's hard to hate Superman. I mean, if you can't like Goku and hate Superman. You can't like.
Not really.
I mean, I literally just finished the Swordsmith arc for Demon Slayer. I mean, Tanjiro is basically Superman without all the powers. And I mean, what you love
Tanjiro's
about
not Superman.
No, what it is it's the commitment to ideals, to justice, and being good, right? That's what makes Superman Superman. It's not his powers.
Exactly. It's not his powers.
Right.
Because there's been plenty of times where he's been stripped of his powers and he's still willing to live by his code, right? And that's what makes Goku and especially Tanjiro, because he's getting messed up every time by these demons, and he's got his legs broken, and he's like, no, I gotta fight through and I gotta figure out a way to win, right? And I mean, you can't hate that.
No, and that's what say not Superman Returns, but the death of Superman. What's the big deal with Superman coming back in the black costume with the mullet and shit like that? It's not because he had his powers back. It's not. It's because, okay, he didn't die. He's resurrected by the little Matrix or whatever, right? He ain't got no powers. Superman out there with guns, nigga. But he's still trying to get it in with some things that can actually kill him. He's still willing to put himself in harm's way like that. That is the essence of Superman to me. That if you strip his powers, what's the story? If you have no story without him having powers, then there is no core to this character that people can gravitate to. It's just powers.
So what I was trying to jump in and say was like,
you always trying to jump in and say something.
I always am. I really am. But Black Bay, and he mentioned Smallville, and it's like how many people like actually seen the show?
A bunch of us. I
saw
the whole series.
I had Artisan to tell you, I had no choice. Our son, it was on.
You know why it was on?
We're watching it. Yep.
That was family watching. We watched Smallville every that
was a family watch. It was a family watch.
It was a family watch. We watched that shit. Soundtrack.
No matter where D was, that show's getting watched. It's a family watch thing. That was okay. We know what time it is. Fix dinner. Let's watch Smallville.
Time to watch Smallville, man. This is what we do.
So that was one of the reasons why I like the Flash, because they actually had the same actor from Smallville in that universe.
Which one? Which actor?
The actor from Smallville. He was in the Flash when they were doing I think it was
there was a bunch of actors in Smallville. Which actor or which character?
The main character from Smallville.
Tom Welling?
I can't remember his name, but the main character from Smallville was in the Flash.
Tom Welling was not in the Flash often, and even Smallville had its own Flash, and it wasn't the one that was in the Flash TV show. So that's what I'm saying. Which actor are you talking about? Because Tom Welling wasn't in it. Brandon Routh was in that show. I think he showed up in that show as the Atom, but Tom Welling wasn't in that show. So I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about, because the main actor in Smallville was Tom Welling, who was playing Clark Kent, and his Clark Kent was in the Flash universe.
Well, Smallville, I think I watched up to season 4 or so. Season 4 or 5, so I can't remember.
Well, the Crisis. The Crisis on Infinite Earth. They brought him back, and that was the big deal of having Tom Welling come back to play Clark Kent, because that was the whole Crisis event. But he wasn't in Flash all the damn time, because the Flash, understandably, the Flash show spun out of the Arrow show, which basically spun off of the success of the Smallville show, but they didn't use the Arrow from Smallville. They didn't use what's his name, Justin Hartley. They didn't use him. They went a different direction and made their Green Arrow, the Arrow show with what's his name, Steve Amell. But it built off of the success of Smallville using Green Arrow in Smallville.
Jesus, you do this, bro. You freaking do
What's
this.
that?
You know your shit, man. You do this.
No, I've watched this stuff. This is experience. Shit.
Yeah,
goddamn.
Big drama bear. You don't know. Artisan knows his shit. This is why I come over here, because Artisan knows his shit.
No, because I watched all of Smallville, right? I watched the whole Smallville series. I got onto that shit with second season because my brother-in-law at the time had told me about it. Like, you're not watching this? It's like, and I watched it. It was a good show. It was a fun show. I enjoyed that shit. And Green Arrow ended up on that show. And Green Arrow was a popular character on that show. But when the show went off the air, DC, CW still wanted to keep using something. So they built off the success of that Arrow and made an Arrow show, which worked. They made him more like Batman, but it kind of worked in the CW formula because they have to have a coffee shop or a bar or some shit like that, and he doing stuff, right? Okay, it was fine. They brought Flash into that show, and Flash spun off of the Arrow show to get his own show, and that shit blew up bigger than the Arrow show because Flash became that character that you can bring everybody into that universe. You can bring all the rest of these DC characters into it more so than Smallville could, which worked. Like, who knew Flash could be the center point of the whole DC fucking universe? The anchor being of the DC universe on the CW could be the Flash. Who fucking knew that shit? But that's
Flash
what you got.
The Flash show ended up like superseding the Arrow show. Like,
that's what I said. I just said that shit like 30 seconds ago. It blew up bigger. It did. That's why the Arrow show ended up going off the air before the Flash show, because Flash was more accessible to more people. They enjoyed it a lot more. It was more fun and colorful. Artists in the core of the hero is the selflessness, their push through adversity, and their ability to realize their purpose is bigger than them, which is part of the hero's journey. It is, which is the title of the show. Yeah, it is the hero's journey. That's what makes the characters interesting to me. I don't care about the powers necessarily. That's why you can see me gravitate to a lot of characters that have no powers. And if they're still out there being heroes. That's why I don't shit necessarily on Captain Falcon. No, he don't have the super soldier serum, but that gives you more about who Sam Wilson is as a soldier, because that's who he always was, a soldier. He don't need the super soldier serum to be able to put himself in harm's way because he was doing it beforehand. He was doing it before he met Captain America, at least in the movies. He was doing it before then. So I think it would have been better to give him the super soldier serum if you're going to have him play that role. But if you listen to people talk about why they don't want to watch this movie, they don't want to watch it because he don't got the serum.
You know,
he's going to get killed. He's going to get killed. Well, yeah, probably, but he's still a hero.
No, 100%. When we talk about warrior or soldier, and we talk about hero, because I know you're into psychology, and there's a Jungian psychology that I follow a lot. Robert Moore, he talks about he talks about these 4 quadrants that are in the psyche: the warrior, the lover, the magician, the king. And the idea of the warrior, when we talk about the hero's journey is actually a very infantile way of expressing the soldier or the warrior, right? Because when you're a real warrior or hero, what do they tell you in war? Like, don't try to be the hero, right? Like, just do your job. Don't be the hero. Just do your job. Do what you're supposed to do, and try your hardest, right?
Complex.
Exactly. So to your point, Captain, the Falcon, right? Him not being able to have the ability to sort of be that hero makes him actually more mature, right? Because you have to do things from a more logical standpoint.
Yeah. Well, because at least in the MCU version of it, he didn't want it. He didn't want the serum. And he knew he didn't want the serum. That was the thing. It wasn't just by some fluke or something that he didn't get the shit. He didn't want it. He understood that about himself. He didn't want that shit. So it makes the character, at least in my view, more interesting if he knows he can get killed, but yet and still he's still running out there to defend people who can't defend themselves, than opposed to having the Superman complex. Like, I got this jab that gives me all these super strength and all these powers and stuff. I can do all this shit. Yeah, I'll go out there and fight now. Well, you was a coward anyway then. Now, we can't say that about Steve Rogers because you saw Steve Rogers getting his ass kicked as a little scrawny weakling beforehand, right? So he already had that kind of backbone to begin with. But characters that are over-reliant on just the powers for you to accept them as this hero, then that's where the problem comes in. They're not actually heroes. They're only comfortable. They're only comfortable doing this shit if they have an edge on you.
No, 100%.
Otherwise, they're shut the fucking.
No, sorry.
No, not you. I was just talking about the character. Go ahead.
No. I know what you're saying. It took me a while to really come around to Steve Rogers, Captain America, especially in the Marvel movies. But what really sold me was in the last movie and almost last scene where he had the entire Thanos army bearing down on him, and he just sort of just shrugs his shoulders and picks his shield up and says, well, I got to do what I got to do, right? Like he was going to lose, but he was more than willing to say,
he knew it.
Let's do it.
But that's who Steve Rogers always was. Like he said in the MCU, he never liked bullies. He never liked bullies. I agree. I never liked bullies either. The MCU did more to humanize Steve Rogers than any comic book I had read. And I have read some Captain America books. It did more to make him more interesting to me. Because in that moment, you can see, and I think I have that picture saved on my computer as a wallpaper, right? Because it's a good moment. It's a very cinematic moment where you see the forces up against you. That could be anybody, right? You see all the forces lined up against you. Could be the black man's journey, right? What does he do? He looks down. His shield, his one protection and weapon is broken. His shield is broken. His arm is fucked up and bleeding. What does he do? He just straps that shit tighter to hold that arm together because his arm is broken. He straps that shit tighter to hold his arm. That's why he grits his teeth and gets up and walks towards the motherfuckers. Fuck it. This is just what it's going to be. He accepts his fate, and he accepts they not going to get me without a fight. And he's going out there to give him the what for, just by himself.
Man, that's so hard. That was like my favorite. Like in all movies, that goes so hard because it's like, do you realize he would just? And it wasn't even like a hesitation. It was just like, all right, well, let's do it.
That's what we're gonna do. Let's strap it up and let's get back in this shit. He's a soldier though. Steve had been through war. He had been a soldier. This is just what he's gonna do. Well, fuck it. This is what it is. You don't think he knew he was gonna lose? Yeah, he didn't know nobody was coming. He didn't think anybody was coming to save him. Like that's why I said it's a black man's journey. You know what's against you. You can sometimes you can see it clearly. You still out there doing it though. Still, don't matter. So yeah, he got a reprieve when Falcon said on your left. He didn't say, "Oh fuck you, Sam. You ain't got no powers." Like on your left. Is anybody else coming with you, Sam?
Yeah, I know.
He didn't say that shit.
I need a few more people.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a few more. You got anybody else? No, he was happy. Just couldn't believe it. His homeboy is coming. Yeah, all he got is wings and guns. Man, you can take out somebody. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that whole
it just means I'm not fighting alone. That's all it meant. He just wasn't fighting alone.
Exchange was what made the whole thing worth it for me. That moment of him willing to do it, and then they're like, "No, we got you." That was like was a really good tension and release. Like that was why you go see movies right there.
So, Artisan, what does Butter said in the chat?
I know this will give me a copyright. I know this will give me a copyright.
Don't do it.
Just so we can illustrate. It's not a community strike. It's just a copyright. You know, copyright's easy. You cut the shit out. You good. You cut the shit out. You good. I'm not super monetized anyway, so I don't usually try to worry about it too much. But this is the same.
Yeah.
You didn't see the relief on his face? You can't believe what he's hearing. Cap, can you hear me? Look, that motherfucker still said, "What? Who?"
Yeah, bro.
You left.
Look at all the people back there. No, motherfucker, he got a whole nation waiting to whoop his ass. And this is the same. This is my wallpaper on my computer right now.
Yeah, this is
This is the wallpaper on my computer right now. Black Panther stepping out of the portal. That's my wallpaper on my computer. I got two screens. What up, Chad?
They did such a good job with this. Moment.
Look,
I mean,
motherfucker relieved, like, oh shit,
yeah.
Black Panther.
And
you see the black man. Look at that white
right
boy. Happy to see that black man.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, oh, thank God I'm saved.
Oh my God.
At the very least, you know that motherfucker gonna get it in with him. because you just saw them in Infinity War, like they was beat for beat. Like, damn, he can scrap. Another black friend. Look, even Thanos like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Even Thanos like, who the fuck? Yeah, see, that was a moment in geekdom. I'm gonna make y'all suffer and turn that shit off too.
Damn, now I gotta go watch it.
Yep. Yep. See, Andre, that's how you give a motherfucker a tease. You don't ruin the whole movie. You just show them little pieces and let the dope do his work.
let the dope work its way through the system.
Dope work. Let the drug work, man.
Well, I will say that that Doctor Strange movie was almost my favorite movie out of all of them because it, like when I saw the previews for it, it gave me like the Matrix vibes almost. Like I liked
which one of the Doctor Strange
the
movies
aesthetic and sort of how they did.
Let him finish his sentence, then you can ask that shit. Go ahead.
Wait, Andre? Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'll finish quickly, but I like the aesthetic that they were going for the first half of the movie. I kind of lost it when they started getting to the Dormammu and it started feeling a lot cheaper. Like I wish they would have sort of kept it sort of more serious, like they sort of sold the movie to be. But yeah, I think the Doctor Strange movie with the mirror dimensions and all that stuff, that's probably one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, I agree with you. They should have kept Doctor Strange a little bit more serious because that played more to his character, not being for all the jokes and shit like that. That made it more interesting. That made it a lot more. It made it more fun because he's playing shit more serious. He's a doctor and he ain't a jokester. He ain't got the humor like that. Because having him and Tony Stark on the screen together, Tony Stark making his quips, and Doctor Strange playing that shit serious was more fun to me. That was more fun. They both dicks, just in different ways. Like I don't get this humor shit. Like whatever, man. I'm not here for the games.
Yeah, it's serious shit, man.
Yeah, call strange because we serious, not because it's funny. Not strange, haha, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andre. What were you gonna say?
I wanted to ask McDrama Bear, like, what Doctor Strange movie were you talking about that you liked more?
The one that was good.
Because from what I've seen, like, there's only one Doctor Strange movie.
Two had his points that I could like on it and parts I didn't. You never saw my Doctor Strange 2 review because I didn't finish it. But the main thing I liked in Doctor Strange 2 is that they introduced Jericho Drum. That Dr. Voodoo could have spun out of that, which I do want to see.
Which character was that? Jericho Drum. I forget.
Jericho Drum is the brother. I'm probably mixing up their names. But the Drum brothers are into magic as well. And I think it's Jericho or the other one. Herb can correct me on this. But Dr. Voodoo is a character who is a black character who does become the Sorcerer Supreme at a point. Right? When you see Doctor Strange 2, when they go to Carmitage, Drum, he mentions Drum by name in that shit. He mentions Drum by name in that shit. And if you know Doctor Strange and Marvel characters, that gets you to Dr. Voodoo. I want Dr. Voodoo to show up in this shit. I do. Because he's been the Sorcerer Supreme. So if we gonna get Clea, since they already showed Clea, we need Dr. Voodoo as well. And Dr. Voodoo is he's way stronger initially than Strange, far as I could say. Think of Strange in the Naruto terms. Strange had a natural affinity for doing this shit like Sasuke. But that means he had to learn.
What I wanted to add to the conversation was like the brother JL.
That's an interjection. Go ahead.
Yeah, like the brother JL West in the chat was talking about like Black Lightning, and like I was actually like a big fan of Black Lightning. I like the show. I was watching all the
shit to do with Jericho
episodes.
Drum. Yeah, Black Lightning was a good show until it got feminized.
Yeah, I hated what the daughters killed it.
Yeah, they killed it with the daughter.
And this was before I knew anything about the Red Pill. It's just like once I seen the daughters the daughter came into power, I was like, yeah, I don't want to watch this anymore.
No, that's when I stopped watching the shit because I was watching it from the first season. I knew who Black Lightning was. I knew who that actor was from Living Single and whatnot. So I wanted to watch this character. And when I was watching it, I was really analyzing it because they basically just turned Black Lightning into this fucking Static Shock, which was pissing me off. But they did. They just turned him into Static. He was doing all Static shit. I'm like, man, DC, what the fuck are you doing? You own Static. Just put Static out here.
Just do Static.
Give us your second run character with Static abilities, asshole. So I'm watching the show to critique it, right?
I got to interject my hatred. Sorry, don't mean to cut you off. But my frustration with this show is how the fuck are you a giant light bright sitting on top of a building and nobody can see you? That would piss me off. I can't get past that shit.
You're not gonna state the obvious. You're not gonna state the obvious. You look like a neon sign in a red light district in a dark neighborhood.
What was the dude from Running Man? You up there looking at that dude from what's that dude? The fat dude from Running Man with all the little light bright shit on him, and you can't see him. Yeah, that would irritate. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I've been holding on to that for a while.
Look, man, if you want to have a real good laugh, what's the difference between Black Lightning in the CW show and what was his name? Powerline from the Running Man. No,
that's what I'm talking about.
No, it wasn't him. It was the what was his name? The dude with the
fat dude.
Yeah, the fat dude in Running Man. What's the difference between the two? How you speaking up on somebody with that light up suit?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like stop it. Batman. Dynamo. Yeah, you went from looking like Dynamo, just a little bit lighter, a lighter version of Dynamo on top of a building.
Yeah, you Black Dynamo in this bitch with the lightning bolt light up on your chest. Come on, man. That costume needs some work. He is static. There is no Static Shock. It's only static.
Well,
you
Black
want some,
Lightning for me,
won't be none.
Black Lightning for me, like his costume is corny and like it was corny, but like I said, like I like to see a black man like handling his business. So like I watched it regardless. Like I had to grit my teeth and shit. Like, but I watched it regardless. But it's just like once like they were like his daughter saved him and he doesn't have any power and now the daughter is the powerful one now. I was like, I can't watch this anymore, man.
Yeah, it took a turn. I stopped watching it after season 2 or 3 because they had all the tropes in there for every black show. He has to have some white mentor. You got the girls in there, all this other shit. And I was rocking with it for a while. And then I just started seeing the way it was going. Like, yeah, the girls is fine. Yeah, they got big asses. But once they start going more to where, they can start being more disrespectful of their father. And he start being the last character in line, and it's all about the daughters and the mama. I was not interested in that shit. So it was about
doing shady shit. The daughter wasn't listening to.
Yeah. Season 2 or 3, I was like the end of season 2 or the end of season 3. I was fucking done.
It's like he became a joke unto a sense. Like he's not. You're not even powerful in your own household.
Yeah.
Your youngest daughter don't want to listen to you. She's super powerful. The other daughter, she got her girlfriend. She gonna tell you to get out of her house because you fucking up and you're not listening to the rules your daddy laid down. Mm-hmm. Like, I couldn't do it. Like, I can't stand disrespectful kids. Same problem I have with the Superman show.
What was the daughter's name? Her name was like Thunder or some shit. Something like that.
Thunder.
Yeah. I was like,
because most of it, at a point, most of it in the Black Lightning show was comic accurate. It was kind of comic accurate. So you were getting a little bit of the Flash and Smallville treatment, but it was sort of being accurate some sense. But that disrespectful shit, no, that don't play for me. You can't have a black lead and then he'd be taking the back seat to every woman in the house get to talk crazy to his ass. Fuck all that shit, dude. I don't need to watch this show to see that kind of dumb shit. Hell no. I'm not tolerant. Especially no disrespectful kids. I don't like disrespectful kids. Anybody's disrespectful kid. I don't. I hate that shit. No. I'll be out in public and have to bite my tongue to keep from saying something to somebody else's goddamn kid, seeing them being disrespectful. That shit does not rock with me, man. I'm the wrong generation for that shit. That is not entertaining. That is not something you get to have. Even
And
my
that's why I
kid,
have a problem with the Superman show. The son is the sons are disrespectful, especially the son that's all of a sudden getting powers, and the
yeah,
granddaddy don't help. The granddaddy undermining him because he has a weapon that he doesn't have through Clark. I
yeah.
don't like that. That was irritating.
I don't do that. But that's a generational thing. They put that shit in there because they believe that is the generation of children that would agree with that shit. And I'm like, no, that's white kids. Black kids don't get to act like that or get that, and especially not in good homes. They get their ass beat. Mm-mm. Sorry, you don't like to hear about kids getting abused. Well, it's not abuse. It's called discipline.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you get a lion riding a bicycle? Whoop his ass. Whoop his ass. He'll ride anything. Shit. Turn Black Lightning into a typical sitcom dad. Feminist programming continued. Yeah, and that's why that show went off the air. That's why they drove that show doing that shit. If you want to look at an example of how overly injecting feminism into something that was not for chicks goes, look at Black Lightning. That's a perfect case example for that shit. Because they injected all that shit into it because it was a black man led show, so they figured they can get away with that shit. And what did it do? It killed that fucking show. Quickly killed it.
Well, at the time when that show was held, I mentioned to you before that like I actually watched like the Jessica Jones show. Like I actually liked it.
Jessica Jones was good. First season was really good. Yeah, first season was really good to Jessica Jones. I watched all of it. First season was good.
When they did that crossover show, I was like, yeah, I'm done with it.
Defenders? No, I was fine with Defenders. They just had one. There was 2 episodes that they had their ass sitting in the fucking restaurant. And it was two episodes of them just sitting in a restaurant talking. I'm like, you fucking up right now. Because story-wise, they're supposed to be on the run and trying to run from these hand folks. But you have to have this 2-episode stint where they're just sitting in a restaurant having all this exposition. That was a waste. Because you came into this restaurant because you was running from people. How do you think you get to sit down for 2 episodes and just talk? No, you better do that shit on the run. That bothered me. Otherwise, I did like all the characters coming together. Black Lightning more like Simp Sparky. Yeah, Sparky the Simp. That's what they turned him into. They did. They turned him into that shit. So it is what the fuck it is. There is another clip I could share about the point that we were making about Falcon and the soldier versus the hero situation. And what can somebody with no powers and just wings do? No super soldier serum, just wings. What could he do? I don't know. Something like they show right here with this big Goliath looking thing. Oh shit, Sam killed somebody.
Y'all keep forgetting he's a soldier.
He's a soldier. That dude is in the Air Force. Death from above. Holy shit. He stabbed him up.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. I thought we liked Sam. This motherfucker put on the red, white, and blue. Motherfuckers lost their goddamn mind all of a sudden. Like, oh, fuck this show.
And that's actually what I liked about the Hawkeye show. They broke down like he got his flowers. Like, dude, you're out there with literally a stick string going at it with superhumans.
Yeah,
you got to give the man respect. He was in there doing it. But then again, people don't look at the character. Him and Black Widow, they're the hitters of the group. They're the ones. If they're coming for you, you're not going home.
It's a problem.
You're not going to trial. You're not going to no brig under the water. They're there to kill you.
Yeah, you ain't going to the raft. There won't be no raft. You will not make it to the raft. You make it to a coffin. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Sam is not necessarily, punching bag, boxing glove arrows and shit like that. No, these are hitters.
Yeah,
especially Hawkeye.
They're part of teams.
Yeah, especially Black Widow and you can even put Captain America in there. All of these people, these 4 people on the Avengers is all soldiers, especially James Rose. These are all soldiers. All of them are soldiers. If you want to throw Captain Marvel in there, all right, these are all soldiers, actual military trained soldiers. Most of them ain't got powers, and most of them is deadly. So they specialize in killing shit.
So was the first thing that Hawkeye did when the snap happened? He went from Hawkeye to Ronin, collecting bodies.
Motherfuckers running scared.
went to his skill set, his
skill set. Fell back on his natural skill set because he had no hope.
A hitter. Yeah, he is a hitter.
So
trust me, coming from somebody that's been around doing security, being trained with actual like SEAL team dudes and dudes in the military, them dudes is different. I'm telling you, you would look at. I know one of them was a 130-pound little dude. This guy is scary. Trust me. The last thing you want him to do is throw a paperclip at you. Like these guys is it's what they do. They collect bodies like Pokemon cards. Like, come on now. There's a reason they're on the team.
Go ahead, Andre.
So, yeah, I think it was Black Bane that brought it up. Like, yeah, when they did one of their crossovers, like with the Arrow, like there was that one episode where it was like Flash was like trying to train with Arrow, and like Arrow was like fucking him up.
Yeah.
And like he had that trap set up, and it was like he like he made it through the trap, but at the end, like he got a lot of arrows in the back.
Yeah, because Flash, for the most part, he can't fight. He can't fight. At least in the early part of that show, he couldn't fight. He just has speed.
Well,
but you saw like in the JLA movie, somebody can catch your ass.
You're right. And with the Arrowverse, you got to look at the Arrowverse is pretty much a matchup of Arrow and Batman. It was Elseworld. That's why he had the "you failed the city," and he had like the Batman type trope, the kind of attitude.
It's about fighting.
Well, like,
right. Because the real Green Arrow he's quirky.
Let it get it out. Go ahead, Andre.
Where we're going with that, like Arrow was kind of like like because Flash was like, why would you do that? And Arrow was like, you should have expected this, and if you didn't expect this, you're too stupid or too naive to be in this field.
Yeah, because that version of Arrow is serious about that hero shit. He's serious serious about protecting your city and being serious. That's the Batman part of it. Your job is you can't be playing at this shit. You have to take it seriously. And because that version of Arrow really, really trained himself that way, that's what he was imparting on the Flash. That if you're going to be there for your city, you're going to have to be there. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think Batman fans call it prep time.
Yeah. You need to know what you're getting into, because they had that Arrow going up against the League of Shadows and shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
That's not your shit. That's all Batman.
Yeah.
Up, JT? Higher body count than a liberal college girl. Yeah. No shit. No shit. What a 2 Triv. What's up, 2 Triv and JL West? I saw both of y'all in here. It's nice seeing an original Static outfit, hero outfit and attitude in a series. Static wearing a shiesty and a Malcolm X fitted. Yeah, you'd never see that nowadays. But that's what the character started off on. He had the little onesie, the trench coat, and a Malcolm X hat. That's how you know some black folks created that shit. But you don't see Static, do you? Even though DC own them, you don't see them too much, do you? No, because they like picking off. They like picking
and they could have brought him in.
They could have been brought in.
Because they brought in Bang Babies in the show. They could have brought him in.
Yeah, they just piece off of that milestone shit just to throw it in and give their stuff some seasoning, but they never put it out there in full spectrum just as it is, which pisses me off to no end, because they bought that shit to suppress it and to pick off of it because it's better material than they was producing. So that's what they do. They just give you parts and pieces of it. They just pick it off of there. Even while selling milestone books, they still pick off of the shit. It pisses me off. He wasn't even
I
supposed to
want
be
to.
in Young Justice. The only reason they put him in Young Justice was because McDuffie was writing that shit. The dude that created the character put him in there. That ain't a DC play. If it was a DC play to use that character, you'd see him using it right now. They did it. They bought them characters to suppress them characters. And they only give you their version of those characters. That's it.
I want to hear y'all thoughts on like Yellow Flash.
On what?
What?
Well, Yellow Flash, at least in the DC universe.
Fuck does that have to do with what I was just saying? Reverse Flash is just Reverse Flash. What do you what?
Well, I'm not talking about like
Reverse
Flash. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about like Yellow Flash, like the black dude that was playing it in the CW universe.
Yellow Flash is Reverse Flash.
Well, in this universe, it was like using Yellow Flash as like the light skinned dude that was playing like Flash, like when like Flash went to an alternate like universe where like he wasn't the Flash and the real Flash was like fucking his stepbrother or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
Solomon
might have been Kid Flash. My bad.
Yeah. The Flash show, I stopped watching the Flash show after a while, but they brought in different versions of the Flash that exist in the comic books, but they brought them in from different dimensions, especially after they did that whole Crisis thing. Right. But this is where, for me, this is where television shows and comics get mixed up a lot because you got one generation totally relying on television shows to give them the history of this shit, which is mangled. And then one generation who actually knows the comic books, how this shit is supposed to go. So when they end up having conversations, there end up being a conflict because television mixes up shit a lot of times. Names, characters, origins, they fuck it up all the time because they're always trying to reinvent it every 10 to 20 years. Comic books are the root of that tree, which you always have to go back to what these characters meant. There's not a lot of people who know that because not a lot of people read the fucking comic books, especially not the stuff from older than their asses were. So it usually gets mixed up in a lot. For me, there's always been only one yellow Reverse Flash. That's what he always was. Now there's different versions of it because in the comic books they did reboots of the character where they introduced different Flashes, but there's always the yellow one is always the reverse one for me. That's it. Whether it's Solomon King, whether it's the other guy who has
Barthon, whatever.
Yeah, Barthon or whatever. It's all basically the same shit.
Yeah.
But if you know who created which characters and when, you'll see that they diverged and tried to give the character a new life. It's always the reverse. Yellow Flash or Reverse Flash or Godspeed and all this other shit. It's all variations on the same thing. Somebody to rival Flash, either from the future or in this time. That wears.
What really got me on the Flash show was Savitar. That's what really got me.
Who?
Savitar.
I didn't watch it when that was on, but I'm thinking that was playing on that other villain that they had in the comic books. What the fuck? These motherfuckers is just literally pinging.
Well, Savitar, like basically the Flash that like he's been in the future and he realized that like how it was gonna go and he was like, yeah.
Okay. That to me that would play on the there was a Black Flash at one time in the comic books, and it was actually Barry Allen from the future. And he came back in time because he was like, I think it was like heartbroken or some shit, knowing how these things would turn out. And one of the things he was able to do, this was when Wally was the Flash, was he was able to take speed. He would vibrate through stuff and take speed from people. Now they brought that theme back in some other characters later in the Flash books, but I'm thinking that's what that one in the Flash show was might have been pulling off. I don't know because I didn't watch that
Um,
season.
Yeah, like when you brought up like Wally, like actually was his name when I was talking about Yellow Flash, like that was the name was Wally.
Yeah, and that was the Black Wally West is a New 52 creation. Didn't exist that long ago, so that's why they put it in there and made him Kid Flash because he was Kid Flash to Wally West. Because Wally West was Kid Flash to Barry Allen.
Well, to sort of touch on like sort of what you're talking about, the difference in the comic books versus what the TV adaptations.
Mm-hmm.
I think especially, and then this, I want to tie this sort of together with we talked about earlier, just the lack of quality with a lot of these movies. I think what's happening is you get a lot of, you know, you're having to hire a wider varieties of points of view in the writer's room. And for a lot of these people, this is their one shot to do something creative or do something new, right? Rather than having to read the actual comic book, stay within the frame of sort of what's been established. And then, you know, you can be a little bit creative, but not completely change it. And what I don't understand is, you know, especially in Hollywood, you have so many people that aren't really working. You got a lot of people that have cameras, that are actors, that are writers. Like they're not working all the time. Like they could easily just write their own stuff, produce their own stuff. You know, Unreal Engine is great. After Effects is great. You can get pretty high quality stuff just on your own by everyone putting their resources together and releasing it on YouTube or whatever. And then you get your sort of creative fix from creating your own thing. And then when you get in these writer rooms, you're not trying to put your whole ego into, you know, how you're doing, you know, Star Wars or how you're doing She-Hulk or how you're doing whatever it is, right?
Well, to me, that comes down to being kind of laziness, because there would be no interest in what you would put out as your new take on any of these characters if that character had not already been popular for what it was.
Exactly.
Right. So if you don't feel the need to want to go back and do all that research and shit like that on the character that you want to use now, that's your fucking issue. You're going to have a shitty product because you should. Like, I know one person, and Herb knows about this dude Pinnell. He used to work at the shop. He's an artist. He's an artist and does comic books and stuff. One of his friends worked for DC, and he got a job on doing, I think it was Red Lanterns or something like that at one time. And what he said his friend was doing was going back and reading all these old comic books so he can get up on what was going on with these characters that he's going to be writing about. That was standard for a while for people. That's what you did. Even if you hadn't been reading the material, you're going to have a job doing this shit, then you need to understand what's been going on with that damn character. That's just what it is. They tell you the same thing if you're going into a job interview for a company. You should know what the company's been doing. You should. You should understand what's been going on with this company just to sit in the interview, right? So if you don't want to learn the history of the character that you want to write for, well, that's all well and good. Just know that your story should not be in main continuity. Let them know that you're doing this story over here, and this is going to be like some Elseworlds or some other universe stuff, and that's what it's going to be. You got something scratching in the background, the drama bear, so I'm going to mute you for a second. Let that be what it is. But if you want to make something in main continuity, you need to know continuity. There's no other way around it. Why does the show on Star Wars that we do not speak of exist in my mind as some off continuity shit? Because it ain't. It breaks continuity all over the place, in front and behind. No. So it don't exist. Not in main continuity, because the person that did that shit did not want to do all that homework. They just took bits and pieces of shit that they thought they knew and threw it in there to make something that's utterly not of it. So, no, fuck them. Do your homework. Do your homework.
Right. Because if they would have did the homework to add to that, the Acolyte could have worked if they stuck to continuity, they stuck to the lore, and it would have been cool to see a Sith view of the Jedi.
It
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Because like the same trope, Hercules is a hero to us, but if you really think about it, he was a villain to the people that were against his people. Let's see their point of view. Let's see how they view him. If he would have stuck to the Lord, what they did, I couldn't watch it. I watched the first episode, like I told you. As soon as I was watching Chinese theater, I turned it off. Like,
yeah,
I don't want to see this.
And that's the point of that stuff. If I wanted to sit down and write something in the Star Wars universe, I would write from what I know, but I would try to make sure it was to continuity. I wouldn't try to make anything outside continuity because it's just rules of the road. It doesn't mean you can't make a good story, but modern day writers want to see that as a limitation because there are some guidelines to some of this shit. But that's what it is when you're stepping into somebody else's universe, dumb fuck. You step into somebody else's yard, you playing by their goddamn rules. And if by their rules, lightsabers don't look like floppy fucking double-ended dildos, then they just don't. That's just what the hell it is. But if you want that, you can make a Zack and Miri, or you can go make your own shit. But here, they don't look like that.
So or like Zack Snyder, make a Rebel Moon.
Make your Rebel Moon. And you can make lightsabers as hot as you want to and work the way you want to. It don't fucking matter. And people could be all mad because, it looks like a Star Wars ripoff. It doesn't look like Star Wars. Well, guess what? It ain't fucking Star Wars. So why are you measuring it up?
Well, Arson, I just want to say this real quick. I would never recommend doing what I just did yesterday.
Which was what?
I sent my kid's mom's money before, like, I actually had my kid.
Well, I just sent her money anyway.
Well, I sent money for my kid, but I sent her money before I actually had. Normally, like,
just write a check.
No, I sent an e-transfer.
Okay, well, you can track that at least.
I can track it, but it's like now today, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to spend time with my kid, and it fucking sucks.
Nope, you paid the extortion money and didn't get what you wanted, huh?
Yeah, I would not recommend any man do this. Just, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, what you could also do is like not give money, but buy the thing that they need the money for. They need toilet paper. Here's toilet paper.
Like that's not how it works at all. So
no, that's not how you're letting it work. Because I was in both. That's how it works. And artisan to tell you, we've dealt with the same person.
You can talk about this.
I've gone through that. I need this. Okay, I will go buy that. Oh, you can just give me the money. No. I bought what they needed.
No. Well, yeah, fuck that. No, I'll tell you from experience, I'm not going to turn the stream into talking about bitching about baby mamas and shit like that. But no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I told you what to do about that shit. Just go ahead and take your ass to court and get that shit settled up. I don't know how it works in Canada. I don't have to. You know how it works in Canada. And if you don't,
it's a lot worse. It's actually a lot worse.
Well, don't make it impossible. It just means it's going to be some work. And since you're black in this world, you should understand that working is just what you're going to be doing. So get that shit together, because I wouldn't send that bitch money for shit. If it can't be tracked, or I can buy what is needed myself. But I'm not seeing my kid. Why am I sending you money for it? Well, I'm not paying you extortion or ransom. You're not holding my child for ransom and thinking I'm about to be sending you money too. Fuck all that. You can do without it. If you think she can do without seeing her father, then you can do without my goddamn money too. And then let your ass take me to court so we can have that conversation in front of a judge and tell him why I'm not sending you no fucking money. Because one way or the other, we're going to get before the magistrate, the judge, or somebody to find out what the fuck your ass been doing and get this shit resolved, so I don't have to keep having these stupid ass conversations and disappointments every fucking week. Hell no. See, Dad said be on here. Dad said going through the court process here in America.
Yeah, I've actually mentioned that. Dad said he was like one of the first people that I've actually listened to and this was like on a different channel. Like he's one of the first like people that I've heard like talk about like his situation.
Yeah,
And
because
this is
Dad
like
said that thing about it. There's some other channels that talk about it. There's some whole channels that only talk about that shit. I'm not going to turn my stream into talking about that shit today because I'm in a good mood and I don't want to get angry. No, I'm serious. That's what it is. Andre is pivoting and wanting to talk about what he wants to talk about. I don't want to talk about that shit today. Sorry, I don't.
yeah, I
'Cause
only
it's
brought it up.
pissing me off right now thinking about it.
Yeah, I only brought it up because I was making some calls and like, I'm still not getting no responses. So
I understand. I understand what you're doing because you said it at the beginning of the stream. I understand it's going to be frustrating, but I'm not a chick. I'm not going to sit here and be frustrated with your ass about that shit today. I'm not. I have to take in what I can take in when I can take it in. I'm not dealing with no stress about fucking women today. Not today. Not when I'm feeling good. Why would I want to bring myself down like that?
You see, I'm quiet. I fought my war. I'm a veteran. I ain't talking about the war. I'm like my uncle went to Vietnam. He don't talk about it. Rest his soul. He never talked about
Well,
it. He did his battle.
I made the joke about it, Bane, a couple of weeks ago when we was on here talking about the shit because Andre brought up his shit before, and I was making a joke about veterans of foreign wars, the veterans of the same foreign wars. Like, yeah, we ain't been through this shit, man. It's not that I don't have sympathy for you, you know I do, but I have only so many times I'm gonna talk about some shit to you with you until I see you taking action on it. I'm not gonna keep talking about it at infinitum everywhere I see you. I'm not. You either gonna have to take some action on that shit or stop bitching about it.
Yeah.
My
That's
plan
it.
for today was like to either watch a kids movie or watch a movie that I wanted to watch.
Well,
So it looks like I'm gonna watch a movie that I want to watch.
well, that's what you should be doing anyway. Yep, there you go. Thank you, Rainfire. That's who I was thinking of, and I wasn't popping out the name. Mr. Palmer, yeah. Baby Mama Terrorist. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. I'm subbed to his channel too. Stop talking through me.
Sorry.
Andre needs to listen to Mr. Palmer's channel and get that Baby Mama Terrorist stuff out. Yes, he does. He does. Somebody with a blue wrench put Mr. Palmer's channel in here because I am subbed to his channel as well. But that's why I got moderators to do that shit. Because he can actually give you some actual actionable tips to do that shit. Because I'm sure he got watchers in Canada who know that law.
Well, actually, Mr. Palmer is one of the first channels that I've used, like when I came to the space. So I know a lot about him. That's why I knew about Dead Set, because Dead Set was on Mr. Palmer's years ago.
Well, Andre, like this is something like this is like a life project thing, and you know, even tying this back to comics and anime and stuff. Like one reason I love anime, particularly, I mean, I keep going back to Demon Slayer, are the training arcs. And the fact that they're not doing 1,000 other things. It's like when they're focusing on what their mission is, they're not, you know, on streams. They're not like hanging out. They're like, I need to accomplish this mission because if I don't accomplish this mission, my life isn't going to be where it's got to be. Like this sounds like something where you got to like all your spare time outside of work. You need to just like,
that's
figure
how
it
you
out. And you got to focus and just get it to a place where it's stable. Like you got a system where like, you know, how often you're going to see your kid. You know how much money you need to send, and it's no longer a thing. It's just, this is what life is now. But if it's a thing where every week it's changing, it's like you have to put some type of effort toward figuring out some type of resolve to get it resolved. And that's going to take time. You know, you see Dead Set, he's doing a class, I don't know if a class action lawsuit or what it is. He's elevating his lawsuit, but it's like, and he had to learn the laws. I mean, you got to put time into this stuff. It's not something
Dead Set was missing from online for at least a month or so. Because he was taking care of this shit with the court. The only time he came back and was telling us what was going on with it when certain things were resolved, because he was getting his shit together. That's what you have to do. Online every day, that tells me that your ass is not taking care of this shit every day. That's what it tells me. That you have to be absent from this online to take care of that shit. Because it can't happen just with us. Yeah, we can feel some kind of way for you. Maybe put you in contact with some people who can help you. But if you ain't doing the work on that shit, it's pointless being online bitching about it all the time. Nobody wants to hear it every day with no progress. It's like a fat fucker saying, I'm going to work out tomorrow. And then every day you see him online, he's still sitting down eating a box of donuts. Thought you was working out today. I'm going to work out tomorrow. Okay. Man, I'm so fat. I don't know why I can't get this weight off. Damn, nigga, it's day 3. You still eating donuts. Have you worked out yet? No, man, I'll do that shit tomorrow. Well, fuck you. I don't want to hear about it tomorrow. That's how I am. I have very short patience because I expect results on certain things for people. I will listen to you bitch about it only so many times, and then I expect to see some goddamn results. If I'm not seeing any results, you can't bitch about it to me anymore because you just like bitching about it. Nobody wanted to hear my woes. Black Bang can tell you about that shit because he's part of my life. Nobody wanted to hear my woes about what I was going through with my son's mother all the time. So I just stopped bitching about it and start handling my business. And then it was less of me bitching about it. Because
and one thing I would, oh, sorry, good. Go ahead. One thing I got to add to that, and this is just basically my piece of information, piece of pie to give to you. If you're a father, that's what it is. There's your mission, and nothing's going to change. Know that man since I was 23, 24 years old. Whatever his view of father is, it has never changed. And he's never let anything get in between that or deviate him from that. I'm the same way. I'm a dad. I don't care. Oh, I want this. I'll go buy it. Well, no, it's me money. No, it's not going to happen because you're not going to control that aspect of my life. I'm a dad. I'm going to do that. So whatever you need to do, you need to do it. Stop bitching about it and just do it. Don't let it make you light hella cigarettes and stress you out. Like they're saying, do it. If that's going to court, don't be afraid to go to court. I'll tell you, when that man went to court, I saw the aftermath when he won. That was a total surprise. Trust me, they thought it was. She thought that ball was in her corner. No, got a flag on the play, first down. Went over to him. Yeah. Trust me, you got to do what you got to do.
And you know, I'm gonna probably say something you don't like, Andre, because trust me, like I smoke hella weed. I'm on that shit. I took this whole year off. I haven't smoked for a whole year, and I don't know when the next time I was gonna smoke. And I didn't do it for any particular reason, but it was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it as a challenge to myself, right? Because like, trust me. So it's one of those things that when you get 6 months in, you're like, oh shit, my brain works. like you didn't realize, like you can function with it and you can get by, but when you actually take a break away from it, you're like, oh, okay, I see that I was like driving around with my emergency brake on. This might be a thing where you need to just take a break and just focus on achieving your mission, and when you come back to it, you'll be able to appreciate it that much more. You know, just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean that's common for anything you want to do. It's going to take some measure of focus, and that's the only thing that you're focused on, especially if you're not the type of person who can divide your attention amongst many things and get many things accomplished all at the same time. Most people aren't that way. So you're going to have to that's going to be what you eat and sleep for a while to get that shit resolved, because that's what it's going to take. And don't expect it to be easy. So then you'll have to complain about it being work if you don't expect it to be easy. What up? Dr. Anwar showed up in here. That was Andre? Yeah, it was Andre.
Yeah, that's me, Dr. Dunbar. Yeah.
Because at least for me, look, man, I didn't like the shit when I was going through it. I tried to do what I can to help brothers not go through that kind of shit. Me and Black Bane have had these conversations many a times because of the type of shit that he deal with. I'm like, man, nigga, no, you way too good of a dude to be dealing with shit like that. And I'm not saying you a good dude because I'm trying to sleep with you. No, giving these bitches way too much. And I don't know them personally. That's why I didn't call them a bitch. The few that I know personally, we agree that they bitches. So, so no, stop being that good to people who doing you dirty. Andre's situation, bitch still playing games with you seeing your fucking kid, cut off the fucking money. Because I could tell you the one day somebody told me, I was working at the community center, Sam. I was working at the Nevin Center. And I was in there on a Saturday. And my son's mother was playing games with me about seeing my goddamn son. And I was pissed. And I was on the phone with her at work, pissed. And I got off the phone with her and I picked up this goddamn plastic chair that was out in the hallway and boom! I broke that bitch on the floor and shit like that. And one of my, not patronage, but one of the people there is like, what the fuck going on? And I'm bitching about baby mama and all the rest of this shit. He said, man, that bitch probably over there having a laugh about how she can control your emotions. I'm like, what? Don't never let nobody control your emotions like that. Don't let nobody control your emotional happiness and shit like that by trying to take shit from you. That's like the oldest game in the book. I learned that shit that day. I can't be out here destroying shit and mad and depressed over what this motherfucker doing because I'm giving this person control over me. I have to be in control of me. And that means that nothing this goofy motherfucker is doing is unpredictable and unforeseen. If I sent her money and I didn't get what I wanted up front, I can expect to get fucked over. I'm not giving you money for that. That's why she hated it when I started giving her fucking checks. And that's why she hated it when I start being an asshole and no, I'm not doing certain things. Oh, I just want to take and see my friend and such. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. They ain't more important than me. You an asshole. It starts with A, don't it? I'll pick them up at this time.
Hey, been there, done that. You know it.
Like,
go ahead,
that's
Andre.
That's the first time I've ever made that mistake. Because I always send money after the fact.
Well, how many times? How many times and how much money is it going to take you to learn it?
Well, it's going to take going to court. Like, I already know that. But just like now was the first time that I've sent money before the fact, before like I actually have my kids. It's typically I send money after the fact, which like when I have my kid and I'm spending time with my kid, like I'll send some money.
Yeah,
but I did it before the fact this time, so it's my fault, 100%.
Like I said, I know women will take money instead of having a damn kid because they just want the money, and it's very easy to test and very easy to find out. Give them the money and see what happens.
Like what's like really bothered me about today was like
don't go into it because I told you I didn't want to turn my whole stream into talking about your relationship shit. I told you that.
Just say you need to vent, bro, because that's what you're trying to do.
You're just trying to vent, motherfucker. My office hours are. I don't have a doctorate in this shit. So nobody is paying me to listen to this shit right now.
Hey, your ass out the window. Office hours are.
Yeah.
Yo, Andre,
stop. I have to give somebody who actually donating to this stream something to say. Shout out to Brent Hagley for supporting the stream. I appreciate you, Brent, for supporting the stream. I will give you the guts and butts. I know you didn't pay to hear that shit. Peace.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lie. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Appreciate you, Brent. Yeah, that was my regular PayPal donator. Shout out to my cinephilia. You got a buzzy. You got a little buzzy.
Hey, y'all, what's up?
What's up, Malika? Yeah, lying. Background.
Can I say something from it?
As long as you cut the background, we can hear you though.
I know a lot of background because I'm at work.
Okay, go ahead. Everybody mute up so you don't get the background.
I'm sorry. I just got to say this, and I know you didn't want to hear this, but I'm getting a little bit agitated with the Andre situation. I got to say this. Andre, your baby mama's only fucking with you for one thing because you allow her and you're a wimp. And I'm going to tell you from a former wimp and a guy that was a simp, a guy that didn't have any backbone and balls, you got to nut up and you got to make sure your backbone gets strong like fucking vibranium and titanium mixed together. You need to stop venting. We're men, we got your back, but you got to have your own back. You got to prepare for war. She's going to fuck with you for 18 years or 21 years when you have this child. She's fucking with you and doing anything and everything because you're allowing her. And she knows that she can get away with stuff and fuck with you and toy with you. These men are telling you, hey, this is what they went through. You got to stop wanting to take a show where we're talking about geek shit. Every Sunday, I'm at work. I want to listen to what Artisan talks about geek and fucking cinematic shit because I'm at work. I love you. You're a good young brother, but I don't want to hear about your bullshit going on with you and your kid and your baby mama because it gets annoying and you want to talk about it. You want to do it. This is.
He cut out.
You cut out for a minute, Malika. Bad connection. Yeah, you're not hearing anything right now.
Andre, you might want to take like $20, whatever. Throw
Hear me?
Charles. Yeah, we
I
can
got you now, Malika.
I'm sorry. Where's y'all not hear me there? Where did I cut off at?
Just pick it up from where you went.
You cut out about a minute ago.
Here's
Go
my
ahead.
thing. I want him to stop bitching and stop being a bitch about stuff. I'm not calling him that. I want you to stop that. One thing in this space what we learn how to do is we got to learn to hold ourselves accountable and recognize that we're acting like a bitch. She's fucking with you because she knows that she can put you in that position. You could be a bitch. Stop acting like that. Man the fuck up. We're here for you. We want to talk about this, but every Sunday I listen to this dude because I want to talk about geek shit. I'm at a job that I hate. I really don't want to hear you talk about the shit that you're going through with your kid and your kid's mama and how the way she's fucking you over. I hear that shit every fucking day. Man up. Handle what you gotta handle. If there's an issue, there's a problem, then you don't need to be on fucking Sunday talking about shit. You need to be making a plan. You need to be talking to a lawyer. You need to be planning for war. This woman's trying to fuck with you for 18 or 21 years of your life, of this child's life. So come on, man. This is something that you better. I'm sorry I had to come out and do this on Artisan Show, but it's getting tiring. And the thing is, I'm an older man. I'm a little bit older than you, but brother, you got to man the fuck up and put your big boy pants on, your big boy shoes on. Man up for war.
Well, Andre, this would be good. Like you're online a lot, dude, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. This would be good content for your channel, bro. Like you start live streaming, and then when you're on BGS, when you're on Charles, when you're on there, be like, hey, I'm doing a
I
live
live
stream
stream
tonight.
about gaming, man. I don't live stream about this shit.
All right, well,
Fuck you think you're doing about it right now?
That's what we're doing right now.
You're doing it right now. Some bullshit.
So just doing the same thing, just doing it on your channel, and then when you can invite people up in the chat, you can have larger conversations about it. And again, it's not necessarily a thing where you're trying to monetize it, but it's a way for you to actually, have a therapeutic outlet to talk about these things on your channel the way you want to talk about it. And dude, you have wrenches on so many influential channels. You can get 20, 30, 40 people in this space to come through. You might even get more because a lot of people are going through this, and having a weekly space where people can talk about it. I think it'd be beneficial for the space, right? Like, and you're online a lot, right? So I don't know.
Can I ask God a question? What do you want, man? What is the outcome that you want besides talking about it? What is the outcome? That's the old Kevin Samuels adage. What is the outcome? Hello?
That's on you, Andre, man. Ask your question.
The outcome. If we're talking about like just like the conversations, like the current one, which is I'm not sure how it got focused on me, but I'll respond to it. Uh, the outcome that I would like is for men in similar scenarios to be able to navigate the bullshit. Because I ain't doing this shit for profit. Like, yeah, like I'm on like a lot of different channels, like me Drama Bear mentioned. I'm on, I'm on a lot of different channels. Like, I'm not doing this shit for profit. It's just
Well, streaming it on your channel won't be for profit. It only gets for profit after a certain point.
Yeah.
Well, like this is
but
well, these aren't actually like my real channels. Like these aren't actually my real channels because like I have other channels.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is, your channel is where you can get all that shit out the way you want to, because in some ways it's distasteful to go on everybody else's channel streaming your shit, but then turn around and saying, well, I don't want to stream it live. You're streaming it live on other people's channels that ain't talking about that shit at all.
Yeah, you'll spend
So you're already doing it. You're already doing it. You might as well just do it on your channel. Now, if you're worried about who will show up to see that shit just on your channel, just you talking about that shit, well, that's the risk you run. I do a geek channel talking about geek shit in the black area where most people ain't even seen the shit that they're talking about. I get what I get. It's just what it is.
It seems like the thought is like I'm trying to I'm trying to gain a following off of other people's channels. That's not my
that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game.
If y'all think that I don't know what to say. Like I'm just trying to add to the conversations that are being had in the space. That's all I'm trying to do.
No. I think you're putting values. You're like a value system on things that don't require a value system. I think first of all, this sort of ties into when we're talking about how writers will get on to write about Star Wars and not focus on Star Wars, right? It's not their property, but they're trying to turn it into what they want to talk about, right? And that's not what. And so that's sort of. And then another thing is, it's not a bad thing to go on if you have wrenches on other channels. Say, hey guys, I'm talking about this on my channel. Why don't you come over? It's not it's not like you're trying to get rich off of it. You're just trying to get people to come over. You're just like you're throwing a party, right? So it's not a thing where we're saying you're stealing subscribers or you're trying to get rich off of it. That's a valid way of getting people to come onto your channel to talk about something that you want to talk about that you're already talking about on other people's channels, right? So it's not like we're calling you a name. We're just saying like, hey, go do it on your channel, and I bet we'll show up. You know what I'm saying?
I don't need anybody to show up for my shit because I'm not trying to do that. But initially when I first popped up on the panel, it was just me and Artisan. We were talking about Penguin and stuff, and it's like y'all haven't even watched the show, so it's like I would like to talk more, but y'all haven't watched it, so I can't talk more. So I'm not trying to ruin your experience.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in, but there's ways to talk about stuff without ruining it for people, and that's why you try to satiate their appetite for their curiosity to want to go and watch it. And that's just what it is with black people. Black people in some ways are really risk averse, right? And some of the stuff they don't want to get into just blindly. They're not going to do it. So you have to give them something that will speaks to them, but will pique their interest enough for them to get over that and go look at it. It is. And you have to accept the fact that most of them probably won't look at the shit. They won't. Like for the longest time when I was doing this streams and talking about this shit, there was two people I would talk to all the time. And both of them, one would watch it later and one might not have watched it at all. And that was AB and Malika. I would be the first one to see this stuff. That's just what it was. Because I'm more adventurous in that sense and have more time that I will make time to go watch this stuff. They might not have seen it at all. Don't mind talking about it, but they might not have seen it at all. But it just makes it a tougher conversation when they haven't seen it. So I figured out ways to talk about it without spoiling it for them, and then still give them my interest in it, what I found interesting, because it's talking about it from me and not just let me ruin the material for you because I don't know how to present this outside of it. Yeah, and Aquatech, you're right. It doesn't need a stream. You just need a video blog it. That's how I aim.
Yeah, I don't take offense to what people said during the stream. I don't take any offense to it. What I'm trying to say is I'm sure people have done this in the past, etc. But it's I'm literally just coming here to talk to the brothers. That's it.
Okay. Let's curve it back to geekdom then. Let's curve it back to geek stuff now, because I'm about 4 hours in. I don't want to spend the last hours just, repairing Andre persona. We know what you're here for. We know what you're not trying to do. We know all that shit. I'm just saying for today, I don't feel like talking about that shit. And I said that, I think, 20 minutes ago. I don't feel like talking about this shit. I'm not going to turn the whole stream into resuscitate Andre about none of this shit. It's not an Andre stream.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that happened in the first place. That's kind of
because you brought it up. That's how it happened in the first place. Don't play dumb. You brought that shit up. And I said it right when you brought it up. I said I didn't want to turn the stream into talking about that shit. But it pissed off the brothers who want to listen for geek shit because you see everybody got quiet. Because nobody wants to talk about that shit.
So the brothers that are here
Have you?
for geek shit. Like, why aren't they talking about geek stuff? I'm just
Well, hey,
saying, like, why are they
let me
falling
ask you.
behind?
Let me ask you this: have you seen Daima yet on Netflix? Because I haven't caught up on that yet.
Daima, like, it seems to be like stupid to me because I'm like they already did Dragon Ball GT, so why are they doing Daima?
Well, because it's right after. It's supposed to be right after Z before Super, and the animation looks real good. Like it looks like they put in a lot of time into the animation. I literally just haven't had a chance to sit down and watch it yet. I mean, I've been
Yeah.
hearing great things about it.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. I didn't hear about it till last week when Andre was trying to bring it up on my show. But I told him I don't watch Dragon Ball Z like that. But if you do a stream on your channel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's more content out there than I can watch myself personally. So I'm sure there's going to be gaps where I don't cover certain things. You're more than welcome to do your shit. That's why you got a channel.
Okay, so Daima, like initially I thought it was gonna, I initially I thought it was a movie, but like I recently learned like it's actually a series plus a movie, and I'm wondering like why are they doing this shit in the first place?
Mm-hmm. And Aquateki, you are right. Ask permission first. I don't think any host, especially in the Black Manosphere, will necessarily have a problem with that because that's how we all help each other. Everybody owes their channel and their subscribers to somebody else bigger than them helping their channels out. They all do. There's very few exceptions to that. So I don't think any host would have a problem with that. That's why people end up having wrenches on a lot of people's channels. Because before, wrenches used to be for content creators and shit. And people have been down from day one. That's what it used to be for. So I do that to keep certain people from getting kicked out of places too. That was the other thing that happened. I heard that what you were saying about the job hanging there. Yeah, everybody knows Malika needs a better job where people don't stress his ass as much, but he tolerating it.
So Artisan, like I wasn't trying to get into episode 5 because I figured that like most people probably aren't caught up.
Andre, any geek stuff is fair game, even if you haven't seen it. Listen to people who have. Saves waste time or money watching bad stuff. Yeah, it does. Rainfire, it does save some time because I always say, or at least me personally, I take my own personal take on things. If I want to see it, if I don't, and then I go and watch it. And then I'll listen to people's reviews because I know me more than anybody else would. I know my taste more than anybody else outside of me would. So I might find interest in something that other people wouldn't see because I give things chances. So that's why I trust my opinion more than I trust somebody else's. I'll listen to what somebody else has to say, maybe after I've seen the material, because I'm interested in other people's takes too. But
Yeah,
I always go to what I have to say first before listening to somebody else, letting them make me decide on if I should or if I shouldn't. That's not how my brain works. I don't work on consensus from other people to make my own decisions. I make my own decisions and I ride with them. I like the Joker too. I didn't need anybody to tell me that it was a good movie for me to like it. I went and saw it because I wanted to, and I liked it because I liked it for my reasons, not because somebody else told me, well, you should like it for these reasons. No, I liked it for the reasons I liked it. I put them out there. It's not a popular opinion at all, but it is my fucking opinion. What'd you have to say, Andre?
Yeah, like I've been taking your lead on this because yeah, like when you were talking about like the Penguin is like season 4, not season 4, episode 4, season 2. You covered it, but season 5, I wasn't trying to get into it, but you did mention a little bit about episode 5. I wasn't trying to get into it because like I'm taking your lead and I'm not sure if people are caught up or not, and like I don't want to ruin anything for people who
Well,
haven't
that's their
watched it.
business. I used to follow a 1-week moratorium on a lot of things. I wouldn't spoil things for a week. If it's been past a week, then I would talk about it because like a new episode 6 of Penguin is coming out in a couple of hours. So I can talk about number 5 all fucking long because after a week, anybody who wanted to see it would have saw it already. even if you waited to the end of the week, to the weekend to actually watch all your TV because you have a serious job. By Sunday night, you've probably already caught up. And if you're not interested. So don't spoiling shit ain't gonna matter at that point. So episode 5, I can talk about episode 5. Like Longo Savage said, he's only seen the first 2 episodes, and he was like, "Man, hang in there, man. Watch episode 3." Because long as I don't know what it is you're not feeling on it, Elongo. If you put it in the chat, I could probably help you through it. But it's a really good show. And it's not just because I said it's a really good show. It is a really good show. And it's a sleeper hit because most people wasn't trying to watch it. They didn't get on to watch it until like the 3rd episode. It is better than most of the shit that people are spending time watching right now. I'm watching Agatha. This show is way better than fucking Agatha. But I'm still watching both of them.
Artisan, the thing about me, like I stand on my shit. Like Penguin, I really like it. Episode 5 was amazing. Like to people who haven't watched the Penguin, I suggest you watch it and keep up with it because like it's one of the best shows out here right now. If you have a better show, like please name it in the chat.
But yeah, because I watched that shit too.
I bet you don't have it.
To Aquatechi's point, Dragon Ball starting to sound like Star Wars filling in the holes between series. Yes. Sounds like they don't have any other ideas. They can't go forward. That's what it sounds like. When he mentioned it last week, I said, this sounds like some bullshit. I'm not interested. Reverted them back to kids, so you want to go back to the well again, huh? Whatever, fuck. That's the problem with trying to make things overly powerful. Once you fight gods, where do you go from there? You got to go to another universe. If that's not something you can do in that universe, you're fucked up. Now you got to go back to formula, don't you? Artisan, Andre, and the Geekly fam. Sorry, I came off disrespectful or overbearing. No, you weren't coming off, Malika. You weren't coming off. You were actually pretty respectful. You were just being like, big brother. You just letting motherfuckers know what it was up front. You were being actually more direct than I was being. Because, me and you had talked about it before. I thought at one episode, I thought I was really mean to Andre. I thought I was mean to him. But I was just irritated. I was frustrated with that shit. I didn't want to keep hearing that shit.
Like,
but that's me. Andre, stop talking. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Malika. I thought I was being disrespectful to him because I got frustrated because I only have so much patience for young shit. I only have so much patience for that shit. And it runs out like a battery. And when it runs out, then you start getting full Scorpio Artisan. And I'm not sympathetic. At that point, I'm not sympathetic anymore. I don't give a fuck. I want this shit to stop because I don't like being annoyed. So there's so much of it I can deal with at a certain point. And after that point, I'm irritated. And now I'm just going to be angry. So I had to check myself because I listened to the stream. I thought I might have went a little bit too far. And that's why I apologized to him on the next stream. But he does that shit routinely. But it's just a tolerance thing. So I thought you were being very respectful. You were just being very direct because as you said it, you're on your time. This is what you like to listen to on your job while you're doing your job to give you a little bit of mental escape from that shit. Why the fuck do you want to hear that? You didn't tune in for that. That's not why you showed up to my channel. It's not. It's not what you want to hear the conversation about. But that's what irritates me when somebody tries to steer shit that way. That's not your show to steer that direction. You're not in charge of running the shit. That's what the host is for. That's what they're running their show for. To give the people who are showing up to listen to that type of content that. If you want to talk about that other shit, that's why you do your own show on your channel talking about just that kind of shit. Because it's unfair to try to steer somebody else's show in that direction. I don't know who that was, but it seemed like a troll. So I hear what you're saying, Malika. I didn't think it was overbearing or disrespectful, but Andre can speak on that himself, and y'all can talk and chat or whatever. I don't think he thought it was disrespectful because he's smoking his square on screen.
Yeah, like I got a lot of respect for Malika because Malika keeps it real. I got a lot of respect for Malika and also Artisan. In the beginning, like I thought you were actually.
Okay, Longo. Go ahead. I was thinking out loud.
Well, I'm trying to phrase it like properly, but uh, if anything, I thought you were more disrespectful in the beginning. But I realized that like you were more like if you don't know what you're talking about, don't speak, and I'm cool with that.
Well, yeah, I'm more really respectful to people. I try to be respectful to people a lot. I really have a low tolerance for people talking when they don't know what they're talking about. I really do. I mean, you guys don't hear me listening to a BGS stream at work, and I'm really getting the information. I like the conversation that's happening, hearing people interjecting and throwing some dumb shit in there that ain't got nothing to do with the conversation. You don't hear me cussing out loud listening to BGS in my earbuds at work, because that's why I understand what Malika is talking about. I do the same thing. I'll be listening to a stream. You hear motherfuckers come on there with some bullshit or constantly over talking, and I'm sitting there like, shut the fuck up, nigga. Just out loud for no reason, because nobody else can hear what I'm listening to. But I'm getting irritated listening to a fucking playback about something that ain't got shit to do with what I'm listening to the stream for. Shut the fuck up. Understand, people is listening to this for other reasons. And it's not for your bullshit. So leave that shit out. Talk about the topic or don't talk. Or get off the panel. Like, I do that shit often. It's fucking frustrating as hell to have to do that. I catch myself doing it, sitting in my van, going to lunch. Shut the fuck up. My patience gets low with that shit. That's why I don't do panels all the time.
It's perfectly understandable because I've mentioned this to you before, and I'll say it again. Like
Thundercats, ho! That better be who I think it is. I'm gonna drop your ass down.
Yeah, that's what you think it is. It's Charles's other half.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I don't need no white ping showing up on my stream.
Charles's other half.
Yeah, this Dr. Tigra. I was like, okay, I think I know who that is. I'm just making sure.
Andre, nice to meet you face to face. Hey, Artisan, I thought I would ask you a question. You might have already covered this before I came on or last week. Hey, what do you think about the Blade movie being delayed indefinitely?
I know where you're going with this. Andre, don't say anything. I talked about it last week, and if you've listened to any of your favorite YouTubers this week, they repeated exactly what I said. I rode in the same boat. I rode in the same boat with Double Toasted. Corey on Double Toasted. Me and him had the same take on it. I'm fine.
Give me the Cliff Notes version, man.
I'm giving you the Cliff Notes right now. I'm fine that the shit got canceled. Good. Cancel it. Stop doing it. Take your time. Write something better. Get Wesley, get Mashala. Y'all get together, put your heads together, and figure out how to make an actual Blade movie that centers Blade. And let's just get that done. Figure out how to have Blade killing vampires, and you should have a decent fucking movie. Good, decent fight scenes. Let Wesley do the choreography. I don't give a fuck. Just do that. And if you maybe work in the Midnight Suns, it could be cool. And you can have Blade go off and kill Agatha and them witches, because Blade handles supernatural shit too, not just vampires. And we'll be fine. If you do that, cool. I don't have a problem with the shit being canceled. They should. They've been holding Mashallah Ali up for way too goddamn long. No, fuck that. So that's the Cliff Notes. That's the 5-minute version of it that I didn't give last week. That's it.
So
okay, I appreciate that.
You appreciate that. What now, Dr. Anwar? What is your take on it? What do you think about it? You got you're
Artisan,
a content creator. You got to have something to say about this.
Yeah, Artisan, I'm a traditionalist, man. I say stay true to the IPs and what they're about, and don't make them over into something else that you think they should be based upon modern sensibilities and modern social movements. So I mean, they've had to rewrite the thing over and over and over again. Something hasn't been right about it. And I say, just if you're not going to do it right, don't do it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And shout out to the Beastly Nerd, yes. And like Beastly Nerd said, just go back and do an original story. Yeah, Beastly. They ain't got much comic book work to pull on Blade that's that damn interesting anyway. Unless you're going to the Night Stalkers, just do an original story. That was Beast's point. Original story. I agree. Yeah, do an original story. Might as well. Like the rest of the shit you're doing ain't no good. Shit, I would have taken, and shout out to the other content creators who covered this week. They did more research on the shit than I had to, because I'm just doing it off of what I know about the situation, because I've been watching it that damn long.
Well,
Six scripts. Let me finish my thought, Andre. You keep you went through 6 scripts that obviously don't work. So just do an original story. It's fine. You can do an original if you can muster that. You can do an original story and get it done. But otherwise, it's not working. Just stop it. Just stop. Just forget it. Just forget it. Let it sit for another 5 years. It ain't gonna make no difference. Y'all ain't doing shit anyway. What did you have to say, Andre?
Yeah, what I was trying to say was like I agree with like the arguments being made is that like if you're gonna do another Blade movie, just like have Blade pass the torch. And if you're not gonna do that, don't bother doing it.
No, I've been saying that since the beginning. That's why I love that people actually say the same words over again, because their thoughts link together like that. I said that for a while, that it should have been, especially with all this multiversal shit going on. And you see, I'm looking at my old stream, so I can pull that shit up and play it again. But since they're doing all this multiversal stuff, New Line stuff was a different universe. This is what I said initially when Mahershala Ali was saying that he was going to be the new Blade. I'm fine with that. He can be the new Blade, but I'd only accept it in a couple of ways. He is the older version of that Blade from the New Line stuff, Wesley's Blade, or he is in the MCU universe and Wesley Snipes' version is from a different universe. That's it. It's not necessarily a torch passing. It's just understanding that my whole thing has always been give Wesley his respect. Give Blade his respect, give Wesley his respect for doing that Blade movie and setting y'all up to show that these movies could work and make money if you take it seriously. That's all. That's all you had to do for me, because I thought it was disrespectful to do another movie and not have him involved. That's kind of shit. You got to have him involved some kind of way. Multiverse gave you a reason. Deadpool and Wolverine showed that it could work. That's the same Blade from a different fucking universe. They said it in their movie. So what's the problem? Everybody loved it. Sit down and talk. And if you don't think the writers there can do it, ask Ryan and his crew if they want to do the Blade movie and see what you get.
No, I think
maybe
that's
they
what
can
the
turn out
issue
one
is.
for you.
I think that's the issue. I think from what I've heard from one or two of the scripts is it's turning out to not even be a Blade focused movie, and they're focusing on like maybe they're focusing on like the female protagonist, and it's just amazing that Disney doesn't really know how to set up like the female counterpart, because I don't think it's necessarily that people are mad at, let's say you bring in a female Blade or whatever, but if you're going to do a Blade movie, it's got to be a Blade movie, right? And then you got to set this person up, and then in their movies, that Blade's got to be a pretty big character for the first or two movies to set this second person up, whether it's a female or whatever. But I think that's what they're trying to do. They're always trying to make like a female version of the main character, and I think they're just not finding a way to do it.
Yeah, they've been doing that shit for a few phases now. A few phases now, they've been doing that shit. It's always a female replacement in the wings. It's always there. And I was going through it last stream, Dr. Anwar. I went through it about this Blade character and what was set up to be in this shit. Every script since the first one has had females all through it, and Blade backseating to it. Now, the bigger YouTubers than me all week have been throwing out all the history of it like they gave a fuck all along, and I've been talking about this shit for the last 4 years since I've been on this doing my live show. I've never liked the script. I've been watching it since it's been getting kicked back, and the only thing that hasn't had a shitty MCU Blade movie coming out is the fact that Mahershala Ali gets to review the scripts and say if he's gonna do it or not. That's the only thing. Otherwise, you would have got this shit years ago. Shitty as it could have been. If he wasn't the caliber of actor he was, he didn't have an Oscar next to his goddamn name, and he didn't have say-so on what scripts he did, you would have got a shitty movie. You would have got a shitty Blade movie already. That's why I'm fine with him walking the fuck away. That's why I'm fine with him walking away. I said that shit beginning of this year, I think, when they were talking about the last fucking group of assholes that was running out of there and a new writer coming on. Like, he might as well walk now. He might as well walk. I won't be mad at him if he do. I wouldn't be mad at him.
Artisan, like, well, episode 5 of Penguin, like, it's showing.
We're talking about Blades. Follow the bouncing ball. We're talking about Blade right now. This is what I mean about trying to steer somebody else's show. We're talking about Blade right now. This is what the audience wants to talk about. What up, Beast?
That's cool.
What's going on? You got the link. What did you want to say, sir? You know the danger room is open.
Oh man, I was just showing up here.
Oh.
What's up, man?
You eating this shit too, you greedy motherfucker. You ain't sharing. Did you bring enough for the class? Did you bring enough for the class?
Well, I can't bring it into the unit because it'd be considered contraband. You know what I'm saying? So I just left the facility.
Are you eating in front of the kids at the facility? You sound like you have a steak. They getting sandwiches.
If I want these motherfuckers to get jumped and throttle me, hell no, I ain't gonna eat in front of them.
You ain't brave. Doing the story of times, and yeah, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill to this day. Disney knows how to do princesses. Princesses don't fit everywhere. No, princesses don't fit everywhere. Your princess is in another castle. Fucking Bowser.
Yeah, if you're talking about Blade, like he.
No,
yeah, but
there you go.
Like I said last week, you don't have to do a comic book adaptation. Just take the character, what elements is from that character, and make move. See, this is what I would do if I'm somebody who, if you give me the fucking X-Men, you hear Beastly Nerds directing and producing an X-Men movie, you're not going to see no comic book story. You're going to see some entirely new shit. I'm not going to tell. We already got an Apocalypse movie. I'm going to do something completely different, or I'm going to take the Apocalypse and create an entirely new, different type of a tactic that he's trying to do. I'm not going to give you the same shit in the comic, which is what, in my opinion, they should actually start kind of doing something to some extent. Start getting away from the comic and just take the character from the comics and start telling your own story if you are creative enough and if you are a fan of the source material. That's me. But I'm actually going to steal my shit too.
All right.
Yeah, well, like Ray is saying in here, I heard from someone before that they were supposed to introduce Blade's daughter. You know who the only person who mentioned that shit was? Me.
All right, so like
they weren't reading they're not comic book readers. That's why they never mentioned that shit.
The issue that I have with like the whole Blade thing is like because I've only heard people talking about Blade now, like non-black people talking about Blade, is after the fucking Deadpool and Wolverine movie. All of a sudden, everybody's a Blade fan.
Well, here's the thing: they might have been a fan of. They might have knew who Blade was, supported that movie, thought the movies kicked ass, but they wasn't talking about it. They weren't following the movie because they didn't care that much, because it doesn't fit into that whole narrative of not liking all these DEI characters put up there like that. They're not traditionally having a lot of interest in these characters that are not white males put up there. They're not. Now, people like the Blade character because Blade, as a character, for what they like about it, what they say about it, Blade kicks ass. He does. But you have to understand why Blade, the character for black folks, is more interesting because we grew up on Blackula. We understand that the vampire mythology is mostly vampires of white folks. From those countries, those Eastern European countries. So having a black vampire hunter, part vampire himself, being able to go out there and kill the motherfuckers is kind of a dirty sin for us. We get to have some fun with that. It's like being able to kill. Yeah, it's like being able to kill Klansmen and shit like that. It's fun. It's fun for us.
Artisan, I mentioned this before. Like,
better be on the point that I was saying, or I'm gonna get pissed off for you cutting me off. Go ahead. Yeah, Aquatech, guilty pleasure. It is.
Yeah, like my guilty pleasure of Blade was like I've said before. when he said Frost, and like he went off after, and that was after like he took like the blood infusion.
Huh?
Well, he got healed a little bit. He got amped up.
Yeah, and he was like Frost, and he went off after that.
Well, that was the thing. I could say that as Aquateki is putting it more eloquently in here, the guilty pleasure. The guilty pleasure of watching a Blade movie is seeing a bunch of Euro trash asshole white folks that talk down on you and treat you like shit getting fucked up. You watch that bloodbath scene, who you see in there? Who you see in there? The darkest thing in the room is taking out all of them. When you see him fighting Frost, who was Frost? I like Steven Dorff as an actor, but Frost was a white asshole.
Yeah,
White trash.
No different than the white assholes that was in Joker getting popped when they was fucking with him on the train. No different.
Also,
That's what you saw. That's why black folks really like that shit. Because it's
Also,
a reversal on what you see. Let me finish my sentences before you guys talk through them. You also see that in the real world. That's what people gravitate to because it doesn't happen a lot in the real world. That's why they like that character. That's why black folks really like that character. If Blade was white, it wouldn't have worked the same fucking way.
Mhm.
It wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have had the same resonance. It would have just been just another vampire movie. Would have killed. It could have been Van Helsing or some shit.
Sorry about that. My phone keeps tripping.
Or go ahead, Beast.
Also, to add to your point, Frost was a bit of a supremacist. So
Yeah,
that
he
was
is.
another element.
Yeah, he is. You're right about that.
Can I go after the vampires of the superior race. Food, not our allies.
Great see Kyle of him, huh?
So it was bittersweet. It was awesome to see him with that.
Mm-hmm. But also we liked Blade because we loved John Shaft, Richard Roundtree's John Shaft. We also loved a lot of the blaxploitation heroes back in the 70s because these were men that were going against the system. Even though Blade was a fictional hero character. And also you have to understand Wesley Snipes put a level of gravitas and a level of badassery into this dude where we like that. And also he's an outcast. He's a black man in a world where he's an outcast, but also he's an outcast in an underworld too. And you already get the backstory for the people that didn't even follow the Blade mythos in Marvel. You are getting a backstory that he doesn't like what he is. Because like remember you said in the first movie, he's kind of on the fringes. And he kind of really still doesn't take who he is until the second movie. But he's this dude that he says, like, when he's pointing, he says, I want you to tell Frost it's open season on all suckheads, and I'm coming for him. That's a ballsy thing to say. And especially for Frost, who is
taking on a whole vampire nation by yourself.
And the vampire nation's feeling some kind of way. They ain't saying it, but they feel kind of shook about it. One of the heads at the table is like, Blade with his mindless crusade. And it's like, okay, he's a pain in the ass, but he's a pain in the ass. But, it's just like if you go back, John Shaft's a pain in the ass to the man or to the mafia or to whoever what Crooked Cop is. But that's why we as black people, we like that. We love to see a black hero that's formidable. But also at the same time, when we're talking about the hero's journey, Blade was still about his journey. And his journey wasn't just taking out vampires. He had to learn how to come to wrestle and respect and realize, you know what? I am what I am. I am a mixed breed. And I have to take that.
So that fight that.
Well, let me ask you guys this.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys this, and then I have to drop down. Which character was more important / influential, Blade or Black Panther?
That's a good question.
Influential in what way? To movies or to comics?
I don't know. Malika just said that's why we like Blade so much. I was thinking which one was more. Go ahead. And it's subjective.
Yeah, I would say in the movie sense, In a movie sense, I would say Blade was more influential because the next character that Wesley wanted to do after he did Blade was Black Panther, and Marvel wasn't working with him on that shit. Black Panther had a bigger social impact, but it came a lot later. It was a more social groundswell at that point to have that character out there. But you have to understand that means that you've already had one Spawn movie, 3 Blade movies, and the characters, those movies have been out there for a while. So somebody was ready to see a newer Black character out there, and Black Panther was a perfect one. In comic books, it would be Black Panther. He came along a lot bigger, a lot sooner, more prominent. So there, it's different. It's different. Movies, I would say Blade, and comic books is Black Panther. And the rest of y'all can go ahead.
I say for me, well, I would see it. I like Blade more. I would say it more because it's like an underdog story. Yeah, you got Black Panther, but kind of like Batman, you got access to everything, anything you need to get the job done. Blade is literally killing folks and then running through their pockets. That's just it. Like, oh, that Rolex is fake. He's all he's on. Right. I feel that. Like, man, I'm gonna get back forever, and I'm gonna make it work straight out the mud. And that's just how it is. And then one thing that I heard, I forget what channel said it, would made a good point. Like, Blade's not a character that you got to overthink. Like, you can literally take the Raid Redemption trope and throw Blade in there, like going after a den of vampires.
Yeah,
I'm there.
That was a good
I'm
take.
there.
I'm forgetting who I heard. That was another channel made that take. I said, that's a good goddamn take, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, the mayor would watch that.
I'd watch that.
I'd watch that. Somebody get that idea out there. Get that to them people, man.
Hey, if it could work for Judge Dredd, Blade would be even better.
Yeah.
So,
shit.
Don't ask another question unless you're answering the question that was already asked, Andre.
I was adding on to what was already said. Dr.
What was you saying? What were you saying?
Dr. Dunbar was asking, like, basically who was better, and you said that
which was more influential.
Black Panther had a. You said that Black Panther had a better, like, he had a bigger social impact versus Blade. I agree with that.
Cinematically, yeah.
Yeah, cinematically or in general, like Black Panther had a better social impact, but Blade, like, for the people that actually watch his stuff, like, he was better. Well, in my eyes, he was better, but y'all can tell me if I'm wrong.
But why? Why is he better to you?
Exactly.
Why he was better to me? Because he was like one of the first. Why he's better to me?
All right, that's vague as hell.
One of the first what? I got it, Malika. One of the first what? I'm trying to get more out of you than just a surface level ass answer.
Why he was better to me? Because like I said, I watched that movie multiple times, and like at that time when I seen the movie, there wasn't very many like black like superheroes, right? And it's not even like not really like a superhero, but like black like heroes in general. So when I watched it, it's kind of like a time thing, or like an era thing, or whatever you want to call it. But like when I seen it at the time, like he was one of the few, if there was any at all. Well,
there's always Mantis.
Well,
all the old guys on the panel laugh.
Mantis was cool, but he ain't exactly Blade, bro.
No,
right. You go back to Saturday morning in the '90s. I know exactly you went with that one.
Well, at the time, like other than the Spawn, like Blade was like he was the hero to me. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's just cinematically, he was that one black hero, and he's more of an anti-hero than that. But if you go to comics, there's a shitload of them. There's a shitload of them. Go ahead, Malika.
The same feeling that I got when I saw Blade is the same feeling that I got when I saw Passenger 57 with Wesley. And I got to tell you the reason why, because being a Gen X kid, being a nerdy kid, being the kid that got bullied, but looking up to a black male character in a modern era. When I saw John Cutter in Passenger 57, I saw a suave, intelligent, professional black guy who saved the day. He was still cool. He was still suave. He was still on it. You know, one of my favorite lines is, "What do you think? You want the passengers. I want the plane. What are your instincts telling you? My instincts are telling you need to wax your ass all over this office. No, that is your," he said, "that is your emotions operating without the benefit of the intellect." And I remember hearing that from a villain saying this to a badass black guy, but even the black guy got to stand there and think and say, shit, he's right. But 5 years later, I'm seeing Wesley playing a hero and being a geeky kid that loves superheroes. And I'm like, oh shit, this is what I've been waiting for. Oh shit, this is what I've been loving. Oh shit, this is what, and I'm seeing Wesley use everything in his repertoire, in his acting repertoire, from martial arts, from him acting, just embodying this character. You know, Michael Keaton said in the interview when he put the suit on, he said, "You got to be the suit." And even Wesley said, he said, you know, putting them shades and putting that coat back on and putting the outfit back on still brings something back because you're embodying a certain character, certain image and ethos. And I felt it. And I was like, okay, this is what I felt when I saw Passengers 57. This is what I felt when I saw Richard Roundtree playing Shaft. I felt good as a black man seeing another black man being a hero. I mean, I saw it when I saw Captain Kirk. I saw it when I saw Luke Skywalker, but I didn't feel it. I felt it. I felt prideful. I felt wow.
Yeah, it hits differently when you can see the character is.
It made
kind of looks like you.
You know what it made me do? I saw that shit when I was a cop, right? I automatically, after I saw that, I was on a high. I automatically went home, got out drawing pencils and a pad, and started drawing. And I was on a high because I saw something fantastic. It made me feel like I was a kid when I saw a beautiful black man on TV just doing something, man. And it was just great. And that's what I mean, I just love Wesley for embodying that character and giving me and fellow other young black guys, geeky guys have that, because it was visceral. Just like you said, Black Man, you know, Black Panther's cool, iconic, not taking that away from him. But you know, you can relate to Wesley, you can relate to Blade, because Blade's gonna go kick ass. That scene when he walks in, and they're like, oh, it's the Daywalker. It's him. Right then and there, you automatically know infamy. When he pulls the sword out, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
he's just not taking out dudes, he's taking out women too.
Taking out everybody.
Everybody get it.
Everybody got it.
You know,
equal opportunity Blade, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add to that. He brought that Jim Kelly. I'm gonna kick ass and look good doing it.
Exactly.
Yep.
3 the hard way.
You know, every time in all 3 of the movies, like he always he had to shake his coat off. He would do that cool shit and just shake his coat. I said, all right, that's some badass shit. That's something that a black man would do.
Well, that was the GIF I sent Black Bane this week. We were texting on Instagram, and what did I send you? I sent you that GIF from Blade 2, right? What did he do? He took his knife, wiped it off. That's some brother shit. Wesley got into that character so much. That's what makes that character almost inseparable from being Wesley Snipes. He put so many little flares in there that is Wesley Snipes' personality that the character stands on his own, like the line everybody knows. Some motherfuckers always ice skating uphill. I bet money that's not in the script. That's not. That's an ad lib. That is not in the script, dude. That can't be in the script. That's an ad lib that everybody remembers that movie for. But you mentioned Passenger 57. What's the one from that? There's a bunch of good quips from it, but one that made the trailer always bet on black. And the other one, what's the police officer tell him when he got him crapped up, right? He said, tell me, Mr. Cutter, put yourself in my position. What would you do if you were in my position? He's like, kill myself.
Well,
he didn't want to be that white dude.
Even the hospital, when they come to street, motherfucker, you out your mind? Like,
that's Wesley injecting.
That's that blackness that kick out right there. You know, like, nigga, did you really touch me?
And that's why you had that character. If it was white, you wouldn't have the same impact with that character, because that character is infused with so much of Black people's experience and Black folks' understanding that it makes it more relatable to us. Like you were saying, Bang, he ain't got the resources like Black Panther. He hawking jewelry and running these fools' pockets to trade that shit in for money. So, and that's what he told him, man. This how you think we fund this operation? We ain't sponsored by the March of Dimes.
Exactly. So one of the things that was sick about Blade, it was like I can't remember, but it was like whoever.
Let's
like
not divert. I still need Beasley to get in on his answer to Dr. Anwar's question, but let's not divert. And two people haven't spoken on that question yet, so I'm interested to hear their answer. So let's not divert completely. I just added on to what.
I'm not diverting. It's just
You don't know when you are diverting. I do. But the question on the table was which one was more influential, Blade or Black Panther. So I still want to see what Beasley thought and what McDrama Bear thought, because I haven't heard that yet. So hold it down for a second.
In my case, damn, I almost want to say both, because I'm always interested in original Black characters, but I would have to give it to Blade solely on not just Blade the character, but Wesley the actor. Because Malika brung up something as to why he's been one of my favorite Black actors for a very long time. Is not just the Blade, but Passenger 57. Another personal favorite of mine, Money Train.
Yep.
You know, where he's funny, you see in everything he does, you see that ass kicker where he's willing to go all out for his brother up until a certain point, and he's able to interject a lot of that Black experience and that Black swagger into the point to where a lot of times how I move when I operate with people, I'm kind of doing that shit. Like, you know, being at work and these kids say some slick shit, I'm like, and I come back with them. I'm like, bro, I'm new to this. I'm true to this. Not new to this. Fuck you. Let's sit your ass down. Like, motherfucker, you're out of your damn mind. Like, I said that at work many a times, just instantly blazes. I'm like, motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind? You sit your ass down in this classroom, acting all stupid. Like, because you know, they'll try to touch or do some funny shit, but just the influence and the fact that, like, I waited for Wesley to play Black Panther. I was like, oh hell yeah! I waited 15 goddamn years up until that movie came out for Black Panther. So Wesley, influential wise, being a martial artist, influenced a lot of my martial artists, and the fact that in that atmosphere, you don't have a lot of brothers that are Black martial arts film stars. You got
they got them being stunt kickers and stuff like that, and on stunt teams, but they ain't the lead actor. They're not the lead actor.
Nope. You got Wesley, Michael J. White,
Billy Blanks,
Jim Kelly, and who else? It's riddled with a bunch of white dudes that know to kick ass, especially a bunch of Asian dudes that can kick ass. What the brothers at? So they're there. Yep. That alone is enough to influence a generation of Black dudes, especially Black boys like myself, who always look, because I just had to watch Passenger 57. I was saying, damn, how come I don't get brothers like that? You saw a brother, you didn't see when he's dealing with the police, you didn't see him bitch up and hit. No, you saw him whoop they ass. And then when they try to go back at him, they said, no, why? So you can take another shot, you says, whooping your dumb ass? No. You saw, I was like, where the fuck? Why can't I get that in the movie? I want to see that. I don't want to see you bitch up and be scared of, no offense to the cops out there, but I don't want to see a brother bitch up and be scared of police. I'd rather see you like Jim Kelly, bust that ass and keep it moving. Hop on the motorcycle.
So, mama wouldn't pay me respect.
Yeah, hop on that motorcycle and peel the fuck off. Not be running in fear for your life, or like some of this shit have you running behind your damn woman.
Right.
So I would like Wesley in general, just as the Blade character and an actor, period, more influential. Comic wise, you can probably say Black Panther because there's more to his character than just being a superhero. He has a lot more responsibility as being a king and a ruler of one of the most powerful nations in Marvel Comics and what he represents. But like, just in my opinion, culturally, it got to be Wesley if you paying attention.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said Black Panther in comics, just because I can't remember which one came first, but Black Panther in comics is a hell of a lot different than Blade in comics. It's not the same. It's not the same impact at all. That's why I said Black Panther in comics. I can't remember which one came first, but Black Panther is definitely more influential in comic books. It's just spawned a generation of writers and stuff like that to write better stories and shit like that, just in general. So, McDrama Bear, what you got on that question? Which one do you think was more influential, Blade or Black Panther?
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree if we're talking about movies, just about movies. You have to give it to Blade just because, you know, movies are taken to that next level by movie stars, right? And Wesley Snipes is a movie star, right? Like, you look at the MCU, outside of Iron Man, there weren't a lot of movie stars, like star caliber, you know, actors in the movies, right? There are a bunch of people that are on their way up, and they're starting to become that way. And Chadwick Boseman, had he stayed around, you know, maybe that second Black Panther movie would have sort of pushed him there. But yeah, I mean, you got my dog crying in the background, but yeah, that's what I'd say, Blade.
Yeah, I would say Chadwick is more. For me, Chadwick is influential cinematically as a movie star character, just because of how many characters he was playing in this short time and which characters he was playing. He was playing influential black men from history outside of Black Panther. He was playing influential black men from history and making sure those stories got told. So I appreciate him for that shit. That's what's missing right now. Okay, you had something to say?
Yeah, I've been dying to say this. Like,
I know you haven't.
Yeah, I've been dying to say this. Like apart from that Frost scene, like my other favorite part of the Blade movies, like I'm not sure if it was Blade 1 or Blade 2, but it was when they finally got a hold of his sword and them spikes came out when they tried to touch it. Like that's when I was like, Blade is crazy.
I am a fan.
Yeah, when them spikes came out when they touched the sword, I was like, oh.
Now that's the only disappointing part about this replica. It don't have the spikes that come out. That's the only thing disappointing about it. Otherwise, that's it. So when you see my icon change and it has me, the person, on there, that's what that's what I'm holding. Like that one at the top right, I'm holding the blades. That's what it is. I took that in the shop, holding the blade sword, doing the same pose Wesley did on the cover of the Blade movie. That's it. That's this one. So yeah, I like that sword because I like swords. And I just got fingerprints on this motherfucker, so we got to clean that off.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like it didn't take much. It was like basically like that sword wasn't for you, and if obviously if it wasn't for you, like it's gonna react that way. So and like it didn't take a lot to like show that. So that's what had me like really hyped about like the movie because it was like
you never use his weapon on him.
Yeah, right.
That was his. That was my sword, nigga. Keep your hands off, man. You can keep it. You just Rayhama, I mentioned you earlier, man. I invoked your pirateness earlier in the stream, so you got to go back and listen to it. What he said is part of the reason I was so excited every time to see Wesley. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of Wesley movies because I've liked Wesley Snipes as an actor for a long goddamn time. And I just watched a short documentary on YouTube that was done about Wesley Snipes. And it was saying how long he had been doing martial arts and acting and what his upbringing and stuff like that was. And it was really covering his exit and try to come back into Hollywood, because they basically did just try to blackball this motherfucker. They basically did, because he was doing shit his way and not compromising on that shit. So the same shit you were seeing on screen from them characters that he liked, like John Cutter and Blade, and I'm forgetting the character in the Art of War and shit like that, but Rising Sun with Sean Connery and stuff like that. That same bullshit that he was giving them characters that would give him smoke in the movies, that's what he was giving motherfuckers behind the scenes. And they hated that shit. So don't think that all that IRS shit was just the IRS shit. Especially with my weed when I was younger. I was always had the munchies when I was watching his movies. Yeah, go back and watch Major League. Most people forget that Wesley Snipes is in that shit. Willie Mays.
Man, let's take it back to Wildcats.
I took it back to Wildcats last week, but all white boys know that one. They don't know about the Major League. Everybody forget about that.
Back to Streets
Demolition
of Gold.
Man.
Willie Mays Hayes.
Yeah, that's how you test motherfuckers geek. You only know the mainstream. You ain't a fan, motherfucker. If you only know the mainstream, you're not actually a fan.
I'll give you another one. Remember the movie Critical Condition with Richard Pryor?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
He was the ambulance driver.
Was he? Yeah. Holy shit.
Was he? Now you made me go back and watch it.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Like,
let's go back to Bad with Michael Jackson. That's how you got the role.
Yeah,
I
remember Bad. And there was an
that was actually supposed to be Prince. Prince like, hell no, I doing that.
If I find that it's in my history. If I find that documentary again, Malika, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Send it to me too, please. I want to see that.
Yeah, it was good. They mentioned that Bad thing, what was such a big deal about that, because that was his like major thing after he had did some acting. I think it was on stage or something like that. It was a big deal that he was in that role next to the biggest pop star on the planet at the time, getting him known. And most people don't know that. That was like a huge break for his ass, because it started opening doors for him. And once you understand it in that context, you see why these motherfuckers turned on his ass after a point too, because Michael was dead. So they taking shit out on people that was close to him. Like, oh, he got something. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck Wesley.
He didn't want to do that scene in Bad.
No, he didn't. That's what it said. That's what the review said. Let's see.
Can't forget Simon Phoenix. Come on now.
No, well, everybody sort of forgets Simon Phoenix, right? Sort of. That was sort of like the first time you saw him actually doing some fighting and actually understanding that it was him that was actually doing the fighting. He could actually fight. He was actually a martial artist. When I found out from the documentary, he had been a martial artist since he was 8.
Yep.
He was doing that shit for real, nigga, for a while, and getting kind of known in the martial arts circles because he was kind of a tough dude to be dealing with.
That's why I think Rising Sun.
Yeah,
Rising Sun for me stuck out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Rising Sun is exactly the same way. It stuck out. That sticks out to me more than New Jack City, because being a martial artist, then all of a sudden see him just pop out and his shit is crisp. Like, wait a minute, like you wrestle him out the bag,
crispy.
I like that. That was like that sticks in my head. New Jack City to me, everybody knows New Jack City. That's like the black trope. New Jack City, boys, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Go back past that.
Yeah.
We just watch Sean Connery and the girl with the gimpy hand.
Yeah, that's why certain people don't. It was Tia Carrere playing like shit. Yeah. That's why most people don't mention that shit, because it's not the mainstream success movie. But that's usually what I use to figure out who's who, and why they like what they like. Right? Somebody getting their ass whooped.
Yeah. Damn kids out here fighting.
Yeah, somebody about to get their ass whooped because mama out there.
Here's one thing people keep forgetting: the brother had acting chops too.
Yes, serious acting chops.
People keep forgetting why Spike put him in Mo Better Blues, and you've seen two alphas going at it. Him and Denzel going at it. Just that scene when they're drunk and then they're talking about nobody comes out to see us, nobody doesn't want to play the music, they don't want to do that. Then you hear Wesley saying, "No, you one of those grandiose motherfuckers that expect people to come out to see you. I'm gonna play, but these motherfuckers gonna play because I want to get paid."
Right.
But
Play what people want to hear.
yeah, I'm gonna play what they want to hear. But you see that interplay, that acting of where you see two guys. You knew Shadow wanted to take over the group, and you knew either he was or he wasn't. You knew Shadow wanted to take Bleak's spot, and Shadow was either he was just going to push Bleak out the way, or Bleak was just going to step out the way and let him take it. He took one. He took his side woman. He wanted to take over his group. He wanted to take it into a different direction. And, but you saw West.
Uh-oh. Lost you, Malika.
Damn. Malika was cooking.
He do that. He cook. He don't usually fall off while he cooking. What the fuck?
But what about Wesley and Lawrence Fishburne in King of New York?
Yes, people forget that movie too because they didn't watch that shit.
Yeah, they were really good characters.
Who was the other? David Caruso was the other one in there.
Yeah,
ended up being dirty cops because they was killing because Christopher Walken ass. Walken was in it. No, he wasn't King of New York because what Lawrence Fishburne.
Christopher Walken. Yep. Lawrence Fishburne was the cop that was always hunting for Lawrence Fishburne.
Another one of my personal favorites, Sugar Hill.
Sugar Hill, one of my personal favorites.
That's where you saw the vulnerable character.
Yes. That's exactly where you saw the vulnerable character that this dude can actually fucking act his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't just also, crying in New Jack City. No, you watch Sugar Hill, man. I love Sugar Hill.
Also a very vulnerable character where you saw him not be the aggressive walking summer with Jasmine Guy during around the time with Dr. King.
Oh yeah.
He was definitely playing against type.
Well, that's why I've never shit on Wesley. I've usually appreciated what he has done on screen, but I know he has a shitload of movies that people don't even think about, don't even watch. Because I like Sean Connery too. That's why I like Rising Sun. Mm-hmm. But it's more than just Blade that went into why people like Wesley Snipes. Because you could take it back to Jungle Fever and like he ain't kicked nobody ass in that. He's just playing flipper.
Oh, he kicked some ass. He was tearing up some ass.
Yeah, he was tearing up some ass, but he wasn't kicking it. Like, but it was a good movie. It was a good movie. So I don't get pissy over that shit. Michael Jai White gave Wesley high respect on Vlad TV. Well, that's big of Michael Jai White because Michael Jai White is Spawn. And your first on-screen Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Mike has always accredited the whole Marvel thing to Wesley, and I'm like, well,
most
damn,
black
you had a film out too. You had a film too, man.
Most black geeks always know to accredit that stuff to Wesley, to the Blade character. Most black geeks already know that shit. Most white geeks never acknowledged that shit. They always ran to X-Men or Spider-Man. They never touched Blade. Not until recently. Not till it became cool. Not till it became cool.
People don't know Blade's a Marvel movie because of the flippy thing. They don't read the credits. It was a Marvel
because
movie.
they don't accept it as a Marvel movie because it wasn't part of the MCU proper, but it was a Marvel character. So if you understand what was happening with Marvel characters before the MCU ever existed, that's why I don't shit on Avi Arad so much. Avi Arad was pimping these characters out anywhere he can get a movie made. So that's why you got Spider-Man over at Sony, Blade over at New Line, Captain America, them fucking 3 movies at different studios and stuff like that. They were doing that to keep them characters out there in the consciousness so you knew who the fuck they were. They didn't have their own studio to make their own characters. The MCU got built off of him doing shit like that. That's why people accepted the MCU, because we've dealt with the shitty Doctor Strange movie that happened way before fucking Benedict Cumberbatch was even out there. Thought about. Older geeks know those movies because we watched them, like the older Captain America movies. We know that shit because we watched it. Older Spider-Man
the one with
movies.
the shield on the front of the bike that's flapping around.
Yeah. Flapping clear. Flapping clear on the side of the helmet. Like, America wearing a motorcycle helmet. What the fuck is that? We know those shitty ass movies, but we appreciated them and loved them because it was our characters coming to the screen that we got to see them on. They were in real life. They were live action. We appreciated that shit. So when they got better and got more money and were taken more seriously, yeah, we appreciated that shit. We don't like to see what you do with the characters now. You fucking them up. Like, that's why we say you fucking them up. You younger folks might love that shit because you don't have the history and don't look backwards enough to see where the shit came from. Like Sam was saying earlier, we've seen this shit from inception to creation to live action, okay, to execution. We've been there with this shit the whole fucking time. We like to see that it's gotten to these heights. We don't like to see what you're doing with it at these heights. Like you're trying to cut the ladder from under it. Have it fall on his face. It's disappointing.
Yeah, we've already had the Thor, Hulk, and Daredevil mashup with the Hulk show.
Yeah, that shit was. I pictures up that shit before, man. It made me laugh. They didn't know what the fuck they was looking at. Like Thor with the little hammer and the shitty ass.
That troll could fight.
Fucking
Odin!
Mangy mink on his. That shit looked like so much.
Rabbit was golden. What did you say was golden? You said white folks never paid attention to Blade until now, like or Wesley period.
They give me credit like that. They didn't. They didn't. White geeks didn't. They didn't, and that's a fact. Because now's the only time you hear them even talking about that shit.
Now all you see is reviews, these people reacting to Blade all of a sudden. Over YouTube.
But what are they reacting to? They haven't been covering this shit this whole time. What are they reacting to? The fact that it's canceled and they happy. That's all they're reacting to. They're reacting to a cancellation. Not that
I'm talking about people going back and watching the original Blade, like, oh, I've never seen this.
Recently.
So recently.
It's a channel I saw. They've been around less time than me. At least 5 or 6 damn times the number of subs I have. They just now watching Blade. They old as me. The people, the hosts are as old as me, if not a little bit younger. They just now watching Blade. That means these are not fucking geeks. These are new people profiting off of this shit huge because they got a slicker presentation and more people backing their ass. That's it. So yeah, they just now getting to this. Oh, this is good. It's our first time watching. Why are you watching this for the first time now?
They were focusing on white ninjas. They were focusing on white ninjas.
No, it's not a part of them. It's something that they came to because you can make money doing it now, which is in most things, right? If you talk about who's a real hip hop or who real rap person, is it somebody who already knew Sugar Hill and all of them and was rapping in their schools and shit, or is it people that blew up after Eminem blew up?
Right.
Do you know you can make money at it now? So it brings in a lot of other people who just want to make money off of it. In some ways, they are no different than the motherfuckers in Hollywood pimping out these characters in shitty movies. No different. You just know this is where you can make money doing this now. And if you talk to people that look like you, you'll make more of the money. That's just what it is. It don't mean you know this shit. You don't. I don't have a problem with people who admit it. I don't know this shit. Good. Geekdom will accept you wherever you come in. As long as you don't come in like you know every goddamn thing and know nothing. But now you want to go back and get to the classics? Fine. You find it when it finds you. You come in it where you come in. That's all it is. Fine. Whatever the fuck. But I know them ain't fucking geeks sitting up there talking about that shit because they don't know this stuff. And that's
Man,
usually
we were
why.
happy just to get it.
Yeah.
Even if it was that shitty ass Spider-Man old TV show, and you see him swinging and climbing from the rope climbers, like you can't see the harness on his belt swinging across the city. Like,
I'm forgetting
but
that.
we couldn't wait for it.
I'm forgetting that actor's name. That's when I correct people. Like, oh, the first Spider-Man movie. No, it's not actually. Tobey Maguire was not the first Spider-Man movie. There was one, back in the 80s. Spider-Man went to Japan and was fighting fucking ninjas and shit. Like, bruh, no, you got to go back a little further, youngster.
Well,
using the same scene over and over, climbing up and down the building.
The one web shooter.
I only held back up because like talking about the Blade stuff, like in like the white spaces, like I only heard them talking about Blade like after like Deadpool versus Wolverine and like Deadpool and Wolverine, and like they were like, oh, what? There's only one Blade, and like and like we agree with that, and it's like y'all didn't say shit about Blade before in the past.
No, because they agree with it because it's a slam against Disney. It's really easy to dunk on Disney right now. It's really popular to do that shit right now. So repeating that line from Blade is just a slam against Disney. That's why it gets repeated so much. And it's a slam against Disney and the MCU specifically because they can't get a Blade movie off the fucking ground. Now, some of these people may have watched the Blade movie, liked it or whatever. They don't revere that shit the same way. They don't. Why would you? Have them explain it to you. Ask them. And see, don't it sound like some regurgitated, typed up shit that everybody's supposed to say? It didn't resonate with them like that. It was popular. Because trust, it wasn't just black people that went and saw that goddamn movie. Some people can take it or leave it. I know white geeks from being friends with white geeks and being in a comic shop, working in a comic shop. They don't care about them black characters like that. They don't. If they're cool, yes. But they're fine with them being sidekicks. They're not fine with them being the lead. They're just not. And that's nothing against them. That's just how they are. It's not their worldview. So I don't expect them to champion this shit the same way that somebody like me or Black Bane or something like that would, being a young black boy seeing that shit like, man, this motherfucker kick ass. Because understand, I like Blade when he looked like Mario Van Peebles and was running around with wooden stakes and a katana blade. Nothing stylized to himself personally. Running with the Night Stalkers. I like Blade then. The movie didn't do anything but heighten it because I got to see a character I was already collecting and reading in comic books, live action on screen. And holy shit, it's an actor I actually like.
Yep.
It wasn't the first time I saw that motherfucker. It was better, but it wasn't the first time. I already knew who this character was. Go back to what's that video game? Was it I want to say it was Ultimate Alliance.
Yep.
They had Blade on his original costume. That brown and green shit. And you can see how fucking goofy the original Blade looked when he came in the comics. That wasn't the character everybody gravitated to. But by the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, when you had him in the Night Stalkers and had him with the little S curl in the front and shit like that, and the leather jacket on, the jeans, and the katana blade, Blade was a force. That whole Siege of Darkness, Blade went bad on motherfuckers. All occult, because that's what he did. Occult shit. He was taking out everybody, nigga. Everybody. Went after his team first. Hannibal King got a stake, nigga. Fuck that vampire. I'm sick of working with this motherfucker.
I actually do got a question to the panel. Sorry, artist, let me cut you out.
Yeah.
You brought up a good thing about Blade, right? Werewolf by Midnight. Who all saw that?
I did. You know I did. So
right.
I did.
Okay. Do you think Blade is the one that killed that vampire? Because remember, nobody knew who killed him. Everybody said, "Oh, I fought him before," but no. But all of a sudden, his head is there, and I know they were trying to leak, bring hint to the Midnight Suns. Do you think that was kind of like a subtle nod to like Blade is around?
I'll tell you, but I want to see what everybody else has to say first. But I'll tell you what that is. At least for me. I can't prove this definitively yet, but it ain't came out. But I'll say it, and then somebody will look into it.
Oh yeah, you got ears watching you.
Ninjas. Nobody else got a view? Nobody?
No, I didn't watch it.
I'm trying to remember because I got distracted while watching the damn show, having to explain to people that just wanted to sit up and watch the show with me. Well, what is this? And this is my. I'm like, Jesus Christ, can you watch the show? I'm new to this just like you, so I'm trying to remember that part.
Okay. So understand the Werewolf by Night show was put in there to introduce a character, not necessarily just the Werewolf by Night, because you had Man-Thing, Werewolf by Night in there, and one other character, Elsa Bloodstone.
Yeah.
Elsa Bloodstone is an attempt to make Blade into a female.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that character was in comic books. They tried to make her into a vampire hunter. And if you look at Elsa Bloodstone's whole little deal, she is just anything 2 times better than Blade. That's it. That's all she is. That's why I don't like the character. I understand who the character is, but I understand the character is to try to shift that shit in a way. The first attempt to shift it over to a female. It was a white female. It didn't really work. Now you got Bloodline. Second attempt. Now, the whole point of that show was to introduce Elsa Bloodstone, to put her into that world, right? Now, it could have been that Blade killed that vampire, or it could have been Elsa or her family killed it. Don't know. But if they wanted to bring Blade in, that would be a good point to show that connection to the Bloodstones, even though he don't have to have a connection to the Bloodstones to be introduced. But MCU universe, different universe, shit happens differently. Fine. How the fuck you do it is how you do it. I mean, they already had Carol Danvers influencing Monica Rambeau, and that is actually reversed in the comic books. That ain't the way that happened. So I'm not surprised you want to have every black character spinning out of a white one. Okay, whatever the fuck. Do it how you want to. So could be, could not be, but that was just to solidify Elsa Bloodstone as some kind of interesting killer of the occult, supernatural characters or whatnot. Hulk Daredevil suit was horrible. Hey man, don't you dare talk about that black Daredevil suit, okay?
With the sleep aid blindfold.
Yeah.
With the big suction.
Am I lying? No, you in a hotel room, just took that from a hotel somewhere.
Straight 1950s. I'm trying to go to sleep. Howard, shut up.
You didn't like the big
I
suction
took my
cup right in the
volume.
line?
Yeah, don't you dare talk about that classic costume, man. Awesome.
You hear what I said?
With his mommy dearest fucking blindfold on.
And that big old plunger for a grappling hook. Oh,
Detroit 313, I'm disappointed in you. You up here talking about they saying Blade has a daughter named Bloodline. I said that shit last week, man. That means you didn't watch my show. So listen to them white boys. They listen to me.
You've been saying that shit, and I saw that shit. I saw the comic.
When I saw the comic, I actually owned the store, and I was looking through the previews book because they wanted me to order this shit. This was the first time this Blade movie was supposed to be getting ready to go filming. That's over 2 to 3 years ago. I was talking about Bloodline. It's like, I'm not buying this shit. That's why I know about it. Because the previews book, the one that comic shops get to order their books from, is 3 months in advance. 3 months in advance. You have to order this shit. That means the covers was already done. The shit was already written. This was what was supposed to be coming out when that movie was coming out. And the movie got delayed. Then a director walked. And all this shit is already in the pipeline coming out. Already in the pipeline. So this is what they were going to do. It wasn't working. Wasn't taken. Fucked it up. Comic still came out. Movie never did. So it's been a while, homie. It's been a while with that shit. So yeah, I'm glad all the late bloomers caught up. Now they as this generation is good for, they super knowledgeable because they Google some shit for 10, 15, 20 minutes now. Great. You caught up to everybody else.
Oh my God, I get tired of I got tired of that shit debating people where they, well, this is, I'm like, it only took you 5 seconds to Google. I didn't Google. I go, really? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You just know that. You ain't even old enough to know it.
Because then I pull out of the comment, then you like, I thought you knew the lyric, jackass.
Like I said, anything but the main beats. Hell no. Thank you, Malaki. Yeah, Nicholas Hammond. I always forget his name. I have to remember it next to Sinestro or that shitty ass Green Lantern movie. Nicholas Hammond. Yes, from the 70s. The first live action Spider-Man. Which they never actually found a way to work his ass into a movie unless he did. They never.
No, he's alive.
I thought he was, but they never put him in a movie. I'm like, you missing a beat, man. Put Nicholas in there.
He was in the movie. He was in the movie. You just didn't recognize who he was.
Shit. What movie was he in?
Did you see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah. Tarantino movie, of course.
All right. Remember the scene where Leonardo DiCaprio was on the set? He's playing the cowboy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the director that's directing him?
Is that Nicholas Hammond?
Yes.
The fuck out of here. I got to watch that movie again now.
Yep.
Holy shit. Yeah, I got to watch that movie again. Now. Oof. Okay. Cool. I saw Comic Online. I didn't listen to the fanboys. I don't listen to the fanboys. Good for you, Detroit. I'm just giving you shit, man. It's just something I deal with. I'm trying to stop. I actually wrote a note in my book to stop mentioning that shit, but it always comes up because I feel some kind of way about it. So I'm trying to stop doing that. That's like I said earlier in the stream, why you watch yourself to see what you're doing so you can stop doing that shit. I'm trying to stop doing that. Stop mentioning the shit whatsoever because it could keep me from working with the motherfuckers. I just want my credit, man. That's all I want. Look, this game I respect. It's very simple. Very simple. I'll tell you where I got shit from. I'll tell you who I heard it from. I don't have a problem doing that shit because it don't mean anything to me. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not thriving because I don't mention people. Whatever, man. You can't be the smartest person in the room. If you're the smartest person in the room, what I've heard is you should leave that room. Exactly. You should leave that room. If you're the smartest person there, you can't learn nothing. You should probably leave that room. That's why. But I'm not trying to be the smartest person in the room all the time. It's boring. I want to learn from people. So I learned from Andre disappeared. People telling me some shit that I have to correct. What did Rainfire say? I made so much money off of previews, cutting them up and making them into jewelry. So how did you make previews into jewelry? Because I didn't want to cut up the actual. Yeah, you don't cut up the actual comics. I will cut pages out of a previews because the advertisements are cool. Previews and that new DC one that they do from going through what the hell is their name? I'm forgetting the name of the company that they ship their comics out through. Lunar's little preview guide that they put out for that shit is actually good. It's on good paper too, man. You can cut that shit up and make posters out of it. Oh, look, I popped up my fucking diamond page again. Wait, so y'all know I'm not bullshitting just because I'm that kind of fucking asshole. I was actually a retailer, you assholes. So, yeah. And let me stop this. You don't need to see all my bookmarks. Stop being nosy. Oh, where's that other one? Where's the lunar one? Because Diamond still keep trying to send me a bill. Like, nigga, we ain't been open for 3 years. How I owe you money? I owe you shit. There it is. There's my lunar bookmark. All right. And boom. Yeah, DC Connect. Lunar Distribution, DC Connect. This is actually the pages out of the damn book. So you can download the actual book. I'll show you this, and then I'm probably gonna bear this out. Share. Okay, this is for November 4th. So you got this is what's coming out on November 4th. All the way to January 2025. So this is the look ahead to what's coming out in comics. That's how I knew about Bloodline. Because I was having to order that shit. And I'm like, I'm not ordering this bullshit unless somebody want it. But this is all in good paper. This is all good waxy paper and shit like that. So if you're a kid and you're trying to fill up your walls with comic book stuff, you can give them this. You can cut this motherfucker up all day. Made bookmark
that damn Batman.
Yeah, all in little blurbs about what the story is about. This is how you figure out if you want to buy this shit and if your customers at your store would want to read this shit. How many multiple covers of shit you got to sit here and fucking order? Like, man, fuck you. You're gonna charge me more or the same amount of money for each one of these? It's a new Aquaman. Is this the new powers, new mission? Oh, they gave him some new powers again. What, he got a water sword now? I guess that takes the place of the water hand, huh? Fuck it. It sounds like they're going backwards.
I thought he had a strike. What the fuck you need a sword for?
Okay, Beastly Nerd, let's read this again. New powers, new mission. The king is back, baby. What the fuck? I don't know what the hell they doing. Aquaman #1. Written by Jeremy.
Why is it power? She can manipulate water?
Holy shit. On sale 1/8/24. What the fuck? This is late. No, that must be Tempest. Yeah, that's Tempest. Fucking hell. Okay, they made a typo on that other one. This is next year. So this is January of next year, the books that are coming out. This is how far in advance comic book shops are looking at this shit, y'all. And figuring out where you gonna make your money and where you not. Do you need to buy as many on this, or do you not buy as many? This Batgirl I will buy because I like Cassandra Cain, Batgirl, and fuck that movie for fucking her up. Nightwing, Hero's Hero, always a good sale. Black Canary got her own book. That'll last a little bit. Black Lightning got a new book again. That'll last a little bit. A year and a day. Green Lantern 19. January, end of the year. This should actually sell a little bit better because they've already announced the Green Lantern.
Yeah.
They announced the Green Lantern. I'm happy about that for that brother. I didn't even talk about that yet, but I'm happy for that. The dude from Rebel Ridge, my brother, he's gonna be John Stewart. I'm good with that. Let him keep doing some of that Marine fighting shit and using the ring. That'll be fun. That'll be real fun. The Flash. Okay, looks like he's fighting Odin. Oh, well, they back with the gay boy covers.
There you go.
The wet boy covers.
You thought you was done with that, Arthur? They going right back to it.
Yeah, because it's sold. And they're gonna keep doing that. Look, power boobs.
You sure they didn't get them reduct? They didn't give her a breast reduction? I mean, you don't want
they're looking a little smaller.
The male gaze, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah. When I first heard that term, I didn't know what the hell they was talking about. I was like, the male gaze? They're just homosexual. What are you talking about? No, the male gaze. I'm like, oh, with a Z? Oh, okay. What's wrong with that?
I thought women liked attention. I mean, you got 1 million followers on Instagram.
Yeah, I thought you liked attention. Whatever. I just put up a video on Instagram with who was it, Lady J, reacting to a Mia Khalifa video talking about soldiers and shit. I was like, man, she didn't even know who Mia Khalifa was. I said, you don't want to watch it. All you're gonna see is her sucking peen and teasing dick, talking about soldiers and all this shit. Man, shut the fuck up. Who listening to Mia Khalifa about anything? Shut up. Shocking.
Yeah, I reshared your post, that one lady talking about her, and I was like, there's a reason why everything that comes out of her mouth sounds so childish. I was like, exactly. If you know, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. If you know, you know.
See, this is what happens when you hang around fucking hoodlum ass children that always got a bunch of fucking dirty jokes.
Hey, it is what the fuck is. There you go. Unless your checklist, I'll probably get in trouble for this. There's your checklist for January. What's coming out? 5V. What is 5V? Is it 5 variant covers? Don't tell me it's 5 different covers for this shit. Oh my God, they hurting people. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh my God, it is variant covers. Fuck you.
Why is it
Up
5?
to 8?
That's crazy.
Fuck you. Oh my God. 6 different variant covers for Batman 156.
Aquaman #1.
Okay, this is why I get pissed about this shit, y'all. Now, for a consumer, a comic book consumer, you like variant covers, right? Arta Idmore is a mark for variant covers. He is a variant cover junkie. He knows that. I told him that. Only thing I told him, I don't fault him for having his thing. I wish I had more of him at my store. Just make sure you're getting a discount. I'm serious. Just make sure you're getting a discount for as much as you buy from these motherfuckers, because they should give you a discount. But as a person who has to buy comics, a retailer, when I see all these goddamn variant covers like this is what damn near killed the comic book industry.
Back in the 1990s.
Oversaturation. Yep. Because every one of these covers, say the price of the book is $3.99, $4 a piece. Every one of these goddamn covers, outside of the regular cover, which will be $3.99, the rest of these motherfuckers probably got a markup. I'm still buying the motherfuckers. Now, for this one issue of Superman, I have to buy 4 of them. So outside of buying, say, 20 issues of Superman 3, now I got to figure out how many of these goddamn variant covers I got to buy too. So if I'm paying, you get a discount after you've been doing this shit long enough from the company. But even Lunars, they shit don't start until after you've been doing this shit like a year or something. You hit a threshold, and then they start cutting you a better discount on the shit. So beforehand, if you just started a comic book store today, and tomorrow you selling books on Wednesday, motherfucker, you paying cover price damn near for each one of them books.
Damn.
So you just blew your budget on one issue. You're going to spend a couple $100 buying Superman #1.
Damn.
Or excuse me, Absolute Superman #3, because it got 4 fucking variant covers. And you don't know, sometimes you can't even see what the other variants look like. You don't know which one people going to want to buy more of. So, okay, now I fucked up my order. 10 of the regular, 10 of this one, 10 of that one. Oh, that's a 1 for $25. Fuck you. So now I'm getting 2 of those. What else? 1 for $50? You assholes. You paying for all this. That one comic will probably run you $60, $70. And that's just going down the list on your DC. This is just your DC order. This is just your DC order. 6 variant covers? Fuck you. $4 a piece? Nigga. Just say you buying 10 issues of each one of those covers. And just say that's $40 a piece. How much money have you just blown on Batman 156? You don't even know if the story's any good, but they got 6 fucking variant covers for it. Nigga. Wonder why so many comic book companies, stores going under, dude. It's managing that shit is the thing. Because the first thing that happens is if you decide you're not going to buy all 6 variant covers of this Batman book, and the ones you pick aren't the ones that people looking for, they walk out your store and don't spend any money with you and go to somebody else's store that actually stock that shit. That's what happens. Oh, you don't have it? Nope. Lost a whole sale, nigga. Wholesale. This is bullshit. Every book is variant covers. Jesus Christ.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy, especially 6? 7? Justice League Unlimited? No, but I would love to see the numbers on that shit. How much that book actually sells with 7 fucking variant covers.
And it's just that one comic for the month.
That one book for the month has 7 goddamn covers. Why?
And it's the beginning of the new year.
Yes. January 20th. That's like the third week of the first month.
Is the story any good?
You don't know.
You don't know.
No telling.
Because you know what? You know what, bro? You hit the nail right on the head because we were talking about history with that. And remember, they had the video with Image, how the way Image Comics started, and they even admitted this. And even Stan Lee said this. You know, in the 90s, comic industry almost bankrupted itself because of these variant covers.
Too many goddamn variant covers. That's a Jim Lee thing.
And the big variant covers that they had was the foil hologram covers. Man, like the 90s was lit, like the first decade of the 90s was littered with all that. We saw that just constantly, and it just became a pain in the butt. It was like because in comic shops they would put those foil variant covers up front, and you're like, all right, can I just see the normal cover? And comic stores was trying to push those variant covers because, like you said, you're buying a bunch of those because you think it's the hot shit. It really didn't
cost
sell.
more money. Fine. Fuck you. I want to get into this account. I'm looking for this Justice League book to see what the fuck is going on in this story. Oh, that's Project Adam. That's not that one. I really want to know what the story is about this shit because all they pumping is Aquaman right now.
Pause.
So I got to go back. I probably got to go back to an older issue to see that. Man, that shit. I'm sorry. As somebody who had to sit there and go through and actually buy and pay for that shit, I told y'all at a point I was pumping for the comic book store. I was pumping about $3,000 to $4,000 of my own money into that comic book shop just to buy books.
Yeah,
fuck you. Dude, when I see shit like that, that looked like a night. My fucking head start hurting. How to keep you up at night? Like, how the fuck am I pay for all this shit? We got to sell this. We got to sell all of this shit. Not for a discount. Not for a discount. Oh, can I get a deal? No. Is this cover price the set price? Yes. The fuck you talking about? Like, I'm serious. These are real questions I had. Is this price firm? The price printed on the book? Yeah, absolutely. You fucking kidding me? Fuck out of here. So, like Rainfire was saying earlier, I'm his favorite asshole. I'm an asshole for reasons, man. Asshole just means you're not willing to let people walk all over your ass or talk any kind of crazy ass way to you. Call it what you want to. I'll be an asshole for life at that point. But certain shit should be met with the same kind of dumbass, stupid questions need to get stupid answers sometimes. They do. Look, JT, no, he worked in the comic shop. Story don't matter, folks. That's why I don't write anymore. Stop saying you don't write anymore, motherfucker. I hate that shit every time you say it. I worked at a shop. It's depressing. Yeah. Fucking JT worked at Nerdrotic shop after he was gone, but he worked at the same shop. Dude, this is bullshit. Some of this is bullshit. That prices for that shit, if you look at any comic book store that's gone under, most of the shit that they selling is a bunch of variant cover stuff. Because at our old shop, that shit would end up in the back issue bins for $1.50. For $1.50, nigga. No matter what the cover price said, it would end up at $1.50 because it's overstock. That's how stores went under. Fucking hell. That's bullshit. Fuck you with them 6 covers. I want to see what the 6 covers look like. I'm really curious what these goddamn covers look like.
I think it's like just to try to show off different artists for a different cover. Come on.
Possibly. Let's go. Let's bounce back to September. Let's see. Good thing about the internet, you can actually go back on these. At least I like how their website is set up that you can go back. So it's not in the September issue, but September has #1 in there. So it's the other way. It is October issue. Bam. Let's see. New Gods. Oh, that's #2. So why wasn't it in? They didn't even tell you it's not even in this one for that month. So this is why I wanted to be a teacher, because I like showing people shit. So this is kind of what's happening in Justice League Unlimited #2. That comes out in December. As the Justice League grapples with the ramifications of the Atom Project, a strange alert brings the team to South America and a horrific discovery. Latinos can the elite Justice League strike force save a village from total slaughter? I don't know. You're the Justice League. That should be easy peasy, right? Plus, the mystery of Darkseid's hair deepens. Oh, Darkseid got an heir now too, and dissension in the ranks behind Batman's hand. No, the dissension in the ranks forces Batman's hand. Well, he's gonna fuck somebody up, obviously.
Some more behind the scenes shit.
Yeah, it looked like some parademons shit. But here's covers for this issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 covers for this issue right here. Now, I don't know what the damn story is. Who's writing it? Mark Waid.
Okay.
Some people had they things on Mark Waid, they issues. Who's doing the variant covers, which is what you look at. This is how you figure out which covers you want to buy and which ones you don't. Simone Diameo, Mike Diodato Jr., Ariel Colon, and Derek Chu. Okay. 1 for $25 covers. See, this is what I was telling you about. They make you buy a bunch of the other covers to get this other one. Dave Wilkins, and then the 1 for $50 cover, Lucas Mayer. Ray's UV foil variant cover. Michael Osio. So here's where the retailer gets fucked over. If you started your comic shop today and you sell a book Wednesday, it's $3.99 a cover for the regular book. $4.99 for the variant because it's on card stock, so an extra $1. But to get that variant, you got to buy 25 of the ones at $4 to get that one at $5. To get one of them at $5. Fuck you. So here's the Ray's variant cover, which is just a group shot of all the JLA, drawn by this dude. It looked like he's ripping off the style of somebody else. I want to say Campbell, like he ripping off Campbell's style. Holy shit. Yeah, that looked like a J. Scott Campbell rip knockoff, nigga. Why can't you just get J. Scott Campbell? That's what that looks like to me. And Aquaman still got a Triton. I thought he had a water sword now. What the fuck?
I'm saying.
Okay, they put Cassandra Cain on the JLA team. Okay. But they got Supergirl out there too with a jacket on. Why is she looking like Superboy from Death of Superman? That motherfucker cannot be original. 1 for $50 cover.
They go Harley.
That's the Titans mostly on the JLA team. Okay. The 1 for $25 cover looked like some old Fleer cards art. Okay, Harley and Poison Ivy, yeah, because they got to be involved. Why does that look like Omni-Man back there?
It sure does.
It look like Omni-Man like a motherfucker. If that's the case, I'd read it. No, it looks like fucking Omni-Man. It could be Sinestro with a Red Lantern ring because I heard he got one recently. Shout out to Comics Explain. But I don't know.
Hey, awesome. Hey, Bert, what do you think about it, and how much is the comic of Absolute Batman?
I have not read it. We went over this with Andre 2 weeks ago. I don't sound that damn interested in it. I'm not that damn interested in it. From what I read about it, I read 2 articles on the stream about that shit. I don't see it as being that damn interesting to me. Bruce Wayne without money, without power, stripped down. He's like he's one of y'all. You already did that. You already did that. Him being Batman ain't about his fucking money. He can have a Batmobile then, but whatever, man. What I was seeing and what I was reading. It's a bunch of rip off of other pieces of Batman lore thrown onto this comic. It doesn't look that damn interesting to me. But Herb is in here.
I understand.
Herb said he read it. He said he read it. He said it's not bad. Okay, but not saying it's not bad. And not saying it's good either. That's what you're not saying. I read it. It's not that bad.
You got on that, but that was a good one.
Legit lost brain cells working in the comic shop. You do, because you're talking to a lot of dumb people a lot of times. A lot of inane conversations. I don't hate comic book fans. I don't. I am a comic book fan. It's just some people. That's what I made my understanding that there is a hierarchy of geeks. There is a hierarchy of geeks, and some of them, a lot of them are weird. And weird to the sense that you will lose brain cells talking to him about shit. Like JT, you remember the dude that came in there and argued with me for 2 hours about some shit? What was that bullshit he was arguing with me about? And he was wrong all fucking day. Wrong as shit all day. God damn. He came back week after week to keep having conversations with me about that shit.
That was your friend.
He's going down that hill, huh?
Man, he didn't just die on that hill. I had to bury him under that motherfucker. And he kept crawling back out the grave. Kept crawling back out the grave to revisit that dumbass argument. Like, bruh, let it go. That shit has been months ago. Like, no, I'm just
no. I just wanted to say, if such and such did that, he would have did.
Oh, Greedo shot first.
Yeah, no, I can't remember what the argument was about, but it was dumb as fuck. And we were just debating at first, and then he just pissed me off. And then I just, I couldn't do it anymore. This variant cover doesn't look so bad, except for the fact they make Batman look like half Owlman, half Batman Beyond. Don't like that cowl, and those green wings. It's just the Batman Beyond wings painted green. You ain't fooling me, motherfucker.
Yeah, the cape ain't long enough.
Yeah. No. So, yeah, is that worth spending $5 on? I don't know. I'll ask Artie Edmore or Joe. Or Joe, because he's going to be the one buying that shit. Absolute Batman. Here we go right here. It got 3 covers. Is it worth 3 covers? Damn. 1 for $25 cover, 1 for $50 cover. A black and white cover that makes it look like it's Frank Miller when it's not Frank Miller.
Oh, that's why I liked it.
And then this one that's looking like it's trying to rip off a Spawn cover with all this shit dangling in the background. I've become too old, man. All of this shit seems repeated all over again.
Of course it's repeated, bro.
Yeah, I've just become too old, I guess. That it all looks like a repeat. Or repeat of some other shit that didn't work the first time, but we gonna. Oh, now she looks Native American. Absolute Wonder Woman. Okay. With the wrapped up hands like she fucking Daredevil. Look, it's like I'm saying, it's all looking repetitive. It's all looking
mighty butch.
Mighty butch. I like my Wonder Woman looking butch. I like her looking big, buxom, sexy, black hair, and like showing a lot of skin, but can kick your ass. As I accept my Wonder Woman, I will accept no substitute.
I agree, but that one don't look like the beautiful butch one. That one look like just broad shoulders.
Oh, Nakayama, my boy. Herb, did you see this? Nakayama cover. He doing work for DC. He about to get paid. He getting paid.
I buy those. They come in posters too.
Now Nakayama he is a friend and a customer. He was a customer at the store. You know him?
Really?
His kids, his wife. He actually did a signing in our store when we did Free Comic Book Day. He got him to come into the store. He was doing signings and drawing on covers and shit like that. Dave is a cool ass dude, cool as fuck. And this is his art. And he's doing these covers, DNA, David Nakayama. He's doing these covers for DC. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's fucking awesome. I get that Harley cover. I like the Harley cover. Poison Ivy looks all right. Jade, I don't know what the deal is with this one leg out shit, because I guess she got to show that she a black chick. Like her face didn't sell it. Captain America or Catwoman in a kimono. That's kind of funny. I think the bow was supposed to be in back though, not the front. And Zatanna is what caught my eye because she usually wear black. And then the Supergirl. What is she? She's looking like Supergirl, looking like goddamn Emma Frost. Oh, shout out to Dave. I gotta send him a message. Fucking hit him on Instagram. Like, I saw your new covers. Awesome. Awesome work. Yeah, I like Nakayama. I like Nakayama covers too. He did some funny ass Deadpool covers too. Like, he did the one Deadpool cover where Deadpool has stolen an Iron Man suit and he has an iPhone charger trying to plug it up. Wow. On the cover, that shit was hilarious, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? You're like, shush. Don't tell anybody you got an iPhone charger. Goddamn. Yeah, I heard, like, holy crap, I didn't know he was doing DC. I know he had recently put out a hardcover book of his work. He put out a hardcover book of his work. He's done a lot of covers. You can put his art on the cover of a book, of a shitty book, and the book will sell. Right? So I bought his covers. I bought books that he did covers of. I didn't care about the story necessarily, but his covers sell. He does really good covers. And he put out a book, a hardcover of all of that shit. I think it was like 300 pages, I think. And it was awesome. But he still does cons and stuff like that and does signings and stuff. So if you ever get a chance to see David Nakayama somewhere, shout out Dave. And buy one of his products, because this is his art. This is him. And if you don't know, a little fun fact on Dave. Dave is the original artist for Big Hero 6.
Oh.
He's the original artist on that comic. He's funny. He told the story about working with Claremont because Chris Claremont did that shit. He never really talked to Claremont. He just sent information back and forth. It was funny as fuck. We're like, really? Yeah, that's how it worked. But yeah, Dave been around for a while. I don't even know his favorite artists because those were the books he wanted. So we always bought a bunch, especially when I owned the shop. We always buy a bunch of Dave books because 10 of them is just for him because it wasn't giving him his books. He was doing a lot of Marvel covers. It wasn't giving him his books. He had to buy them himself. I was like, what kind of bullshit is that? You about to make a cover for them that's gonna sell them books. They won't give you the book. You got to buy your own copies of the book. Yeah, nigga, you should have gave me the first 10 runs. The first 10 printings should have been in a box shipped to me. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're not about to sell 1,000 of these bitches. Anyway, let me take this shit off the screen. Shout out to Dave, man. Shout out to Dave. Still doing big things in comics. I like that shit. See, I'm not a bragger. I know people. I know people. I just don't be using people. All right. So what y'all got? Maybe I should close this out. Yeah, y'all quiet. Y'all silent. You want to see my old cerebral palsy face?
No, I was gonna say something, but I was driving. I was driving some time ago. But forgive my lack of knowledge. What is when you say like a variant, like too many variant comics? Like, what do you mean by that?
So a variant cover in comics is maybe they have another picture that they want to use in a comic book. Somebody got some background. They will make the comic, right? The story is the same, but the cover is different. It'll be different art for the same issue of the book. That's called a variant cover, right? So you can have a cover A and a cover B situation where one cover is done by one artist and the other cover is done by the main artist on the series, right? So the series artist might do all the covers for this, but they have these other ones that are good too, and they still want to put them out there. So when they do the print run, some of the books that they print with the same story inside will have this cover. Some of them will have this other cover. which one you get, like they say, the one for 25, is based on solicitation. How many they think how many they're going to print. If they're going to run off 100 of these, they're usually bigger numbers than that, but just say they want to run off 100 of this Batman book. Well, they have this other art they want to use. Okay, well, maybe 50 of these are all this one cover. Maybe 25 of them will be this other cover art that we really like too. And maybe, the next 25 or 10 or something like that will be this other cover that we like, A, B, and C. You can buy all of these, but you're only getting so many of each one. So if you want this cover B, you got to buy 25 of cover A. So we get those the fuck out of there, the majority of the covers. And then we'll piece off these other ones. It's just a way of the publisher itself earning more money for itself because they charge you more for the variant cover, right? So, but it's a smaller print run, right? The retailers kind of get a bump because you can charge a little bit more for that comic. Might make it a little bit more rare because it's not as many of them in circulation because that's how comics work. The less in circulation, the more valuable they are. It's not valuable if there's a shitload of them in circulation. It's not valuable at all. Like
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
money for your government. It's not good if there's a lot of it out there. So that's all it is. It's just an opposite. It's just an opposite. Like in the CU sense, a variant of Loki is Sylvia, whatever the fuck that bitch's name was. She's a variant of Loki. It's Loki, but from a different universe, a little different. Same thing with a variant cover. It's a cover, just a little bit different.
And can I add something to that, Artisan?
Absolutely.
Just for what you just stated there, that's allowed the comic industry to thrive for as long as it's been thriving, even in deficits throughout the years, because they have that power because it's such a niche industry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can thrive and bust from that shit though, because it's a delicate. To me, it's a delicate balance between oversaturation and just enough variety. Right, like I said, Artie Ibor is a mark for variant covers. He is, but he's selective. I'm really selective on variant covers. It has to look like it's really interesting, and it has to be by artists I actually want to support their work. If it's not, I'm not buying any variant covers. I'll buy the main book, and that's it. That's it. And when I was ordering for that DC shit, I buy cover A and cover B. And if I already know I'm only buying, traditionally, I only sell about 10 of these goddamn covers of this one title, which is, this one Batman book only traditionally sells about 10 copies of that shit. The rest sit on the shelf for weeks. Then I'm not increasing my order to 20 just to get this extra other fucking copy. No, I'll do the 1-for-1s and I'll buy 5 and 5 because I'm only going to sell 10 of them bitches anyway. The rest of them was probably going to sit on the shelf for the next till Neverwary, and somebody decides they want to buy it. Regardless, it's just the nature of the beast, man. It's a delicate balance because you're predicting a lot, especially as a retailer. You're predicting a lot of times what people are going to want to buy and what not. And if you ain't got the money there like that, you can't be blowing money like that on one issue of a book that you don't even know if it's going to sell or not. If you're not looking at your sales and say, this book is traditionally just selling downwards. It don't sell. Not no numbers. Why would I buy 50 of your shitty ass book when it doesn't even sell? No. So go ahead, Malika.
No, I was done. You hit it right on the head.
Yeah. So it's a delicate balance. But that's why I look at it from two different aspects. I look at it as a consumer and I look at it as a retailer. There's different reasons to buy variant covers for a consumer. Which one looks the coolest? Which one you think will have some value later on if you want to be a collector like that? And as a retailer, look, man, all this shit needs to sell. And I need to get the return back on it. Plain and simple. It needs to fucking sell. It is not a collector's market when you own a store. Because you don't make money off of shit you have sitting in there that's worth money and you can't sell it. You don't make shit. It does you no good to see.
And with that, you're talking about the variant covers, right?
Yep, variants. statues, collectibles, that kind of shit, it does no good to sit on your shelf forever. It's lost money. You paid for it 3 months in advance. You got it into your store, even if you had a discount on it or wholesale. It sat on your shelf, and if it has not sold in, I'd say, 3 months, you lost money. The only place I've worked that actually have that locked down retail wise on how to turn that shit over quickly has been Home Depot. They turn that shit around quick. They are not trying to lose money on shit. But that's why they're one of the biggest companies in the world, Fortune 500, because they know how to get rid of their fucking inventory. If that shit ain't sold in like a month's time, it's already been 50% off. It goes over that time, everything has a shelf life. If it's gone over that time and they still haven't sold it, they will mark it to a penny and destroy it and write it off on their goddamn taxes. They're not taking a hit on that shit. They're not. It's very strict on how long something is on the shelf from the time you pay for it and get it into your store to how long it's sitting on that shelf and what you do to push that shit out the door and sell it. If it's not selling at that price, you got a week, and we looking at this shit every day. That next week, drop that shit 10%. It ain't gone after that week, drop that shit to 25 to 30%. What's the numbers looking like? Is it moving now? No. 50% after that, that shit is gone. Straight up. No bullshit. You want to see how that shit works? We're in a Halloween season right now. If you walk into any Home Depot right now, you'll see that most of the Halloween shit is damn near at 50% off already. Already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right on that one.
And by Halloween, that shit is going to be 50% off a bust, nigga. Whatever doesn't sell in that week, done. You'll never see it again. That shit'll be that shit'll be back in the dumpster and written off as a loss.
Well, hell. Then what about the sales with the statues, man? Because the statues you and Artie Edmore were shown, they're badass, and I would imagine those guys would be selling.
Here's the thing: statues are tougher sales. Why? Because it's an initial investment is really high, right? You have to have somebody who wants to spend that much money for that character. They have to really like it that much. And folks like that in a comic shop sense, depends on where your store is tough. It's tough enough to get people to spend $4 on a comic book. It's a mom walking in with her kid to the store. She don't want to be in there. Usually the people is dirty and mean and shit like that. She don't want to be in that motherfucker. The kid see a statue of Deadpool and the stat is like, oh, mommy, I want that. Okay, the kid may like Deadpool. He saw the movie some kind of way. How much is a statue? $150. Oh, no, baby, we can't get that. No.
That's on the cheap end.
That's on the cheap. That usually sells to adults. That shit will sell to adults because it's nothing you can play with. An adult would have to want to buy that shit. Then they have to decide if that statue, for who it's made by, how it looks, is it worth that much money to spend on it? Because as an adult, you already know $150, nigga, that's gas money, that's lunch. That's, I could have put that on that bill. That might have been PG&E or something. You already making different calculations. Man, I want to pay my cell phone bill. What I'm going to do with the statue is just going to sit there and look at me. It has to be something really worth it. And in that sense, your statues can sit around for a long goddamn time. If you just buying it to have it in the store and be the coolest kid on the block with the most expensive toys that you can't sell, yeah, you'll lose money on that shit though that way. Our statues in the store, we would only buy statues that people ordered. That means the motherfucker saw it in the book. He decided he wanted that shit. He ordered it for himself. Good. We buying one for you because you buying it. It was a special order, nigga. We wasn't keeping those on hand all the time because if you don't sell it, you've already lost money because you paid up front for it. What good is it to have a shelf full of $100, $200 fucking statues and ain't none of them gonna sell and nobody walking in off the street is gonna buy it?
And you know what you said, dude? It depends on where the shop is at, because if you have certain shops where I've gone into shops where you barely see action figures and you barely see statues. Then I go into a shop where I see there are shops where you barely see graphic novels, omnibuses, and it just deals with issues. Then you go and you see shops that have nothing but an area where they have action figures. Then next to it, they have nothing but an area what looks like a fucking library of nothing but graphic novels. Then you look over way in the back. That's where you see nothing but the bin boxes of back issues. And then you look over on the side, you see the merch. You see the coffee mugs. You see the t-shirts. You see the hats. You see the fuzzy slippers, and you see all the posters and everything.
Okay.
And it makes money.
Here's the background for y'all. This is the old shop. This is stand-up comics, right? You see on this right side of this picture, this is all new books. This is all new books on the shelf. On this right side, or on this left side in these bins, these are all the back issues. Now, one time, all those back issues were on the wall. What are they? Overbought. So after doing the retail side of it and have to pay for this shit, I understood what my boy Jeff was talking about. When he looked at the walls, all he saw was shit that wasn't spent, money spent. Because that's all it is. If it's sitting in here and not sold, it's lost money. That's why comic shops are not cash cows. But comic shops, like a fast food restaurant, depending on their area, there's specific to their clientele that comes in there. This comic shop sold a lot of superhero books. But if you went up the road to Berkeley, they sold a lot more graphic novels. Our graphic
Hey, fellas, let me cut you off. Artisan, I'm about to get out of here.
All right, man.
Nice talking to everybody. I'll jump in again.
Yes,
All right, peace.
That was the one and only Black Bane came through the screen with cigar smoking ass. Go kill that dog.
I know. That's the other reason why. I'll hit you guys later.
And I'm joking. Don't abuse your animals.
I hate that dog. I don't know who the dog is.
The dog said, "Fuck them. I'm hungry now. Get your ass here."
I can talk. I can talk. I can talk. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Right. All right, fellas.
Peace. Like little children, seen not heard, little dog. Shut your loud ass up.
Look, I thought the dog was a B-dub yelling at that.
No.
Not the German Shepherd.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, but that's what it was. And our shop didn't sell graphic novels as much because they sat on the walls and sat on the shelves a lot longer than the regular issues. But this shop, they would buy Cape and Cow comic books, superhero comic books all day long. But Berkeley didn't sell as much of those. They sold more indie shit than anything else. Because it's because of the area. It's a college town. People trying to be a little bit more cerebral in a sense. They want something other than capes. So that's it. Aquatechy flashback. Yeah. I ain't see Herb in here see this picture. He might put a tear in the chat when he see this shit.
But you know what you just did though, man? You're showing, and you just talked about for the past, let me say, 50 years, as long as you and I have both been alive, or anybody else has been alive that's in the 50s, the actual culture of comic book history and the culture of how the way comic shops have been going on ever since how in the 70s when it was just like a niche brick and mortar store to where they started to grow from to the 80s where it was like the cool geek place to come around to where the 90s it was the hip place. In the 2000s it was thriving, but then now to the mid to the late, if you see a brick and mortar comic book store, and especially that's still been around, that's like, damn, that's finding like a gold nugget.
Yeah.
During the gold rush.
Yeah. That's why I was trying to say that store, because that store had been around. What was it? 20, almost 30 years? I was trying to say that shit. But that's what got me pissed off because the customers did not come back for that store. And people were really just trying to ruin that shit because they had some problem with a blackface running it.
Really?
Yeah. That's what that shit was.
I didn't know that.
You got a buzz. You got a buzz in the mic, Malika. Yeah, that's what that shit was. That's what that shit was. And that's why I don't talk about it too often, but this is why I also say I know white geeks. I know white geeks very intimately. Some of them are my best friends. I know white geeks, what they like and what they don't like. They might be fine with certain shit being a certain way. When you out in front, though, they might not like it as much. Might not be as cool. Just what it is. Not to say that the store wasn't selling the same shit with the same people in there that was the day before. Even looking at this stream that I was looking at, this 151 from 3 years ago, this is me. The earlier part to this stream was me talking with Ford about going through the process to take the shop over. That's what the earlier part of this stream was about. That was 2021. Well, Ford is just working there. So what was the problem after I took that shit over? Just saying. Motherfuckers have ways that things that they're comfortable with. Certain things. I should have took that Harley Quinn statue. Should have took that shit. I didn't. Somebody got that. Certain things they comfortable with. Certain things they not. So if you ain't heard a bunch of white geeks talking about they love for Blade earlier, because they didn't have no love for Blade earlier. That's why. Or they would have talked about it.
Very few white geeks did. They accepted it like they would accept a lot of other things, but they didn't have love for it.
No, ain't no love for it. That's why you have to look at what's being, when you watch a video, what's being told to you in the video. What is the video about? The video is about a cancellation.
Yep.
And they're happy that it was canceled. They ain't disappointed that it was canceled. They're happy that it was canceled. And then all they did was echo something some black dude said. Midnight Suns, get Wesley involved, right? You know, simple shit.
Just like they echo everything else from black folks.
Yep. Slang, especially. Slang and talk, especially. Because, like I said, black folks get the shit, the spice and the flavor. Ain't cool if black folks ain't did it.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you'd still be bros and shit. Talking like frat boys.
That's why they won't give. That's why they won't give Wesley and New Line the respect that they did 20 some odd years ago. That he resuscitated the whole superhero genre in comics, in movies.
Yeah. Well, that's why.
Not just.
That's why I put it on. I was reminded. Crow came out before, but Spawn and then Blade, and then Spider-Man. He showed you that you could make it successfully. Spawn didn't do good monetarily. As a Spawn fan, I was happy as fuck. But it didn't do good at the theaters monetarily. And it was by New Line, too. Because New Line was giving people shots.
Yep.
He was giving them shots. Todd McFarlane's even in the movie. I thought that was awesome. Like, dude, you got to be in a movie with your own character? Awesome. What the fuck? I think that's what any comic book creator would want. I mean, damn, Stan Lee got to be in the movie with Spider-Man. Dude, I thought that was awesome.
And from his last appearance on that dude, white dude's podcast, Michael Jai White said that he was actually not that pleased with the Spawn movie because he was wanting to, because he said if he did it the way he would have done it, or so I would say especially now, he said he will make that shit more dark.
It should be dark. Spawn done right should be darker than Batman. It should be just as gritty as a Batman book, but darker. Because he deals with kind of the same type of people. Same type of fucking off killers and everything else. Like we talk about for the Batman movie of a villain I'd want to see, and I've said it many a times, Victor Zsasz, right? Because Zsasz ain't got no powers and ain't shit flashy about him like that, but he is a disturbed individual. Well, for Spawn movie, why don't you do a Billy Kincaid? You know, the dude that was killing children and shit like that. It'd probably be touchy. It'd probably be dark as fuck, but it couldn't be any darker than any of these horror movies you're gonna watch this year. Couldn't be any darker than that.
And you can't make it woke.
Nah,
Get
you
into
wouldn't
it.
have kids buying ice cream for a year.
Do you trust the ice cream truck coming through your neighborhood right now? I mean, the one without the, you know, the bars on it and shit. Because that's how the ice cream truck came through our neighborhood. Bulletproof glass and shit like that, and bars on it. Little slot that you can slide your money through to get your little candy back. And I have to yell at the dude because he don't understand what the fuck you talking about when you say, "No, give me that one." Nah, oh god damn, dude. Just put the bucket over here. I'll get it myself. No, you haven't fucked up though. You would have him fucked up if you made it dark, and that's what Todd wants to do. That's why he wants to direct the movie. He wants to make it dark. They don't want to give him the money to do that shit. And I'm like, why the fuck not? It's his character. Look, Leslie Headland just got how many hundreds of millions of dollars to make what she called a Star Wars movie or show. The fuck out of here. Apparently there's money to blow on certain shit if you want to.
Well, Michael Jai White also said in turn too, where he said, "Well, then again, you know, people may have a certain kind of outlook of me, whatever, because they already do that. I mean, they already do have a certain negative outlook towards them because they look at him as like a scary motherfucker because of all the asses beating all his movies and
most people don't even remember that Michael Jai White was Spawn.
Mm-hmm.
They don't associate that when you say Michael Jai White to most people, they think Blood and Bone or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They don't think Mike Tyson movie. They don't think Spawn. They don't think any of that other shit he did before that. They didn't even know he was a martial artist.
They don't think Exit Wounds.
That Quentin Tarantino shit. Like, come on, man. They don't know that shit.
He did Total Recall right before Spawn.
Total Recall. Oh, you talking about the Colin Farrell one?
Mm-hmm. The one that everybody forgets.
Remake.
No, I think Van Damme was in there with him because they had
no, that's Universal Soldier.
Like
that's Universal Soldier. That's not
Universal Soldier.
Yeah, that's not Total Recall.
Soldier.
Yeah, Universal Soldier.
Yeah, him and Goldberg and whoever else was in there.
Y'all been in a bunch of shit. He been in a bunch of comedy movies too.
Zajac, yes, fantastic and Cosmic before it. So you know the Bay Area. Congratulations. Now you know I ain't bullshitting. Excuse me. Yeah, but he's been in a bunch of stuff. He likes comic book stuff. I don't know if he's a geek, but he likes comic book stuff. He doesn't have a problem doing that shit. So I would want a Spawn movie to be dark. I want a Spawn movie to look like one of these goddamn horror movies that's out here. I would. So you can get that gritty feel of what Spawn is actually dealing with and how darkness and evil people is drawn to him because of who he is, who he comes from. And then you can get you can see that he is actually triumphant over some real fucking evil while he looks evil as fuck. He's actually one of the decent ones. One of the decent people.
I mean, basically, motherfucker, no different than motherfucking Ghost Rider. Shit. What the hell? I mean,
not really.
More darker.
I mean, they're both using the powers of hell to defeat evil.
Yeah, but how they do with Ghost Rider, at least in the comic books, like the most recent news I heard is that they're going to try to go with a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider finally. Like, oh, great. They're going to ruin this one now, too. They can't get past Johnny Blaze. Dan Ketch, Ghost Rider, excuse me, he is the one that's about innocence. He is the one about protecting innocence. Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, was more so on, I made this deal to try to save my father. Danny Ketch got his powers because of his sister getting killed. Okay, it was about innocent blood. Innocent blood is spilt and he come out. And he punishing everybody. And he dealt with a lot of supernatural people most of the time. Lilith and all these people and shit like that. You would know Lilith because they tried to put her in that Midnight SUNS Sons game. Lilith was a problem. Lilith is a whole fucking damn demon, in a sense. And she ain't got nothing good for humanity. So Ghost Rider fighting characters like that, yes. But it wasn't so much about these disturbed just individuals. Spawn will usually deal with them. Ghost Rider was more for the supernaturals.
Lilith was
Now-
the world's worst baby mama. That's what she was in that book.
Yeah. Yeah.
And technically, the Ghost Rider entities or Rappathros was technically an angel first.
Zarathos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
Zarathos,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
He was an archangel of justice. So technically, there is kind of a difference.
It's a big difference. Spawn was never an angel. It was just part of Malbosia. But he kind of rebelled. And where I stopped reading it, he was actually getting into more Earth-based powers. He was getting more of his powers from Earth or something like that. He used them for a champion. It was before they went off and did his thing where he fought the embodiments of God and the devil and killed both of them. And then remade the world. And that's where you got the 10 Dowlings Spawn from. So since then I haven't read it. I've bought issues. I had not read them. But it's a little different character. You could say it's dark and say it's all dark, but you have to read the stories to understand they're dark in different ways for completely different reasons. Some early Spawn books, it was more about Hell not being cool with this Hell Spawn being here. That's where you get Angela showing up, and then all these disturbed ass people from Al's life, and then just being around him in this world. And Billy Kincaid was fucked up. He was really fucked up. That's why you don't talk to strangers. I have something nice for you. It wasn't.
You think they can get away with the Billy Kincaid character? I mean,
No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. What was this movie that came out recently that we was thinking they was gonna kill the kid and they didn't kill the kid? It was a recent movie. I can't think of what it is. I thought that little boy was gonna die.
Well, they did it in the fucking It Chapter 2 where I saw a bunch of kids get murdered.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I didn't think it was gonna happen. I said, he straight up ate this little girl, and they showed it.
You're right. So maybe they could get away with it if it was legitimately supposed to be a horror movie. That's the thing. Because it's a comic book, they might not want to go with the horror comic angle to make it just a horror movie, but it would probably sell better as a horror movie if you weren't trying to make it for fucking kids in a little sense. It should play to an older audience because Spawn is not a Saturday morning colorful character. Yeah, he got a red cape, but it ain't shit colorful about that. Look, man, Deadpool wear red too, but it ain't because he's supposed to be being funny. You said it. Let's cover up the blood. Because Deadpool kills people.
Yeah.
So
and my nigga Spawn don't even have to yell out Bankai for his damn cape tag either.
You ain't gotta say shit. He ain't usually moving that cape. That cape moving on its own. Spawn usually just standing there. Everything else you see happening is just his symbiote doing what it do. Whatever it fucking want.
Well, his cape is a female symbiote, so
Well, works better. That's why they love
do what you want.
Yeah, black female, right?
Hey, you know what? I just thought of this real quick, y'all. If they do bring out another Riddick movie, they definitely, damn it, for all respect, they definitely should put Wesley Snipes in it.
No, they shouldn't. But Riddick 4 is coming. Furia is coming.
When after Fast and the Furious 20?
I don't know, I guess, but it's supposedly working on it now. What up, Aquatech? Peace to you. See you next weekend, Malika. You bounced out of here. Appreciate you for coming through. Yes, I'm at 6 hours, so it's about time for it to close out. That is, 45 minutes a day until you get to the next Sunday stream. But yeah, they're working on Riddick 4 already. There was a piece of a fake trailer up on YouTube I saw today for Riddick 4. And I don't think that's the official trailer at all. So I didn't bother looking at it. I hate fake trailers. Shit pissed me off. Get me all excited for something that ain't even real. Start watching and seeing clips from other movies like, you motherfucker.
That got me with the Goonies trailer, fake trailer the other day.
Fuck them.
So you fell for that shit too?
Yep.
All right. Well, let me get out of here. Probably need to go watch Venom: The Last Dance. That everybody got reviews, and everybody's reviews, I guess, are saying that is shit. Just looking at the titles.
I haven't even seen the movie yet alone the damn reviews.
I haven't watched. I'm just looking at titles. That's it. I'm looking at titles because it just came up here when I went back to the home screen on YouTube. My algorithm. So I just see titles. Everybody got they reviews coming up now. So apparently everybody like
it. And since you brought it up, I'm gonna make sure to check yours out first.
Yeah, like that was surprising that they weren't gonna like it. I need to go back to my predictions for this year. Yeah, I need, exactly. Since the very first one, Beasley, I need to go back to my predictions for this year and how these movies was going to do and just re-release that shit so you can see that the predictions that I made about which movies was going to work and which ones was going to suck wasn't that far off at all. For the reasons I said, too. Like, I'm not prophetic, motherfucker. It's just common sense and knowing these people. This movie was not going to get a good shake. It don't matter what it was. Doesn't matter at all because they weren't liking Venom because Spider-Man wasn't in the shit. And I'm still of the mind, it's a fucking Venom movie. Spider-Man don't need to be in it. All you need to do is get the symbiote to Earth and give me a reason on why it attached to Eddie. They did that in the first movie. I was good. And the symbiote was actually more fun. So fun, in fact, it worked its way into the damn comic book of how the symbiote actually talks and acts. They've had more success in the Venom comic book expanding on the damn symbiote and its personality than Eddie's. So now I can tell you this. I haven't watched anybody's reviews yet, but I can tell you what they have a problem with. The main thing is going to be about Noel being in this shit. Which I agree with. Noel shouldn't be in this at all. It's too new of a character. Sony don't have a good track record with bringing these things in that they do not understand. And I'm guessing that this Venom 3 is going to look like Spider-Man 3 when they rush the symbiote into the shit. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3. That is going to be rushed. It's not going to make much sense for a franchise that you're trying to end. And they still gonna have a problem with Spider-Man not being in this shit. Not gonna be liking that it's ending, but not liking where it's going with Noel. That's my guess for what everybody's review was gonna say. That's my guess. But it was a piece of shit, and it's glad they're going away. And that's the other thing that I think everybody's gonna say.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're gonna do with Noel.
Badly. That's the only way they can do it, badly. You didn't prep the character in the last movie. You're throwing them into this movie, and this movie is supposed to be the last movie. It's going to go as badly as Spider-Man 3. Because that character is too complex for them to be fucking with. I'm not sure I trust Marvel to do it. Not right now. Not with the writers that they got on staff, since they can't even do a fucking Captain America movie. I don't know. But
you haven't even really got Spider-Man proper. You've been having Iron Man Jr. run around.
Yeah, you've been having Iron Spider for 3 movies, right? Yeah, you ain't got the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man yet.
Let's just focus on that. I heard Tom Hardy talking about bringing Miles Morales. I said, dude, you haven't even got a movie by yourself without any side characters from any other movies. You need to focus on that first before we start bringing in Miles Morales.
Yeah, he was talking about him wanting more money too, and I'm like, I like you, Tom, but you're not that kind of star. You can't demand no more money. For the reason, one of the reasons you just mentioned, Beasley, because you ain't pulled a movie by yourself yet. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. and Michael Keaton showed up in the first movie for you. Second movie was what?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
And Jake Gyllenhaal.
And Jake Gyllenhaal and Mysterio. Second movie. What'd you get for the third movie? Every Spider-Man that ever was except for Nicholas Hammond.
And Benedict Cumberbatch.
And
your girlfriend. And who fuck else? Everybody, all the villains, Jamie Foxx.
All the villains. Jamie Foxx, Willem Dafoe, all of them showed up. Everybody showed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Fourth movie. Tom, who we got to bring in for this movie to work for you this time? And that might not be an insult to you at all. It's not an insult to Tom Holland. I like Tom Holland. I like his enthusiasm for the character. I like him putting in his work for the character. I do. But you don't have the star power to bring just people to the movies. Because your movie that you bringing on Tom Holland was Uncharted. You and fucking
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg. The movie looks nice, but as far as I remember, it did shit.
I watched it. It
did shit because they didn't hold to the original video game material. So fans didn't like that shit. Now, it might not be your fault because you didn't write the script, but you agreed to be in that piece of shit. So your star power is not what you think it is. So pipe down on the more money shit. They should pay you a little bit more than they did the first time, but within reason, not because your name on it, because that's not selling a movie. It's going to be about what the story sells with this Spider-Man character and what that story is going to be about, because you need to be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man when you show up in this bitch. Classic suit and all that. We should see some intelligence out of your ass.
Nobody should know your fucking identity either.
So it's going to be back to formula for Spider-Man. What do you got now? What is it now? Do we need to bring another bigger actor in to help sell this damn movie? Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But Miles, honestly, they've been playing at it since the first Spider-Man Homecoming. They've been playing at that Miles shit in every movie. I would trust Sony doing Miles before I trust MCU doing Miles. You know why? Because Sony having more success with using Miles. They ain't putting them on the back burner and waiting. Because that Spider-Verse shit is working for the Sony. They ain't having a problem doing that at all. They pushed back that next Spider-Verse movie, and I'm patiently waiting for it. Because if the track record's anything, the first one was good. The second one was awesome, nigga. Third one should follow suit. So if you're going to take time to make it better, make it fucking better. I'll be here.
The soundtrack was awesome too. Metro Boomin.
Man, dude, like, yeah, that's right. Key. Patience is key when it comes to creativity. Yes, you're right.
Just do it right.
You're so right.
Yeah, just do it right. If you're going to do it right, I'll wait. I'll be patient. I don't have ADD. I'll take no medication. I have patience. If you're going to make it right, I'll be patient. If you're going to give me some bullshit, then you could have just got that out early. Get it out and get it over with. But if you're going to take your time and do it right, do that. I'll wait. I got all the patience in the world for a good project. I don't have patience for rushed out, shitty projects. I don't.
Ooh, I resonate with you on that one. Yes, sir.
That's fucking shit. Fucking Ray movie. Fuck a Ray movie. I don't want a Ray movie. Nobody wants a Ray movie. I don't think Daisy really actually wants a Ray movie.
Yeah.
Fuck up her career worse. Oh, Jesus, dude. I'm sure you want to pay.
She just started getting roles again.
No, JT. We talked about this. No, Disney cannot write black men. They can't. They can't write black men. They don't know. They don't want to write black men because usually their writing rooms is not full of fucking black men. It's full of people who don't like black men. There's black women in there. It's not black men.
Wait. They took off Armor Wars too?
Supposedly. That's Don Cheadle. That's Don Cheadle. But understand, Armor Wars was going to have Don Cheadle in it, but they was going to force Riri Williams into that shit too. What do you think? What do you think was going to happen? Replacements?
Oh my god! Oh, she had her own show. Like what the hell?
That you ain't seen yet, have you? And apparently that show been done for a while. You still ain't seen it. You know why?
God, bro.
Because the conditions are not right to put that shit out because it will bomb like the Echo show. Nobody wants to see Riri Williams. Nobody. There is not an audience for that bitchy asshole character.
I was looking forward to the Armor Wars. That one. Secret Invasion, Armor Wars. What else I was looking? I was like only Daredevil. It was only like a handful of shit. I was actually like, I'll go see that.
But see, I was looking forward to Armor Wars to see James Rhodes and Don Cheadle, but they kind of fucked that up by putting Don Cheadle in that Secret Invasion shit to where he was a Skrull most of the time. So now you don't know what's fucked up about the character. So they gotta kind of put it on the back burner to fix that shit. Don Cheadle might be out of a contract right now and off doing some other shit. He's a real good actor. You don't need to be waiting around for the MCU to have a fucking career. He ain't running around like Brie Larson bitching that she want more money from them because they need to have her around. No, we don't. Fuck off. MCU don't need you for women's representation. Man, if they said Scarlett Johansson was coming back, motherfuckers would be in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
You just had a movie that didn't do dog shit. Fuck you. You don't need your ass. I mean, you got a nice pair of tits. I said it. So what, Bree?
I ain't even gonna lie, Artisan. I think a fucking Atwell.
Haley Atwell got it better.
I think her movie would do better.
Yes, because you know I'm a Haley Atwell fan. Yes, I'd watch a Captain Britain.
Me too.
I'd watch a Captain Britain. She gonna run around in the costume and shit. Do it. I'm already watching her Mission Impossible. I can see her twice. Haley Atwell was nice.
Shit, bring back that Agent Carter show because last time I checked before they canceled it, it had good review. It had
good reviews.
Yeah,
it had good
reviews and rating. I was watching the fuck out of it.
It's a period piece. She can talk in her British accent and shit. Yeah. Kamala Harris is a Skrull. Yeah. If it's a Skrull, means sucking dick. Where Shang-Chi, the director, walked away. They got the director doing some other shit, like doing their what was he was working on one of their Avengers movie when it was supposed to be Kang Dynasty, but I don't know what he's working on now. But it ain't Shang-Chi. They switched up this team of Avengers to be a bunch of ground level motherfuckers that can't take on nothing bigger than them. This ain't the JLA. Can't get over with that shit. You're gonna have to have some powers. Look, here's my hot take on this shit right now with what's going on in the MCU. They shouldn't have fired Jonathan Majors. They shouldn't have fired Jonathan Majors. They should have rolled that shit out and wait till that court case came up and saw what it was. And then you would have found out how much bullshit was in that court case.
Yep.
Guilty of putting somebody in a goddamn car. Really? Man, make your fucking movie. You could have kept this universe together no matter how many other fucking pissed off white boys didn't want to see this black dude stepping up into a Thanos role. Who gives a fuck? He gonna lose at the end, right? I thought you'd be all into that shit. I thought you'd be all down for that shit. Who cares? He's not gonna win. It's a hero movie, right? You're not gonna have him snapping away all the heroes in one go, right? thought you'd be down for that shit, for him getting his ass kicked. Should have rolled with Jonathan Majors, rolled that shit out, and you could have saw what it was. And you could have kept your franchise together and worked your stories that you had and got done and through with this shit. You in such a bad state that now you got to bring back Robert Downey Jr. and put him in as Dr. Doom? For what? Because you kicked out one actor? One. You ain't lost everybody. You just kicked out one actor and fucked up your whole shit. And maybe you shouldn't have did that shit then.
I hate to say it, it's almost like Disney Star Wars don't have a fucking plan, so we're gonna bring back Palpatine.
No shit, it's exactly like that.
I'm like, so you didn't have a plan, did you? Nobody's communicating on these stories. Like, what we doing?
Oh fuck, no, they're not. Oh, you said Daniel was directing Spidey 4 now, so is Shang-Chi showing up in it? Yeah, he gonna develop the Spider-Man fighting style for him. Oh my, yeah, Spider-Man has a fighting style in the comics.
If Shang-Chi comes back, he'd beat Nan.
He would be what?
I said if Shang-Chi's coming back, he's gonna be beating ass, I bet.
Maybe. People outside of the character don't like Simu Liu. They don't like his politics and his mouth when he keep getting on camera and talking and shit. They don't like that shit. So they'll shit on the movie. They'll shit on the movie because they don't like what this motherfucker said politically. I don't give a fuck about what he say politically because I don't care. If you can represent the character right and act on the screen, stand on your mark and say your lines correctly, make it believable, then why do I care about your goddamn politics? I'm not watching it for your politics. I'm watching for you to play this goddamn character. Can you do that job correctly? Because I'll leave that outside shit outside. Unless you want to talk shit about the fans. That's when it makes it hard for me to divorce that shit from you. But I still watch shit. I watch the Marvels. I watch Captain America or Captain Marvel. I don't necessarily like Brie Larson no more. She fucked that up for me. She ain't ugly, but she fucked that up for me. She'd say some of the dumbest shit that come out of her mouth I ever heard uttered from somebody's pie hole. That's what makes her hard to look at. And somebody else said it. Some other reviewer was saying the shit. She is unlikable as a person. She is. Every time she speaks, she says some really unlikable ass shit. Like, I never thought that women should just shut up to be attractive, but your ass is making me understand what those old school dudes was talking about. Some people should just shut up and be pretty. Because you say some dumb shit. Just to clarify that. Not all women need to shut up. Your ass personally need to shut up. You and no dancing heifer from the acolyte. Shut your fucking mouth.
I told you, her best role now is starting to look like.
Oh, Rachel Zegler? Oh my God. She can't keep from putting her fucking foot in her mouth. God damn. I don't see if you got your whole leg in there yet. Look, let her keep talking. She young and ignorant. And that's how you learn. You're gonna learn from doing some dumb shit. Brie Larson ain't got no excuse. She in her 30s. She ain't really got no excuse. Rachel Zegler, she in her 20s. A little bit of an excuse. But the more she talked, the more I like Jenna Ortega.
Oh, yes.
The more I see the difference between the two of them. Like, you got some sense, Jenna. I like you. And
Jenna respects the material of what she's doing. Like, she actually had a back and forth with the writers of the Wednesday show, from what I've heard. Said that the character wouldn't do this. They had the character doing something totally different. She said, no, that ain't what the character would do. And I said, when I heard all that, I said, yep, she got my respect. So whatever she in, I'm rocking for her.
Fighting for her character, maturely. Fighting for the character, integrity of the character. Some of these other finger in the air, weather vane ass motherfuckers won't fight for these characters. Because they're just going to go with whatever's being said at the time. My chick be saying some shit, shaking my head. I try, but damn, yeah, that's how I am with Brie Larson. So you can go back and look at her. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Like, I was in her camp, cool with her before she did this Captain Marvel movie. I had high hopes for this Captain Marvel movie. I didn't mind the character. Didn't mind her from her performance in United States of Terror. I was thinking, okay, she's a decent enough actress. Okay, yeah, I watched this shit. I saw that goddamn movie. I was like, man, I got to get off this bus. This bus is being driven to Crazy Town, and I am not going to Crazy Town. And then her interviews and shit, this bitch was like, oh my God, was I not paying close enough attention? Look, man, I've been entertained this week by listening to all the geeks saying the same thing I was saying last Sunday, which was telling people to shut the fuck up. A lot of you entertainers need to shut the fuck up. I'm not listening to your ass for politics. I'm not listening to your ass for charity donations. None of that shit. I'm listening to you about your role you playing. That's your fucking job. If you're not doing that, I don't really give a fuck what you're saying and what you telling me I should be liking or not liking. I don't tune into you for that shit. I run the real world. You run the make-believe. Do that and see if you can do that shit successfully. Your politics, I don't give a fuck about. I don't. With me or against me, I don't care one way or the other. I'm watching you for content on that screen, playing that character. Other than that, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. Go and have your life. Be fruitful. But coming out, slagging the fans, saying some objectionable shit about what you think people should be doing and who you think they are, I never needed to know that shit about you. I never did. You could have kept that shit to yourself. The only person I saw this week who actually acted like they had some fucking sense was somebody I didn't know nothing about, and that was Ariana Grande. And listening to that fucking Jack in the Box ass, they need to stop that fucking reporter from talking to people because he the one keep throwing shit in their face, getting them tripped up in these fucking trick bags every time. Is it the gayest show ever? What do you think of so-and-so? Man, that motherfucker be out there trying to catch y'all on some bullshit. Y'all need to stop talking to him. But they put that mic in her face and asked her about that wicked shit. And I was watching that interview and she's like a deer in the headlights for a second. Like, she stumbled and stammered to try to give the most PC answer she could to not piss off the fans, not piss off her co-star, not piss off the studio. And she handled it about as well as anybody could when somebody throws a bomb into their fucking lap and sitting there waiting for it to go off. Like, oh my God, dude, she found the cheat code for that. Like, green wire. Oh, okay, it worked. Woo! She got out of that shit. I had to give her props. I don't care about Ariana Grande. I don't recognize her when I see her until now. But watching her in that interview, how she handled that shit, man, they threw her a fucking hand grenade. Like, God damn, she's about to blow her whole face up with this shit. And she successfully put the pen back in it. Like, whoo, good job, girl. Whoo, I didn't think you had it in you. I looked dark for a second.
Whatever
had some sense all week.
Whatever happened to the days of just saying next question?
Whatever happened to the days of saying next question? I'm not going to answer that or thank you for, thank you or something like that. Not pissing off fans. Whatever happened to those days? That all of a sudden y'all got a hold of properties that you weren't even fans of. And now you want to talk shit about the fans of it who don't like the fact that you're doing something that is against the character. The fans are having to fight for the character, not the actors playing them, the fucking fans. You are the first line. The actor, you're the first line. So if a writer hands you some shit and you like, the character wouldn't say this. Do that shit again. Like Mahershala Ali was doing with that Blade shit. If you just take anything that some motherfucker throw at you, yeah, okay, this is what it's going to be. Don't be upset with the fans because they said that's not right. Listen to what they fucking talking about. Those are the paying customers. Maybe they don't want to eat shit. Just because you I spent 12 hours. I don't give a fuck. Still garbage. You wasted your time. Just like I wasted mine. Shit. No. Next question. I'm not
boy, I've been on my feet for 8 hours. You better take this burger with this cheese on the side.
Bitch, I've been on my feet for 12. No, I don't want cheese. I didn't order fucking cheese. So no, I'm not going to take it. I spend 10 more minutes to take the cheese off, cook me another one with no cheese.
No cheese and
I'm
no
paying
spit.
for this motherfucker because I'm not paying for cheese or spit. I'm gonna watch you make this motherfucker the next time. I don't want you doing nothing to my food.
But I tell you what, I know why Ariana Grande handled that interview so well, because she got used to the real heat after what happened at her concert back in the day. So she had to take a little hiatus for a few years to get people over that shit. And Brie Larson is, I look back 2020 hindsight, and I liked her in Scott Pilgrim, but now that we know what we know, she was actually just playing herself.
Pretty much.
No, I give you a role where she was really playing herself. It's called I think called School Days. I forget what it is. Basically about the night that the kids get out of high school, and she is playing in this movie. Her character is playing the bitchy younger sister to Amber Heard's character.
Okay.
And they have to, and she's like a real snobby bitch. I said, oh, so this is home for you, because I'm in this case, she playing this young teenage girl talking shit to the parents, and the little sister, well, why in the fuck do I gotta do this? And I'm like, ooh, this don't seem like you acting here, sweetie.
Yeah. Well, got a chance to let her real personality out. Oh, there's a Thunderbolts 2 trailer. I haven't seen this. I don't actually want to. They got a second trailer showing the Sentry's powers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. Are they spoiling more of the movie now?
Yeah, don't need to do that shit.
They gotta explain Bob though.
Ain't gotta explain Bob at all. You wouldn't have to explain Bob if motherfuckers actually read comic books.
But that's the point. It's the people who just saw that first trailer and saw some wimpy dude in the middle of a room full of killers, and didn't see the little Easter eggs in the trailer showing the costume.
But that's the thing. If you want to know who Bob is, I don't like using this term because it sounds derogatory, but if you a normie, right, you just don't know this stuff, and you see Bob in the trailer and you're wondering who the fuck is Bob, well, that's a reason for your ass to show up and watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But if they spoil that shit for you in a trailer, oh, now I know who Bob is. I don't have to see this movie now. That's why you don't do shit like that. That's why you don't start revealing all the shit in the trailer. You like a fucking hoe out there showing all her wares to somebody who ain't paid to see the shit. The fuck?
Think James Cameron's Avatar movie. You didn't know what the fuck the movie was about. You had to go see the shit. All you saw was a colorful plants and some spaceships, and you knew, okay, it's gonna be some outer space shit. So
better than that. First Matrix movie. Nobody can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. That was their sales pitch, and motherfuckers flocked in there and saw that shit and was blown the fuck away. Like, oh my god, you got to go see this. Have you seen the Matrix yet? Come on, man, let's go see it. You don't tell everything in a trailer. The trailer is not supposed to show you the whole movie. Reveals like that, Marvel does it every goddamn time. Like Civil War with Spider-Man showing up in it. I didn't need to see Spider-Man in the trailer for this. I was going to see Civil War anyway, because it was capping them. That should have been an Easter egg for the movie to see that Spider-Man was in the shit, because everybody would have lost their fucking mind. But you fucked it up because you put it out there ahead of time. Spider-Man's going to be in it. I didn't need to know that now. Thanks for telling me. Fucked up the pop in the movie. This with who Bob is, fucking up the pop in the movie. You just fucked the movie up. Because now there's no mystery. You know people going to jump out there as soon as the movie is released, and anybody who got to see the shit early is going to tell the ending. Why are you giving it all away in a trailer? Marvel does this shit every fucking time, dude. It's so stupid. I don't know who their PR firm is, but it's obviously some dumbass bitch. I'm gonna give them I'm gonna give them all the holes on the first night. No, bitch. Blot it out.
Look, or the new Deadpool movie and Wolverine. You didn't know Gambit, Electro, and Blade was going to be in the damn movie. You just knew
You know why?
X-23's ass was going to pop up.
You know why? Because those first trailers Ryan Reynolds' team was in charge of. They didn't spoil that shit. I think it was only the last one right before the movie came out, like that week before the movie came out, which was the one the MCU got to do. That was it. Ryan Reynolds' team did the other ones. That's why you didn't get a bunch of fucking spoilers all over the place. They would have ruined the goddamn movie. They would have, because shit like this with this Thunderbolts trailer is just what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't need for you to tell me in a trailer who the fuck Bob was. That's an Easter egg for the movie. Now you just ruined it. Thanks. What else do I got to look forward to in this shit then? Red Hulk, the leader? We already know all that shit. Stupid, dude. It's just dumb thinking.
Well, but they did that at Comic-Con too, because they did the whole spoiler about the little asterisk at the end of the Thunderbolts name, title, whatever you call it.
But that's not a spoiler in any sense. It's just an asterisk. It's just a visual cue to let you know this is not the real name of the team, or it's not the final name of the team. That's all it is. So it's not that big of a fucking deal. But they already showed this trailer at Comic-Con, and it didn't leak online anywhere too much. So you're still good. But doing a second trailer where you're showing this character with his powers all ignited and shit just ruins the movie for what the mystery of that character was. Because anybody, like I said, anybody who wanted to know who the fuck Bob was, they just told you in the goddamn trailer. Oh, well, thanks. The movie ain't even out yet. When is this movie coming out? Fucking next year? Thanks. You ruined it months in advance. Just say you don't want it to be a success. Just say that. You don't want it to be a success. Fucking dumb. Anyway, that's what 40 more minutes on top of when I said I was getting off at 6. 6 hours.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with trailers, because after the first trailer, I'm like, yep, that's all I need.
Well, that's nowadays. That's why I only tend to watch one trailer, one teaser. I'll watch a teaser and I'll watch a trailer, and then I will watch nothing else about that shit because it will just be spoiled. It will just be spoiled. It will just spoil the fucking movie, and I don't need to watch you spoil the fucking movie in my face. You don't do trailers decently anymore. Marvel, specifically you. Sony is usually good for that shit too. But at least they give me something to look forward to. Y'all ruining everything before I even get to it. I'm too many months away from this to know who the hell Bob is, even though I already know who Bob is. It's too early. Too fucking early. The movie ain't close enough to be coming out for you to ruin something like that. But make no mistake about it, you did it already. Anyway, it's 5:38. That means it's time for me to get off of here and go watch Penguin episode 6. Some good television that ain't.
I thought you said you was gonna watch Venom. Which one you gonna do first?
What I just said. I'm gonna watch Penguin because it comes on at 6. I said I might go see Venom tonight, but I gotta watch the Penguin first because it's coming on before Venom is. I'm already paid to watch the Penguin.
Oh, okay.
Penguin's coming on Max. I already paid for that shit, and I'm already sitting here. I'm already sitting here in front of my computer, so I can go ahead. And
the Penguin's on my list too.
You fucked up. Every one of y'all listening to this stream and got Penguin on your list, and you have not watched it. If you black, you losing a stripe.
He said, okay.
If you're a geek, if you call yourself a geek, you like comic books and shit like that, you say that stuff, and you ain't watched the Penguin yet, you're losing a stripe in my eyes. I don't gotta see you to know who the fuck you are. You feel it. You should just feel it.
All right, then, nigga. All right, then, nigga. I hear you, then, nigga. I hear you. All right. I'm gonna watch it and take my notes, nigga.
Because don't tell me you've watched The Acolyte and tell me you have not watched The Penguin yet. Don't tell me you've seen any of Agatha. Don't tell me you've seen any of Agatha and have not watched the Penguin.
Ooh, no, you didn't do that to me with Agatha. Oh man, no, you didn't.
Don't tell me you saw Venom yet and ain't seen the Penguin. Look, y'all got to look. I told y'all we was detoxing from the bad shit. Okay.
Oh man, you had to give me that was daggers, man. See, ooh, I can take the
shit first. Don't put the good shit, especially me. I'm telling you, this is really good. You should watch it. I told you it was really bad and you shouldn't watch it. I'm telling you, it's really good. You should watch it. Catch the fuck up.
See, I love it, man. See, I can take the sword. I can take the sword of truth, boy. I can take the sword of truth, boy. Hey, cause yeah, it did, motherfucker. It did. Hot damn it! I'm like, shit, because I have not seen Beastly Nerd, bro. I have not seen the Acolyte yet. Thank God, because where y'all sound like, ooh, shit. But I did watch. But where the dagger stabbed me though was the fact that I did watch Agatha and I'm caught up.
See,
yeah.
I've only watched it because I'm trying to enjoy the misery with Artisan. I don't really give a fuck about that. I didn't even watch the newest episode. I'm over the shit. They keep putting out
that
some bad
episode.
shit.
What's that shit? What's that shit that Jeremy Johns said? It will be forgotten in 0.2 days.
Right. Not to say it to ingratiate.
I can't even think about it. Like I did my review. What the hell is that episode about?
Not to say it to ingratiate you guys, but really, in all actuality, I did thought about just saying fuck Agatha, you know what I mean, for a good minute and just totally branching off and watching the Penguin to have it take its place. Shit.
I told you I'm watching both of them at the same time, and even if I watch Agatha late, I don't watch it on Wednesday. I'll watch it on a Saturday or something like that, or a Sunday. I'm just watching that shit before I watch the Penguin because the Penguin is the good stuff. Agatha is just what it is. It's just Agatha. I wasn't expecting very much of that show, so it's not disappointing me all over the place. I'm just seeing where the story is going and how they pulling this shit together. That's it. And where it's going to go to the next show that I might want to watch, which is the Vision Quest show. That's it. That's all I'm watching it for. It's not like there's a bunch of hot chicks in it. The black chick is hot, but they keep covering her ass up. And this last episode, they made her look ugly as fuck. They made her look ugly as fuck. I'm like, why they keep doing that to that sister? She's actually nice looking. All these other old bitches up there, you trying to spruce them up and make them look hot.
You talking about that bald one?
Yeah. That chick is hot.
She got a fade. She ain't bald. She got a fade.
She bald, but she looked nice. She got a nicely shaped head. Her mama did her work. Obviously, that wasn't that was probably a C-section baby, not pushed out through the wombs of death. But she put together nice. She put together nice
body on her too.
Yes, you do. We was looking at pictures last week. She's looking nice, but they keep uglifying her in every chance they get. And that's to me, that's some white chick shit. No, let's just put this costume on her. Like, why are y'all doing that? She don't know. Was she making a bitch on the set about that, or was she just happy to be in the show? Because they keep making her look ugly on purpose. Like it's so obvious. Like she stand out in the show as being looking like the ugliest one in the room. Like what? Why are they doing that? Oh my
God. I agree.
Yeah, there you go, JT. Forgotten in T minus. Yep, forgotten. After that review was done, I'm gonna forget this shit and wipe it from my mind. It slipped out. Yeah, wet fart. So it's not a good show. It's not. It's mildly entertaining, just in the sense of watching chicks do dumb shit. It's just what they do sometimes. It's just what they do. But I'm not recommending anybody to watch this shit. If you don't have to, don't. I'm watching it just because. I told you, because I'm trying to see where the story goes, so I don't have to go back. So I don't have to go back and backtrack to find out when they do something in the next show, like, oh, this happened in Agatha. Well, what is that about? So I don't have to go back and watch it. I'm watching it now. And then it'll be done and it'll be over with. Because last week was the 7th episode. So next week should be the last episode. And I'm happy about that because it'll be over. It wasn't offensive as as the Crapolite just because Agatha has no real story to fuck up. Unless you want to get her to be in the Fantastic Four's nanny and shit. Other than that, they can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want with this character and do an original story that never existed in comics and see where the fuck it goes. Go ahead, Beast.
Oh, I didn't say nothing. I think that was Ray.
Oh, I thought it was Ray. No, fuck. It ran away when you said Ray. It's like water on him, turn into a gremlin. Yeah, but Ray, don't think you escaped. You need to be watching the Penguin, motherfucker. Don't think you escaped. I gave you high praise for bootleg and shit, pirate of the streaming seas. So you came up here, was good because I put your name out there in the ether. But Negro, don't lose no credit with me. Watch the Penguin. Catch the fuck up. I don't think you'll be disappointed. It might not have enough fighting in it for you, but it is a good show. Especially, okay, if you saw the Joker 2 and didn't like it, you should definitely be watching the Penguin. Look, that's how I started looking at stuff since the Acolyte. There is no excuse for watching bad shows and making sure you saw that and not watching the really good shows. There's no excuse. That's what you should be actually garnered to. Supercell, Penguin, you need to be watching this shit. Especially if you could tell, yeah, I saw that shitty show, it was garbage. Well, you wasted the time watching the shitty show. Why ain't you watching the good one? Ray.
Yeah, yes, I came right back in on that too, boy. Man, that was I came right in on a 3-point shooter, didn't I, motherfucker? Oh boy,
You ran
damn.
away, sir. You ran away.
I'm like shit. I'm like, damn it.
He tucked tail and came back. It's okay.
I ducked out of bounds and had a 3-point shooter shoot on me, damn it. Oh man. But damn it, shit. But yeah, you right about that. And yes, I will take accountability for that. To my brothers in the geekverse. Yes. But from what I do see, right, with this motherfuckers and Agatha shit, that there is a whole bunch of white geeks too. One of them is I'll say the last name, rock stars. They are really hype over that. They are really hype over that.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, they are really hype over that shit. I'm like, really? Motherfuckers talking about getting T-shirts, the same T-shirts that Agatha had in the show and shit, and all that. I'm like,
out of here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm
What
like,
the fuck is to be hype about this damn show? It is boring as shit.
DEI, that is the hype.
No, the only cool fucking episode they had was with Wicked.
You just saw the whole thing. You just saw the whole thing how it blew up after the Acolyte about all these content creators that jumped out there to attack other content creators over this Acolyte shit. Right? You see what it's about. Access. You got to toe the line if you want that fucking access. If you're not toeing the line, you don't get that kind of access. So what do you think they was going to say about the show?
Oh, you talking about the corporate kiss asses?
Yes, because those the same corporate kiss asses were telling you the Acolyte was awesome. The very same ones. They thought the Acolyte was awesome too, and a step breaking and ground breaking and all the rest of that shit. And say, yeah. I know which one of y'all watch my streams too. I watch the shit. I sub. Like I said, I sub to a lot of channels. I pay attention to a lot of people because I watch. I am the watcher. I watch. I make it. I understand where they politics and where they leanings are. That's why it's not really being psychic. It's just understanding what they do, how they do it, and why they do it. Of course, they like the Agatha. I'm watching Agatha and doing reviews on it religiously every week. I'm not telling you it's a good show, but I am telling you why I'm watching it because it might factor into something later on. So I'm doing this for y'all. I'm keeping track of it so you don't have to.
Factor as in meaning, yeah, right on, bro. And you mean factor as in factor into something else as in meaning the connection between that teen dude, and who's supposed to be Wanda's son, and
Well,
they saying, yeah,
Wiccan coming in was foretold when they first started introducing these other child characters that could be members of the Young Avengers. I've been saying this shit for a while. There's even one, most people don't talk about it because they say the show sucked, but Patriot was in Winter Soldier and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Patriot was in there because he had Isaiah Bradley and his grandson, another member of the New Avengers. They've been seeding them kids in there for a while. Only the first one to get their show was Hawkeye with a known actress. That's why, Kate Bishop. So, okay, they live with the chick. So what? All the rest of these characters been coming. They've been coming. So watching WandaVision, you didn't have to watch WandaVision. But when you heard that her kids was in it, well, who the fuck are her kids? Wiccan and Speed. So you know they coming. They got to age them up some kind of way. Okay, how you aging them up? Well, this is how they aged up one of them. Where's the other one going to come from? Well, this show is probably going to show you where the other one's going to come from. Because they already told you in the show what his wish probably is. It's to bring his fucking brother back. He's already a teenager. Young. He already got powers. Wiccan. Okay, he starts saying his name in the last episode or so. He knows he is Billy Maximoff. He's naming himself. What do you fuck you think is going to happen? Well, we have Billy Maximoff there. People who read comics know who he is. Okay, that's Wiccan. Okay, Young Avenger. Okay, where's his brother? Where's Tommy? Well, he's either going to show up in this show, or it's going to lead into that other show, Vision Quest, where Speed will show up. Round out your Young Avengers. That's the only reason I'm watching this shit. That's the only reason to watch it. Now, you're listening to all these people talk about they're not watching that show and it's garbage. Okay, remember that when this Vision Quest show come out and Speed maybe show up in that show or some shit, and then they're going back and telling you how much they knew about Agatha. When you know they wasn't watching the shit and they said it. Because they're going to do what Google fingers geeks nowadays do. Go back and Google it up, and now they experts all of a sudden. For shit that they ain't watched.
I feel that. I feel that, bro. Shit. Because Wanda, I'm curious. Okay, maybe they may set up to bring her back through a TV show or via movie.
Wanda is a big enough character where you would maybe want to do it in a movie, but they can bring her back through a TV show. They lost it. Well, they didn't lose it. They lost her in a movie. You can bring her back during the TV show. It'd be fine. But maybe you would save it for an Avengers level movie, since they should personally, they should close out this multiverse shit with this Doom War stuff. They should close out the multiverse shit because they don't know how to work this shit correctly. They don't. They don't know how to use it correctly. They don't know how to get these shows out correctly. They don't know how to write this shit correctly. I don't know what the fucking problem is with the MCU and not being able to write their own multiversal stories when you've been doing it in comics for years. What the fuck is the issue? Fuck it. Close it out. Reboot. Start fresh. And I'm sure the fan base will smile like Thanos on a grateful galaxy. Thank you. They stopped doing that shit.
Yeah, they should have did a mid-level event, rebuild your roster because most of your heavy hitters is gone. Iron Man gone, Cap gone, Widow gone. Thor, we don't know what the fuck Thor's doing. Hulk, we don't know what
He'll
Hulk
be
is.
back.
Professor. Yeah, you rebuild your roster. Have some mid-level, like Secret Invasion could have been like a mid-level event because, okay, you could have, like they did in the show, use the events of Thanos snapping shit away and the Scroll using that as an opportunity to take over Earth. Then you probably could have had the Kree and the Scroll fighting in the show and have whatever remnants of a team fight that. You know, instead of going straight into another big-ass event, you're making the same mistake that they do in the damn comics. You go from event to event to event. That's what they did.
There's no break in between. There's no break in between. That's what usually makes me not read a lot of DC because they jump from event to event, earth-shattering, world redefining event after event. It's like, motherfucker, can you actually get a series of stories out of these bitches? Or does everything have to be? I know every summer there's a big event. I get that part. But can we get something in between there? Not any event leading up to another. Bro, you can't ride a roller coaster at the peak the whole time. Like, you got to come down into the valley at some point.
Like
They
get
want that
into
crossover money.
yeah, get more in depth with these characters and develop them. Develop a story behind them. You like Peter Parker because of the stories Peter Parker went through on his own as Spider-Man. Not whether he's hanging out with the X-Men or the Avengers or the Fantastic Four. You like him because he's Peter Parker. You can even fall in love with a fucking Wolverine because of his solo adventures. You get to know the character first, and then that's what makes a lot of these characters dying in these events so tragic, because you develop this relationship with this character. You follow the story from issue to issue. You had about 3 or 4 runs with one writer where they produced a good enough story to where it's like, damn, they killed such and such off in this event, man. How are we gonna
Yeah, because you're on the journey with this character and you know what they've been through. That's why I would say for the MCU, the 2 characters who have the most to say, that's the most interesting, is Thor, and now I'm forgetting the other character. JT would know who the other character is. Thor sitting down and telling you what he's been through over the course of the movies that you've watched. Losing his father, losing his mother, losing his brother, losing his people, most of his goddamn people. Yeah. That's why in Infinity War, when he came back with an axe talking about bring me Thanos, you like, yeah, man, get his ass. Somebody need to talk to you. Thanos, somebody want to talk to you. This motherfucker heated. He got a reason. You understood it. You completely understood what he had been through. Like, yes, me riding with Wanda, how she showed up in Age of Ultron, what she went through, getting up to WandaVision. Yeah, I was with her. Yeah. Bitch should go crazy. She should. She had some shit going on, dude. Her family, her brother, her friends, her love. Oh, no. She was due for a break, okay? She was due for a mental break. And she had it. All right, fine.
snapping the universe in half.
Yeah, okay, fine. She had it. I'm not mad about that shit. You want to make her a villain in another movie? Well, she need to go a little bad somewhere, so she has a reason to be a good person.
Yeah. All these heroes, if you, like I said, when you take the time to develop this character, have their moments where they go down a dark path. If you don't ever have those stories in their solo comics, you don't really have a fleshed out character.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
They need their Dark Knights of the Soul. The Scarlet Witch had one, and then she sort of came back around. Right? Still trying to get the kids that wasn't supposed to be hers to have. Right? Okay. And she's dead. Okay, she's dead. But when you bring her back, you think she's going to be just that evil? No, she has a reason to be redemptive now.
Redemption arc.
Yeah.
That's her journey.
And see, there's been talks too in the geek verse of cats, liking the idea of there being, a multiverse. So, which kind of goes counter to what you was talking about with stopping the whole multiverse thing. Because for an example, there'd be a lot of cats that will like the idea of instead of expecting like, okay, say like Wolverine come out with 2 or 3 more solo movies, and instead of it being Hugh Jackman all the way through, from what I've been hearing from these cats, and I don't know how I feel about this, but or what I think about this, but they said they would like it to where if what's his name, Henry Cavill will be Wolverine in one movie, and then Hugh Jackman be the second Wolverine in the second movie.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a fan of a multiverse, right? Because that's how me as a comic book fan, I always thought of this shit anyway. So it's fine. You always have it in comic books, like Milestone crossover with DC. You had the Dakotaverse come into the DC universe, right? You have Image Comics where Spawn went and hung out with Batman, or vice versa, or Predator or something like that. You always understood that the comics were in their own universe, and those characters can cross over. I don't have a problem with a multiverse. When they first tried to introduce that shit in the Spider-Man movie, I was down with it. The multiverse is a door to many paths. You can have a lot of good stories, but how Marvel has handled it has been fucking terrible. It's been terrible. The only example of them doing it kind of good is Loki, the show. The movies have not done it very well at all. That's why I want them to stop. Look, if you dig in a hole and you just keep digging yourself deeper, stop digging. You just you in a hole. Stop it. Going deeper ain't gonna get you to the top. Okay? No, quit it. You're not doing it well. You need to stop this because apparently, because the way all these movies are having to get delayed and the story's not working is because they're trying to work this multiverse story. They pluck one character out of it, and now they don't know what to fucking write. They don't have a story anymore. None of it is working. Then stop. Stop doing it. You fucked it up. Stop, fill it, pave it over, start over here, start again. That's why I'm saying stop. Not because I don't like a multiverse. I love the idea of a multiverse. But they cannot conceptually understand how to write it or do it. The only one that's actually done it, at least visually successful, was the fucking Flash movie. The Flash movie? Holy shit. Y'all fucking up. They just to me, they just need to stop because they don't know how to do this shit correctly. Now, apparently the writers that they have don't know how to write it. So stop forcing them to do something that you can't get out of. They're not smart enough.
And then wasn't there a new Batman animated movie that came out? That just came out?
Yeah, the Cape Crusader, which I liked.
No, it was the one that was like an anime format. I was told they mentioned it in a conference or some shit like that, or Comic-Con.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and this motherfucker kind of looked badass too. He was like, it was like based off in Japan and kind of shit. Yeah.
I saw one like that some years
Where it
ago.
was all like
where
on
they
some
were
samurai,
samurais.
samurai shogun kind of shit.
Oh, don't you talk about Batman Ninja? Don't talk about that one.
Yeah, that was
I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is.
Don't mention that. I saw it, but that shit is yeah. It looks nice. It looks nice. Not a good story, but it looks nice. Yeah, Batman go back to feudal Japan. Batman Ninja, but he run around like a samurai. It's like those are two different things, right?
Yeah.
Ninjas are espionage, subversion. Samurais are honor code up front.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like, so, yeah, that Batman Ninja shit was a bunch of years ago, and that was kind of.
Well, I'm glad I didn't watch it then.
You can watch it if you like anime and Batman. You can watch it, but look, you'll see that the shit don't really hold together, right?
It's a one-off. It is a one-off, but it was. I mean, the artwork was good. It was a good.
No, the artwork was awesome. Let's see if this is what you was thinking about. That you're gonna get me a Warner Brothers copyright because they love copyright motherfuckers. Warner Brothers does not play. They will copyright your ass.
Oh, bro, we can't even have Warner Brother movies at the facility because the county got to have a contract with the film company.
I can't show this logo. I showed the logo, so I'm already fucked up. I already showed the logo. There ain't no sound playing, so we just talking over this shit. This is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Batman Ninja, 2018.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, hot damn! I'm talking about like it's new. Damn it, that shit's been out. Oh, hot damn! I'm shitty. I need to do 50 push-ups on that bullshit.
No, you need to go watch 5 episodes of The Penguin. I ain't forgot, motherfucker.
You said watch Penguin before this motherfucker?
You need to watch 5 episodes of The Penguin.
Oh, hot damn!
There's your penance. There's your penance.
This motherfucker's looking badass, man.
It looked,
man.
Looked all right, but I watched it. It's not that damn good.
Okay.
It's not that damn good. There's some interesting ideas in it. But okay. because the Bat family gets put back in feudal Japan. It's a time travel story. So some interesting shit happened, but you saw Gorilla Grodd.
Is that fucking
Joker.
Gorilla Grodd?
The Joker. It's when you get too much license to the Japanese folks. They do some crazy shit, dude.
No, we know that.
So this looks like Karas. If you've never seen Karas, it's what it looks like, the same company.
Oh, Karas. Oh, what you know about Karas? Sit down. Oh, man.
I mentioned it. What do you mean? What do I know about?
That's my shit.
Okay. Yeah, Joker has a fucking robot in this shit. Back in feudal Japan. Like, what the fuck? Is this like Wild Wild West and this tarantula robot? What the fuck?
Basically.
That shit does look a little silly, though. I ain't gonna lie. But it does look badass, too, though. I was like, damn. But I'm not, you know, I am old enough to know, damn it, hey, trailers can trick you, nigga. Trailers can trick you.
All trailers trick you.
It's a good watch, man. Just watch it. It's fun.
To that, right, with the fast action pace. The next fast action pace to that is, right on the same level is, Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children.
I saw that. I like that. I like Advent Children. That is about the only Final Fantasy stuff that I actually got into, but I watched their animes and it was good. That's why I was looking at, what was it? Somebody showed me a redesign for a character. Oh, Black Bane showed me that shit on Instagram. It was a redesign of Nightcrawler. And it was like 10 different versions of different artists doing reiterations of Nightcrawler. And one of the versions, he had a long sword on his hip. I said, damn, Nightcrawler looking a little bit like Sephiroth in this bitch.
Oh, damn it. I would like to see that image. Damn.
Yeah, it kind of worked.
That's my nigga Nightcrawler, damn it. Hey.
I'll see if I can find that shit and put it up on my community tab if I can find it again. But one of the pictures of the artist that they did, he was looking kind of cool. It's like, I like these pictures of Nightcrawler they did. Yeah, he needs some love. Can we get the Nightcrawler solo movie, or will it be boring as shit?
Hey, he be the only nigga though. He be the Nightcrawler will be the only nigga you cannot catch cheating, nigga. His wife cannot catch him cheating.
Never would.
One, he's too religious. Two, he's too fast.
No, 3 because he teleports.
He's a player though.
That's the fast part. Artisan, he teleport.
Kurt, was you in here?
Man,
I smell eggs. I smell rotten eggs. Wait a minute.
I was right. I that German accent. I was right here.
I thought you was fucking with some bitch. No, it was not me for lame. It was not me. I just got here. Bullshit. No, I just bounced him just when you came in.
That Remy LeBeau always getting me in trouble.
Yeah. It must have been Remy.
Nightcrawler don't need no help to get in trouble. He was scheming on Captain Britain's girl. I mean, shit, you know.
Was it her girl? Was it his girl?
I mean, yeah, it was his girl.
Okay.
Shape shifting thing. Yeah, that was his girl.
Okay, you think so? If Kurt can get it, it might not be yours, homie.
I mean, you know, they did the whole tension thing like Wolverine does with Jean, but you know, it just was disrespectful. they did kiss at least a couple times. I'm like, it's Kurt. You know, he was like, no, you're like me. You're not ugly. You're beautiful when you have pointy ears and fur on your body and shit. And she fell for it.
With a devil tail.
Anyway, let me go ahead and get out of here. Y'all got me for 7 hours when I said I was getting off at 6. So
yeah. All right, bro. Appreciate it, man, for having me on, man.
Oh no, you know you always good here, Ray.
So yeah, I haven't been on the panel in a minute, man, and I appreciate it, man. You know, so
it wasn't because you wasn't watching the shows that they was talking about, was it?
No, man, my attention has been split, man, in 3 different ways. You know what I mean? Life shit, of course, and other shit. But you know, and watching shows, trying to all you motherfucker shows because all you motherfuckers like to go live at the same damn time and shit. I know you can't help it, but hot damn. Yeah, so yeah, if I can, so if I can't finish you niggas streams and shit, at least I watch some of that motherfucking, gave you motherfuckers a thumbs
I
up,
will
and
tell you,
you know what I mean?
this right now.
Yeah.
I've been at the same time spot on the same day for 5 years. Same
Shit.
time, same day for 5 years.
And I'm catching up on my badass shows, Bleach, and all
he
that.
He gonna run right over that shit.
I like how you dancing around that, right?
On that as the sun rises. You know, Sunday at 11 a.m., Artisan is gonna be live talking about some geek shit or his personal life. You know that's when it's gonna happen. It's been the same schedule since 3 years. Wait a minute. I'm just proof a point. Just to prove a point to this ignorant motherfucker don't want to watch shows. See this old ass video from 2021? You know what time that video was happening? 11 o'clock in the shop with Ford in the background. I've done the same time on Sundays forever.
Unless it's an on-call stream.
Even on an uncalled stream, I'll still be here on Sunday. Unless the few, like, I had to think about it, like, how many times have I not done a stream on a Sunday? This is only about maybe the second or third time. Otherwise, I always do a stream at this time on Sunday. It's not new to me. This has been what I've done, and I picked it for a reason. The reason was because it didn't interfere with anybody else doing their shit. It didn't. People I wanted to watch, so I didn't have to cut my attention. That's why Dead said, y'all better lay off Artisan. Yeah, Karas versus the Guyver Elongo. Yes, if you watch Karas, you'll think of the Guyver. Like, I don't know. I think Guyver can get his ass. Never know, but Karas got that blade, man. He get on. Karas kind of quick. And Dead said, y'all better lay off Artisan. He and I can go deep into anime and some of these cats have never heard of. Yeah. Ray just trying to bust my balls because I'm giving him shit about the Penguin.
There he go.
But Ray an anime dude, so that's okay. But I gave him certain reasons that said why he cannot tell me he didn't watch the Penguin if he's watched some other shit that's actually known to be terrible. If you watch some of this other shit, don't tell me you ain't watched the Penguin. You should watch the Penguin. Just to
well, in this place here, because I have been watching well, I need to take down and watch the Penguin, but I mean, I've been trying to catch up on Jack Ryan also.
You can watch both. Cause see this where it says new. Penguin episodes. These are episodes of the Penguin. You should probably be checking that out, man. Let me close this out so you can see it clearly. See, Gold Summit. See, all these episodes is watched. It ain't even that many of them. They fully watched. And they 1 hour episodes. That motherfucker, that mean I'm eating this shit up.
He driving a sword now. He driving the sword now, yeah, man.
Saying, right there.
I'm just waiting for Cobra Kai. That's all. I'm just sitting
Cobra Kai on its way back too. And then I'll get back to watching that.
Ooh, nigga? When Cobra Kai come back?
Next month.
Next month,
hell yeah.
Got Squid Game coming back too.
I ain't watched that.
Season 2.
Yeah, I ain't see that shit yet. I'm like, Squid Games? What the fuck is Squid Games?
I watched Squid Games this year recently just to see what it was all about. I love that goddamn show. That show was good as hell. Because anybody, you can make an American version of that shit, and they'd have everybody in Squid Game. Because it starts with people in debt. You'd have half the country in that
version of Squid Game.
Yeah, you have half the country in that shit. Easy peasy. Didn't Ray watch the garbage dump called The Wheel of Time?
No, I didn't watch no Wheel of Time.
Watch that.
Okay,
I ain't watch no. I ain't see that shit. Well, what the hell this nigga talking about? I ain't watch no damn Wheel of Time.
You not the one that was trying to pimp the Wheel of Time off on me?
Hell no, nigga, what?
Okay, maybe
I've been so deep in my anime shit, man. Yeah, because Yeah, I'm all hype in all different areas right now. So you might get me hype with the penguin. So yeah, the way y'all talking.
I might get you hype, man. Shut the hell up. Go watch the penguin. I might get you hype with the
Who
penguin.
was trying to
You
pimp
sounded really
Rings of
resistant.
Power? Season 2.
Motherfucker, as I smoke my cigar on your ass.
You sounded real resistant. You just want to be contrarian. Is that why you don't want to watch the penguin? Okay.
No, I'm not watching the penguin right now. I'm not watching the penguin right now because we live right now, nigga. How about that?
Well, yeah, you can't watch it now, but I'm about to shut this bitch down, so you ain't gonna have no excuses in about minus 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go watch the penguin, and I'm gonna
Yes,
record that.
sir.
I'm gonna talk shit about you on the Patreon stream.
No, you Oh shit.
Think I'm bullshitting? I'm gonna talk shit about you before I
Stop
watch
it,
the
dude.
episode.
Well, I
And then
can
when it's
barely
over,
smoke my
I'm gonna
cigar right now.
you, Ray, you gonna make it to the review too.
You gonna
Oh,
you gonna
shit.
hear that music with the blue matrix?
You gonna make it, motherfucker. You gonna make the review. I'm gonna do that just for you. You gonna make the penguin review.
I mean, hell, I got my 420 ready, about to smoke shit, about to watch that motherfucker right now.
Put your logo right up on that motherfucker.
Oh no, you didn't.
Leave it there. Leave it there. For the whole review of the penguin. Like, yeah, this is for Ray, since he ain't watching this shit.
Everybody gonna be like, all the people that are fighting your shit gonna be like, who the fuck is Ray Hammer?
Yeah, exactly.
They gonna be like,
blow up. Don't be surprised.
you gonna put it up there saying hey guys, he watched Agatha before the penguin.
Yeah.
No, you didn't, nigga.
Himself on Agatha, but he can't find time to watch the penguin. We're gonna talk about this.
You have bigger content, man.
I love it.
Because he ain't watched the penguin. He's that's reviewing the penguin.
Yeah, go to his video and leave a comment and ask him why the fuck you ain't watched the penguin. Or just ask him, how's the penguin, Ray?
All right.
Let him keep being shamed by having to say I ain't watched it yet.
Yep. I got my notepad right here and my damn pen. Yes, sir. I'm ready to go. Damn it. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Support the video, and in the comment section, go to Ray Hammer Sherman. Say, hey, why you ain't watched the Penguins yet, Ray?
Yeah, exactly. Why you ain't watched it yet? How's the penguin, Ray?
Hell, I plan on shit after I fire up my stream about House of the Dragon. Shit, I'll fire that up right after. Because damn it, I'll have my notes ready, boom, so I can just fire that shit up right after I'm done with my review of House of the Dragon, and probably conduct my other reviews too as well. So I may try to get like 3 or 4 reviews in one day.
Good.
That's my goal.
If you can do it, because it can take a while. I still got reviews backed up for Agatha, but I know nobody ain't looking for that shit, so that's why I'm upset with myself.
Because I mean, yeah, well, and just as you said.
You muted up, blurred out,
and I took my notes of the show, like watched it and took my notes of it, like when I'm talking about it, so I can be like concise and to the point, and not be all over the place and shit.
Well, that's good. That's good. Some people script their shit. I don't usually. I don't script my stuff. I usually come from the head. So when you see me doing it, it is out of my wetware. I didn't write down anything. But I can say that there's advantages and disadvantages to doing it that way.
Yes. I could have sworn you did, boy, the way you be doing it, man, down. So that's pretty decent.
No, that's usually the reason. One of the reasons why I do live streams and why I do live streams the way they are was to prove a point on this geek shit that what I am saying is not Google. It's not Google doing this geek shit. I'm not Googling shit. This is me from information that I have taken in, things that I have read, things that I have watched. This is coming from me. It's not coming from reading off a screen or some shit. That's why I get so pissy about original ideas being, echoed and not giving credit, because it ain't coming from anywhere else but me. It's not. I just want that credit for that shit, or respect, I should say, for that shit. If you can do it with everybody else who got a bigger stream than you, so because you're trying to kiss their ass, you can do it with me too. And don't shit on me just because I have a smaller stream. Little rabbits have big ears.
Yeah.
Reason it echoes, apparently. It's about reach and about followers. So anyway, I said I was going to stop bitching about that shit. Let me go ahead and get out of here. I'm going to get something to eat, and I'm going to watch my penguin since Ray won't.
Yeah, here we go. All right, man.
I got another hour of recording to do without you. I was on the stream, especially since you ain't watching the show, so I'm watching. So final thoughts for y'all three up here. Let's start with Ray, since he needs time to go start watching some shows.
Oh, shit. Oh, man, shit. Thanks for having me on, bro. I'm out of here. Yeah, I got my notepad and shit ready. Yep. So
don't be doing that, motherfucker. Actually make some notes.
I'm actually making notes, motherfucker. That's what I do, nigga. Shit, who you with? Who you with?
I'm just checking.
Shit, so I got, when you hear this pen, nigga, I'm ready to go, nigga. Shit. Hell, got my 420 ready too. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that could have been a whole big lighter, motherfucker. I don't know what you're clicking over there.
Shit.
Throw your link in the chat. You got a wrench, use it. Pimp your shit. You got a wrench, so throw it in there. And that's the Ray Hama Force. I did bring you up earlier, so I'm glad you actually showed up, so people know I wasn't talking shit about you. That's just what you do. Because I know you about to watch Venom 3 on bootleg sooner, like tomorrow or so.
Motherfucker, yeah, you damn right. Shit. Don't put that on me. Oh, I rebuke that. I hope I find a good quality link too. Oh man, I hope I do. Oh man, just because if not, I'm not watching it until I'm gonna give it some time until they start putting the good links in.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on you.
Man, because I'm waiting to do the spoilers, man. You got it.
Spoilers is gonna be next week or sometime this week if I fire up another stream, which I might do because I got a trip coming up in less than a week. I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks, so I'll be streaming from somewhere else. I don't try to say too much because I don't like jinxing things, but I have a work trip coming up. I'm gonna be out of the state for about 2 weeks, so I'll be streaming from a different location. So I got to take some of my travel kit on the plane for my streaming stuff. So I will be streaming from a different location within another week. So this week is gonna be crazy getting all that shit together, so I can leave the following week. So I'll let y'all know more this week. Make sure everything is settled and worked out. But if it is, that means that Sunday I will be probably off to the airport. I won't have time to stream. But if I do have time to stream, I'll still stream before I leave. And then by the time I'm gone, you'll get one stream with me away, and then the next stream I'll be back home. Barring plane crashes and shit like that. But that's what it is. It's not up in the air. It's just more details to work out, but it's a work thing. So it is what it is. So this week I will have to get everything I need to get in to talk about with you guys. And if it is doing a separate stream to talk about Venom 3, because I'll do a reaction, then that's what it'll be. So save your powder. Keep your powder dry, Rainfire. Keep your powder dry. Then you can come back and shoot up the room. Shoot up the club.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it, do my review, and then watch yours after, just so it won't be like or if I automatically just take anything from what you say or whatever, just because I know it's possible that I will. So so I mean just on automatic impulse. So yeah.
In college, just cite your sources. I'm gonna get mad at you when you cite your sources. Unless you ain't watched the show.
man, you know, and I'll be like, hey, I don't agree with Artisan on this one because I like it like this. And yeah, I'll talk my shit.
Yeah, talk your shit. Because I've said it before. I don't look for agreement. I look for discussion. And a disagreement is where the conversation starts. Because now you can express your ideas, what you liked about it, what you didn't. Don't start with the agreement. Start with the disagreement. That's what a real meaningful conversation is.
Because they may piss me off, man, on how they do Noah, man. So I'm very curious.
They might piss me off too, because I didn't want to know he was in this shit, and I already do. And I'm like, you didn't need to go to Noah, and you ain't got enough time to do this. But let me see what y'all did.
And that's key. What you said.
Baby diaper, like I'm about to change this baby diaper. Let me see what the fuck this thing did in here. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's key. What you said. They didn't apply patience at all, and I'm totally with you on that. Even though I do at the same time wanted to see a no, but I still can't. I can't ignore that. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that I haven't thought about. Is that they should have took their time and waited. You know what I mean? Till later on.
They should have took their time and actually developed more of a story around it instead of dropping it into one movie. So I don't know what's in the movie. I don't know how much Noel is in it or not, but they shouldn't have been showing none of that shit in the trailer. Not at all. I was already going to see Venom 3 because it was Tom Hardy, and Tom Hardy is Venom. I was already going to see it. It's the third one. I've seen the other two. I was going to see it anyway. You didn't need to drop Noel in it to get me to come see the damn movie. You didn't. You didn't. So you fucking showing your ass, Sony. So we'll see what you did with this bullshit that you threw in there, because you had a rough ride so far. I was willing to rock with you on Madam Web. It was the first movie for a character. And there's a lot of young chicks looking hot in little skin tight shit. Okay, I'll rock with you. Whatever. Give me something better the next time. But no, you getting flamed for that shit all day. So we'll see what it is. But thank you, Ray. Beastly, Rainfire, you got some final thoughts so I can close this out?
Yeah. I was it's just like I said, I've been listening to y'all when y'all been dancing around the Venom movie, like, and I'm just like, I want to say something so bad.
We ain't dancing around it. We wasn't talking about it because I didn't see it.
Funny. Well, no, I was just saying, but in hindsight, when y'all see some of the stuff y'all said about it, it's just funny because, but I will say, and it's 2 song selections in the movie. One, I wanted to sing along with the song, so that was good. They got me with that one.
No
the
spoilers.
Other one,
no spoilers.
They have, I give a spoiler that ain't even a spoiler, because you're going to have to look really hard for this. They like a little too much of the LGBT stuff in the Venom movies.
You spoiling shit.
What?
Now I'm gonna be looking for it. God damn. Do y'all understand what no spoilers mean? Don't tell me shit about the movie on the inside of the movie. I don't want to know. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, that's an opinion to me. That ain't no. Because, like the last movie.
I didn't know any LGBT stuff was in it at all. Now you told me. Now I'll be looking for it.
Well, this to me. You might not think that at all.
Too late. Now I heard it. Now I'll be looking for it. Now I'll be on the lookout.
Looking for something real hard. You ain't gonna find it. You might watch it twice. You might find it. But and also, I don't know what y'all were talking about at the beginning of the stream. I missed it about all the pork stuff. I had a very well prepared pork loin last night. Like one of the best I ever had. So I don't know, all the trash y'all been talking about pork.
I wasn't talking shit about pork. Andre don't eat pork. I don't mind pork sometimes on certain things, but I don't have it a lot. That's it. I'm not a Muslim. So I don't have any aversion to pork. I just don't have it a lot. I just don't. I usually prefer fish or chicken. That's it. It's my meats of choice.
Unfortunately, I'm in the South. It's in everything. It's in
the you in the South.
It's in the dessert. It's in everything. But this, I went to a good restaurant, and that was the best. I just had to talk the white waiter out of bringing it to me fucking rare. And I'm like, dude, this is pork. It's not beef. I ain't taking my chances. I don't feel that lucky.
Cook that shit.
With
Cook
pork.
it.
Yeah.
Cook.
What?
Yeah, he was
Cook
like,
it.
well, we suggested medium rare. I'm like, no, not pork,
No,
nigga, no.
exactly. Not pork, nigga. No, you trying to kill me?
No,
Why don't you just
exactly.
tell me you want me to have what is it?
Parasite,
Yeah, fucking food poisoning. No, nigga, no.
Yeah.
Cook my shit all the way. All
Yeah,
the
so
way.
it was
Better
just,
not
I
be
was like,
cold
no, I
nowhere
don't
in
want
there.
it. And give me some of them fancy grits. Y'all call polenta, you know.
Fancy grits.
But that's what it was. Because the waiter even admitted, he's like, yeah, I want to call them grits too. I don't know. I said, yeah, you know that's what it is. On trip, you know, y'all just charged me like $13 for a bowl of grits. But yeah, and then you know, I just was having a good day yesterday. I tried to super chat that, but it was something going on with the super chats today, Artisan, because I couldn't do it. I had to go directly to PayPal to send my donation.
Well, I don't know what's going on. It seemed to be working, but unless that's why the motherfuckers ain't coming in. You know? I don't know. Figure it out. Because I don't control Cash App, and as far as I know, it's working. So I don't know what to tell y'all. I just moved the screen over, so I'm fucked up now. I'm looking at the camera. But anyway, thank you. Beasley, you got some final thoughts so I can close this shit out and do my next hour?
Yeah. As always, just make good shit. Fans will pay you.
Gonna be his catchphrase. Just make good shit.
Just make good shit. Like I just because at this point I'm canceling subscriptions just because like I don't see nothing I want to watch, and I'm watching old shit entirely too much. Like I was watching fucking Van Helsing from 2004 with Hugh Jackman again.
I watched Airplane last night.
Damn.
From 81, just to have a good.
Oh, hot damn, 81.
Yes, just to have a good laugh, and it was fun.
Like I watched a
Kill
movie.
and Kill Again.
Yeah, like I watched a movie last night that was directed by Anna Kiersik, called Woman of the Hour. It's on Netflix now. It's about a real life serial killer, and every dude in this fucking show, in this movie, was somehow an asshole. I was like, what the? Wait a minute. I know because I had to go look up the real story about the killer because once I found out it was based on a true dude, I was like, yeah, did law enforcement not do his job at times? But damn, every fucking dude in the show was an asshole. I'm like, everybody can't be an asshole. I'm like, can we just tell a decent story? You could have told this same fucking story without it making every dude in here creepy, weird, trying to take advantage of women. It's like, can we just make good shit again? It's like,
No,
shit is exhausting.
they don't have anything to say other than that. Oh, some dude was creepy to me one time. Man, do you have any other stories? Tell me something about being a woman other than a dude. It's like guys tell a lot of stories that don't have shit to do with women. It's women in them, but it has nothing to do with women. When I see people telling these stories about women, they never have anything to say but about guys. It's like, do you live a life other than guys? What is your life other than that? Like, come on, man. Like, I watched Vision Quest not too long ago, right? The original Vision Quest movie with Matthew Modine. Is it just about a girl, or is it about a dude trying to do something with his life? Something important with his life? And a chick coming around that he finally is attractive to that kind of fuck it up for him. He kind of gets distracted from that. But the chick don't want all his attention. She's like, no, you focus on your goal. Do that. Do what you said you was going to do. Get him back on his goddamn purpose. And she got to get him on his purpose by breaking his goddamn heart and leaving. Like, this nigga about to simp over me. Look, man, get on your purpose. I'm on mine. No, it's not all about the chick. It's about what you have to say and what you want to put out to the world. If that's all you got to say, then you ain't got nothing. Wasting my time.
So yeah, just can we get some real goddamn writers? Like, I mean, just it is okay to tell decent stories. I mean,
I'm waiting on you, Beasley, to start writing shit.
You know
Wait
what? Me,
on you and the dudes in your pod to start writing, motherfucker, because apparently they need the help.
I finished the first little what would be issue of the story that we had to present, and I fucking had to not go off the chain and add my little shit because I had to edit it, and I said, look, I told you I'm gonna expand on this a little bit because y'all didn't give me a lot to work with, but you gave me enough and expanded on this shit for them. So hopefully when the last of them leave, because one of them already got released, they take that shit and go turn it because it's a dope concept.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get their powers from Egyptian artifacts that come through the gods and all that other stuff.
Well, and speaking, brother Beasley, have you seen real quick before we go? Have you seen Twilight of the Gods? Because motherfuckers should have been created those iterations of Thor and Loki. That was something else.
I watched that show and it was still woman centered, and the man following this woman on her quest for vengeance. Like, oh shit, really?
Like, how can you get around it? Like, you
Well,
can't remember who
Beasley,
said it, but nowadays you really can't get stuff done in Hollywood unless you putting a woman in it like that. It has to have these stopgap measures, these things thrown into it before they'll even approve it to get made. I was like, this is such bullshit. Like I said, you ain't got more free speech, you got less. But
that's all I got.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for supporting the stream. I just saw it just now because Rainfire was talking about Cash App, and I saw Beasley and 2 Triv donated to the Cash App. So let me give y'all props. I do appreciate that shit. So shout out to Beasley Nerd. He didn't say anything. He just said no message. Appreciate you. So I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you, Beasley Nerd.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Yeah, I'll take a little Asian girl thrust in the air like that. And then shout out to 2 Triv. He said, for the support, appreciate you, 2 Triv. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate All right, gentlemen. And who has ever left in here? What is that? Check out the trailer for Love Hurts. I did see the trailer for Love Hurts, Rainfire. I think you mentioned it last week. I did see that. Black Bane had mentioned it to me too, and he had actually sent me the trailer. And I was at work and didn't realize what the fuck I was doing, that I watched the whole damn trailer. It looks pretty good with little young Data. A Data from Goonies.
Yeah, it looks like another Nobody. That's what it looks like.
It doesn't look like that to me. It looks like that Jackie Chan's influence lives on, is what it did. He looks like it's a Jackie Chan movie. That's what it looks like.
You said that's all it took for me. I'm fucking Jackie Chan fan.
That dude, I'm forgetting how to pronounce his name right now, but he is a decent martial artist. I don't know if he's actually a martial artist or he just trained recently, but I did finally see the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's not as good as everybody was saying, and I know why Hollywood got all on board that shit. It's about some lesbian shit. That's all it was. Yep. But his performance in that shit was good because I've never seen him do fight scenes, and it was very believable. Well, Love Hurts is like that. He does fight scenes. Now, mind you, I'm telling you about this kid calling him Data from Goonies because that's how long I've been watching this motherfucker. Yep. So seeing him as a grown man doing martial arts stuff and how he's doing it looks like Jackie Chan. It does. With the comical and the funny stuff, it looks like Jackie Chan shit. Yep. So I watch it. So yeah, Love Hurts looks like it might be good. It might be good. It might be entertaining. At the very least, they got Monkey Man on Amazon Prime now, so I can go back and watch that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm down
Hey,
for
man,
a movie that's kind of funny.
but that's what that Everywhere All at Once was about. And I
The
think about oh god damn.
Look, I'm trying to get off here so I can watch The Penguin, but I'll tell you this. The short version of that story is the wife has a shitty life. She doesn't really like her life. Her daughter is a lesbian and trying to introduce that to her family and get her to accept her. And because her mother, the mother and the daughter have a kind of screwed up relationship, the daughter is away. What you end up finding out is it happens in multiple dimensions, right? It's a multiversal movie where you can jack in to a different dimension version of yourself and gain the abilities of that version of yourself. So in this one reality, the mother just works at a cleaners with her husband. In another universe, she's a famous star and stuff like that, and her husband is some great dude or some asshole, right? And throughout all these dimensions, her daughter is fucked up, and her daughter ends up becoming the main villain of this shit. And it's coming back to kill all those other versions because she's angry because they never accepted her because she was different and weird. Mainly a lesbian.
Well, so
It's a touchy-feely story, a roundabout way, touchy-feely story about mother accepting her lesbian daughter in her lesbian daughter's relationship so she doesn't go crazy and be out there killing the whole universe because she didn't get that acceptance. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no wonder Hollywood love this shit.
That's why I got an Oscar, right?
That's why I got an Oscar. Didn't get an Oscar for the fight scenes, for the story, for how kooky it is. Not because they like Michelle Yeoh, none of that shit. It got an Oscar because it's in line with what Hollywood wants to push, which is that lesbianism, and you need to accept this shit, or the world will go to hell because of it.
Or like Moonlight, Black Gay Boys.
And I've never seen that movie, just like I've never seen Brokeback Mountain, because I'm not interested in either one of those shit. If I wanted to watch gay porn, I'd watch gay porn. I don't. I don't watch gay porn because I'm not interested. It's not for me. So don't think anything you put in a movie or a show like that is veiledly disguised as just what it is. I'm going to be watching it. I'm not interested because that's not how I get down. So keep pushing that shit on the little kids if you want to, but I don't think that's okay. I'm glad my kids is grown. Otherwise, I'd have a whole problem, a bigger problem. Kung Fu version of Multiverse of Madness. Yeah, it's a decent enough movie. Like his performance in it is good because in a different universe, he's like an agent trying to help her get to her real self and stop this evil. But if you've seen the one, you understand what they're going for. The one with Jet Li. You know what's happening.
Yeah.
But it's a decent enough movie, but I finally watched it. And sure enough, I saw some shit that I was like, man, y'all was bullshitting on how good this shit is. It's all right, but okay, this is interesting. That's funny. But the main story is that shit. I'm like, that's what Hollywood latched on to. I get you. That's why I watch movies. I can watch movies nowadays and understand what people are going to have a problem with and what some people will like. That's what the predictions are, just knowing people's behavior, what they tend to like. They tend to like is this shit. Well, yeah, they'll love this then. I won't. It'll make my flagpole go up. Sorry, not that interested. I'm a lesbian. What do I care about man sex? I don't.
Well, in the words of Geno Jennings on that one, am I right? I said, you. Man.
Do what you want. It's not my cup of tea. That's all it is. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just not my cup of tea. So I'm not interested. Sue me. But remember, I'm the teenager who sat through the crying game and got totally shocked when it was just penis in somebody's face. Like, what the fuck? The hell is going on in this movie? What the fuck? Dude. That was a shocking dollar movie moment right there.
You hear me?
I was not prepared for that shit. I didn't know what the big hoopla was about that movie. And then I saw what the hoopla was like. Okay. I'm going to just stick to the Stargate with this character, and I'll be good. I'm good. I know a little bit too much about this motherfucking character actor right now. I've seen
What
too
the
much.
fuck is this shit?
Yeah, I've seen too much of him. There's some things I don't never need to know, but I know them now, and they in my head, and they ain't ever going away. So fuck. That's why I'm kind of mindful of the stuff I put in there. So yeah. Anyway, thank you, brothers, for coming up. On the crying game joke, I'm gonna go ahead and get the fuck out of here.
All right, man.
That was the cue.
Yeah,
All
I got enough copyright shit to try to take out of this video. They're gonna give me a whole week before they try to monetize it again.
Man, these
And watch it
motherfuckers.
traumatized. Yeah, if you saw the crying game and didn't know what you were in for, you got traumatized like a motherfucker. I got traumatized because I didn't know what was about to happen in that shit. I know that chick looked a little bit too manly. And then I found out. No, the guy was not looking feminine enough. Shit. Yeah, so anyway. That's cinema for you. That's cinema for you. That wasn't in the 2000s. It was like the 90s. Anyway. Drop you down, Beast. Appreciate you. Oy vey, finish your food. Finish the stories. Excuse me. Ray Hama already ran out of here. Ray, watch The Penguin. And don't start at episode 6. Start at episode 1. You can spend an hour watching The Penguin. I'm about to spend 2 hours. One watching it and 30 minutes reviewing it, and then the rest of the fucking night probably editing that shit. So I can probably still not get it out like the last one that's up here. Yeah, I got 5 sitting on this thing right now. But all right. Well, that has been another 8-hour stream, which I was not trying to do. I said it was going to be a short stream, but it was a long one. Reminds me of something my ex-wife once said. Like, it'll just be a quickie. She said, "Stop saying that shit. It's never a quickie." No, I just need 50 pumps. Stop lying. No, you in there just like long stroking it. Just saying. Anyway, this is me. This is Artisan. Nobody seemed to have noticed the improvements or changes that StreamYard made to some shit. Excuse me. Which is a circular logo. I'm going to switch this back to my regular colors. There we go. So I can go ahead and do my Penguin stream. There you go. Thank you, StreamYard, for the updates. I like some of these. The circle one, though, don't get to work with certain things that you want to. So I'll wait for the next update. But that's why I pay you my membership for, so y'all can have money to do these upgrades. So good job. Now give us some more space to put items and stuff like that up there. Or our own sounds. More of our own sounds. Because I can't delete y'all little music up here that I don't use. Anyway. I've been artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey. I do this every Sunday, rain or shine, at home or not, at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, where I will talk about geekdom, life, movies, and anything else that interests me. It is an open panel most times, as long as you ain't up here being stupid. We can have a conversation and talk about what we like, dislike, saw, didn't see, whatever. Stop playing. Just a tip. They are catching on. Yeah, they catch on. Wait, rainfire. They know better than the tip. Tip is the dangerous part. Anyway, let me get out of here. I'm going to watch The Penguin. Episode 6. It should be good. It's already queued up on my computer, so I'm gonna shut this down and go over and start recording for my Patreon. If you want to check it out, Patreon is artisanmc. Should be very easy to find. I notice I never put the link in here, so you probably can't find it. But if you go on to Patreon, you can find artisan_MC. It's very easy. Shop Talk with Artisan. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here and go record that. And the review will come up hopefully this week. So if you see a lot of reviews, don't be upset. Just watch them and leave some comments because I love those, especially under this video. Leave some comments because we got into some shit we didn't want to. And I had some people up here who I haven't seen in a minute, like Black Bang. So, and Black Bang is doing reviews now. He's doing content now. It's on Instagram. So next time he comes through here, I gave him a wrench. Bang, you got a wrench now. So you can drop your shit in the chat if you want to. I don't have a large fan base, but they here. They loyal. I can say that much. So drop it in there so they can actually support your stream and your show. So with that, I am going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for coming through, and I will see you next time. Peace.